Prologue. Naruto suddenly opens his eyes and sees that he's in a city of sorts. He looks around and sees marvels of engineering, art, and craft before him. He would have continued to look until a voice calls out to him. "Greetings, boy, I hope you have enjoyed the scenery around, but it's time for business," said a man as Naruto turns around to see a man in distinctive battle armor with golden wings sticking out of the back of his armor. Who are you?" asked a startled and curious Naruto. "I'm the Archangel Michael. Come, we have much to discuss about your death, and an offer you really wouldn't want to refuse," said Michael as he gestures for Naruto to walk with him towards a large building of sorts. Back on the mortal plane, Haku, seeing someone who in a way shared similarities with be thrown off the bridge by his own teammates, really boiled something inside of her. She charges relentlessly into battle with ferocity not seen before in herself and attacks the duck-haired boy with hellish fury. "Sasuke Kun!" shouted Sakura as she sees Haku attack Sasuke with no mercy. Kakashi and Zabuza are fighting to a standstill. Kakashi, about to use summoning jutsu, is interrupted by Zabuza kicking him to the ground. Before Kakashi could get up to fight back, finds himself pinned to the bridge by his shoulder courtesy of Zabuza stabbing him with a kunai. "I don't know what happened between that boy and Haku, but I'm going to have to deal with it for the rest of my travels," said Zabuza as he gets ready to decapitate Kakashi. Before Zabuza could, he hears clapping on one side of the bridge. Staring in the direction of the clapping, he sees Gato. "Gato, what the hell are you doing here?" asked Zabuza as he gets ready to kill Kakashi. "I've decided I'm making budget cuts, and you're that cut," said Gato as his hired muscle chuckles to themselves. "Ah, the classical double cross," said Zabuza as he gets off of Kakashi. "Looks like it's your somewhat lucky day, Kakashi. I'm no longer your enemy, but Haku would most likely kill you for hurting the blonde," said Zabuza as he gets ready for a battle along with Haku. "Kill the men and take the girls. I'll have fun with them tonight before I let you lot have fun with them," said Gato as he licks his lips. The mercenaries get ready to fight the ninja on the bridge. Before anyone could start fighting, a bright light is shining between the two groups. It then started to dim, revealing an unknown figure. As soon as the light finally vanishes, it reveals a young teenage boy with long, bright golden blonde hair, with a highly developed athletic body and armor that shows off his well-muscled arms. The whole set armor had a dark silver color to it. With the chest guard, it had a symbol of a hand holding a sword on the center of it, plated bracers over his forearms, black pants with shin guards. "Who the hell are you?" said a slightly scared Gato as he gets behind the mercs. "My name is Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, and I'm the avenging angel. Prepare to die," said Naruto as he gets out a sword of a unique design. It was double-edged that had a cross guard. The blade looked light and well-made, the handle having a golden eagle engraved on the handle to the blade. "Whatever you are, you aren't killing no one. Get him, boys, and make him suffer. Whoever brings me his head gets double the reward," shouted Gato as his mercenaries charge at Naruto as he gets ready to fight. Haku, about to jump in to save her love, is stopped by Zabuza. "Master, what are you doing? Naruto-kun is about to be killed," said a worrying Haku. "I don't think so, young Haku. I have a feeling he's going to kill them. Look," said Zabuza as he points towards the blonde. Back to the battle. Naruto is fighting the mercenaries using techniques and tactics that are unheard of in the world of shinobi. He's using sword strikes, in conjunction with the martial arts he's using to tear the mercenaries apart with his swordplay and his bare hands. He kills a spearman and takes his spear, using it to kill more of the mercenaries. He throws the spear at some of the remaining mercenaries, killing two with a double skewing. He pulls his sword out and draws a trench knife and cuts through the remaining mercenaries. Gato tries to escape, but is stopped when Naruto throws his trench knife into his spleen, crippling him. Naruto then pulls his trench knife out and turns Gato over on his back. "Spare me, please, I'll give you anything," shouted a fearful Gato as he starts to shake with fear. "Time to die, Gato, but I'm not going to kill you. Oh no, before you die, I'm going to take what makes you a man," said Naruto as he heats his trench knife and tears Gato's pants off. Naruto then proceeds to slowly castrate Gato with the heated weapon. Gato screams out in agony as his manhood is being cut of his being. Naruto proceeds to throw his manhood to a starving dog, who proceeds to eat it. He then cleans his knife of the short man's blood with the former man's own pants. Note to self: don't piss him off or make rape-based threats towards his lovers, thought Zabuza as he holds his manhood out of fear of losing it to the blonde. In Naruto-kun, said a tearful Haku. Yes, Haku-chan, said Naruto as he looks in the tearful eyes of Haku. I love you, said Haku as she jumps into Naruto's arms and kisses him on the lips. The two starts to make out with each other. The two breaks from making out and Haku asks, "What happened to you, and how are you alive?" asked a worried Haku. I died and went to heaven where they gave me a second chance at life as the avenging angel, said Naruto. What was it like? Asked Haku. It was like a city of the future, said Naruto as he turns and looks towards his trembling former teammates. Excuse me, but I have a traitorous team to deal with, said Naruto as he lets go of Haku and stomps towards his team, leaking killing intent never felt before. Stay back, demon. Stay. Kakashi never finished his sentence as he gets knocked out by a rising uppercut courtesy of Naruto. Dope, where did you get those powers and skills? I demand you to tell me. They should belong to an Uchiha, an elite year B. Sasuke never got to finish his statement as Naruto punched him hard in the gut, knocking him out. You hurt Sasuke, kun Ude. Sakura never got to finish her tirade as she was punched in the throat and hit again in the head, knocking her out. Naruto then gets a special prisoner seal to seal them in. That takes care of that. Now to help rebuild a bridge, a nation, and then head back home, said Naruto to himself as he walks over to Zabuza and Haku. Hey Browless, I have a proposition for you, said Naruto as he gets a giggle from Haku about his shot at Zabuza being with no eyebrows, who has a tick mark about it. Damn disrespectful Gakis, muttered Zabuza. What's the proposal? Asked Zabuza. You come to the village hidden in the leaves, said Naruto, getting a surprised look from the pair. Let me think about it. But first let's clean up the bridge of that recently made woman created with her goons and help get this village back into shape, said Zabuza as he moves to get started. No need, said Naruto as he gets the prisoner scroll out that contains his traitorous teammates out. Release, said Naruto as he releases his teammates from the seal. They stand in front of them and appear to have strange silver collars on each of their necks. You three get to work cleaning this bridge of these bodies, commanded Naruto. You don't give us orders, Genin, said Kakashi in a defiant tone. Yeah, Baka, you don't give us orders, shouted Sakura. Yeah, as if a loser like you can give us orders, especially an elite like me, said the likely gay Sasuke. I don't think you have a choice, because you see when I sealed you in that prison seal it placed those peculiar collars around your necks that if you're so happen to disobey, they will generate a punisher of the subject's deepest fears that will beat you, try to kill you, or even try to rape you. So, I suggest you clean these bodies off the bridge, or that punisher will make you its bitch, said Naruto in a righteously sadistic manner. The three without a word got started cleaning up in a hurrying fashion out of fear of getting sexually assaulted or killed. I like a man who can take charge like you can, Naruto-kun, said a sultry Haku as she wraps her arms around his chest. Naruto, I will see you dead for this, said an angry Kakashi. You already had killed me, you bastard, now get to cleaning, said Naruto in a stoic but angry tone. He's approved in my book, thought Zabuza as he, Naruto, and Haku walks to the village and back to Tazuna's house, dragging Gato with them. Gato is tied face first to a post and gagged by Naruto, who proceeds to knock him out. They walk in to see Tazuna and his family getting ready to go to war for Wave when they see Naruto. Naruto, niece on your back, and you look different, said Inari as he looks at who's with his brother figure. Why is Zabuza with you, and who is that beautiful girl? Asked Inari as he looks at three in question. Tsunami blushes at the muscled form of Zabuza, though he would have killed his father. She had to admit he was eye candy for any woman her age. Yeah, Gaki, what's with the new changes and these two being with you? Asked a curious Tazuna. It's a long explanation, so get comfortable, said Naruto as he explains what happened to him. Chapter 1, New Beginnings. Naruto begins to explain why Zabuza is here and isn't killing Tazuna due to him being double-crossed by Gato and Gato outside with his balls cut off. Naruto revealed he was killed by his traitorous teammates who had stabbed him multiple times. Naruto goes into details of his death and how he looks the way he looks at everyone. Flashback in heaven. Naruto is walking side by side with the Archangel Michael as they go into a room that has statues of what look like great warriors and champions. He then sees a man in white robes, with white hair and a build that would make most seem weak. "Greetings, Naruto. My name is Drake, the Great Storm Warrior," greeted Drake as he bows towards Naruto, as Naruto bows towards Drake in return. "It's nice to meet you, Drake-sama," said Naruto. "So what does heaven have to offer me that's so important?" asked a curious Naruto as he looks at the Warrior of Storms and the Archangel. "Naruto Uzumaki, the heavens have seen your life, every beating, every savage attack. You have been stabbed, burned, and overall brutalized, yet you remain pure of heart and push on with a warrior spirit like no other. We offer you a chance to become an avenging angel, an angelic superhuman warrior with incredible fighting abilities and powers. You would have semi-immortality, phenomenal strength, speed, agility, and endurance. You would be able to manipulate more than chakra. You would be trained to use mana, Hammon, and Ki alongside chakra. In fields that you missed out in when you were alive in the ways of combat. You will be trained by some of the greatest of warriors in human history and by the Archangel Michael here. When we're done, you're going to be one of, if not the most skilled fighter in your world," answered and explained Drake, surprising Naruto, who felt honored and respected by the heavens. "Do I get to return to Earth?" asked a stoic Naruto. "Yes, you do, but in an even stronger physical form, and this form will be pleasing to the one known as Haku and other possible lovers who will also gain a form of immortality from you," said Drake, getting a startling reaction from Naruto. "But Drake-sama, Haku is a boy. I'm only interested into girls," said Naruto, getting a chuckling response from Michael. "Actually, Naruto, Haku is a girl. She just hides her gender so she wouldn't be violated by the men in her company like less than honorable shinobi," said Michael. "Oh, well, I guess you know something new every day," said a surprised Naruto as he thinks about his prospects of this and remembers the past beatings and attacks on his person as well as others. "I'll do it. What do I have to do?" asked Naruto as he stands in a ready stance. "First, Naruto, I will send some angelic essences into you to make you superhuman," explained Michael as he begins to channel angelic energy up into his hand. Once he finished, he proceeded to hurl the ball of angelic energy into Naruto. This caused Naruto's form to undergo a metamorphosis of sorts, breaking, tearing, and reforming muscle and bone in a cycle. Naruto was being rebuilt stronger, faster, more durable, and overall, more powerful than ever before. After the process was finished, Naruto now stood at 6 feet 0 inches, weighing 240 pounds, his body now well-muscled and chiseled. He even blushes as he looks down to see that his manhood is bigger than it was when he was alive. His hair is longer in length. His eyes remain the same color, only with them being of slightly dark shade. Now, with that completed, Naruto, starting today until 3 minutes are up in the mortal world, you would be trained in combat, tactics, weapons, etiquette, the use of the energies that have been unlocked in your very spirit, and many more, said Drake as he gets a surprised look from Naruto. "But Drake-sama, 3 minutes doesn't seem long enough," said a confused Naruto as Michael and Drake chuckle at his statement. "Worry not, Naruto, 3 minutes in heaven is the equivalent of 3 centuries. Time is slower than a snail's pace here. Don't worry about aging, as it is suspended forever in heaven. Don't worry about Haku, she's doing fine. She's taking out her frustrations out on your snake-bitten teammates, with the inbred Uchiha being as stunted as he is. He's probably getting his head beaten in by Haku right now, haha," summed up Michael as he laughs at Sasuke's predicament. "All right, enough banter, let's get started," said Drake as he summons the warriors who will be training Naruto. "Hi, Sensei, who is my first set of teachers?" asked Naruto as he waits for his teachers. "Your first sets of teachers are men of tremendous reputations, the first being King Richard the Lionheart, another whose discipline and determination made him an extraordinary legend of his people. His name is Admiral E. Finally, the last is from a culture who is not too different from yours. His name is Hattori Hanzo," answered Drake. "Are they ninja?" asked Naruto. "No, Hattori is, but not E or Richard. They are from cultures who don't employ ninjutsu. Richard is from a culture that employs warriors known as knights. They're highly trained warriors that are more combat-oriented than ninjas and similarly combative to samurai. They carry weapons unlike yours. Admiral is from a society similar to yours, but more so about hard work, dedication, and achievement, but with honesty is in less regard. Hattori Hanzo was a fierce samurai before he became a ninja. He used many ninja and samurai weapons seen in your world, answered Michael. Do they fight with jutsu? Asked Naruto. No, Naruto, they don't fight with any spiritual energy at all. They fought using their own fighting abilities, skills, and weapons, answered Drake. Ah, here they are, said Michael. The three men then walked into the room. The three had varying heights and of various ages. One looked to be in his 40s, another one in his 30s, and finally, the last one looked to be in his 50s. The oldest of the three wearing a type of clothing similar to a yukata, but with more leg room, with pants that is black, boots that appear to be made of leather with plated armor from shin to toe. His forearms had bracers that doubled as protectors for his hands. On the center of his robe having a lion on it. On his head was where to look to be a protective headband of sorts. The other man had clothing and armor akin to that of a mountain mercenary. The last man had armor akin to what Naruto is more familiar with, that sports an Oni mask to his face protector. Greetings, we will be training you. My name is Richard the Lionheart, said the older man with the lion on his chest. I'm Admiral E, said the second oldest. I'm Hattori Hanzo, said the youngest. It is nice to meet all of you masters. Where do we begin? Asked Naruto. We will begin with martial arts and weapons, answered Admiral E. Then tactics and strategy, said Hattori. We will be drilling you in these for 60 years, said Richard. Now let us begin, said Hattori as they go to the training ground. Naruto, meet us back here after you finish your training with them. We will give you the next set of teachers, said Drake as Naruto and the three warriors left. For the next 60 years, Naruto was gruelingly trained by Admiral E, Richard the Lionheart, and Hattori Hanzo in martial arts, weapons, and tactics. They had schooled him in swordsmanship and bladed weapons, sticks and clubs, and finally archery and thrown weapons. Naruto's training in unarmed combat with Hattori led to him training in jujitsu, aikijutsu, kappajutsu, and taijutsu. Richard trained Naruto in night unarmed combat. Admiral E trained him in Korean fighting arts. In tactics and strategy, Naruto has been trained in the use of stealth and infiltration, assault tactics, night fighting, guerrilla tactics, and siege tactics by all three. He had become highly proficient in all fields under them. During the time of his training, he was also trained extensively in science, mathematics, engineering, blacksmithing, construction, calligraphy, politics, and history of the elemental nations by Drake. He's trained in the martial use of mana, Hammon, and Ki by Michael. The 60 years are up for Naruto as he walks back into the room where Drake is waiting for him. All right, Naruto, you will have 2 sets of teachers training you, and a final set will be waiting for you after 120 years, said Drake. Bruiser team and Fuinjutsu team may come in, said Drake as 2 husky but well-toned men came in. Right behind them are a team of experts who look to specialize in some form of combat. Greetings, Naruto. My name is Kintaro of the Shiteno, said the man in light samurai armor. I'm Dobrinya Nikotic. Nice to meet you, Naruto, said the man in light armor. Me and Dobrinya will be training you in the art of war wrestling and heightened hand-to-hand combat, said Kintaro as he bows to Naruto. Naruto bows to both of them. I will not fail your expectations, said Naruto as he then looks at the other team. This team carried with them ink and brushes. Greetings, Naruto. I'm Ryusen Uzumaki, said the man in crimson samurai armor. Greetings, Naruto. I'm Goken Uzumaki, said the man in crimson light armor. Hello, Naruto-kun. I'm Kushina Uzumaki. I'm your mother, said the woman in the green battle dress. My mother, said a shocked Naruto as he looks at the woman in front of her. It's true, Naruto, let me explain. You see, Naruto, your mother is from a clan related to the Senju and Uchiha clan called the Uzumaki clan, who are from the Senju clan. The Uzumakis were well known for their mastery of the sealing arts and kenjutsu. They were then attacked by the combined forces of Iwa, Kyumo, and Kiri and scattered across the nation. Some are in hidden fortresses hidden from the world. Some are in Konoha and hiding using advanced henge that can fool even the mighty Sharingan. Your mother here is of royal blood, making you a prince, explained Drake. Mother, did you and father abandon me to Konoha to be beaten and treated as a scourge? Asked a saddened Naruto. No Sochi-mi and your father died during the attack and sealing the Kyuubi, explained Kushina as Naruto realizes that the fourth Hokage is his father and that he sealed the beast inside of him. Yes, Naruto, your father is the Yondiame Hokage who sealed the Bijou inside of you. But he did that so you'd be powerful enough to face Madara Uchiha in combat, as he was the one who extracted the Bijou inside of me, control her with his Sharingan that attacked the village. Your father fought him off, but had no other choice but to seal the Bijou in you. The Bijou saw us try to seal her into you and sent a claw out to stab you and prevent the sealing. But me and your father had shielded you with our bodies. We died that day, explained Kushina, getting an understanding look from Naruto. Hey Drake, I was meaning to ask what happened to Kyuubi anyway, asked a curious Naruto. I can answer that. Since Kyuubi didn't kill anyone in a malicious fashion, she's not in hell. However, because of her hatred being untamed, she couldn't enter heaven. So I suggested she be transformed into a ninja Onimusha and transported to Tundra Country, explained Michael. Oh well, let's get training, said Naruto as they go to the training ground. Oh Naruto, the last set will be a set of warrior sages of the past for your last, and I will be training you along with them for your 180 years, said Drake. See you then, said Naruto as he walks towards the training ground. Naruto has been training in war wrestling and heightened hand-to-hand combat by Dobrinya Nikotic and Kintaro, who had spent 80 years helping him hone his abilities in unarmed combat in areas of his strength and agility. He got extensive training in Fuinjutsu by the Uzumaki teams in all types: sealing, combat, constructive, trapping, space-time, and containing. After the 120 years were done, the Uzumaki Fuinjutsu team and the Bruiser War Wrestling and heightened combative teams start to leave. Naruto and his mother share a brief reunion and a heartfelt goodbye from each other. Kushina, before leaving to join her family in the afterlife, also told Naruto to steer clear of the Toad Sage Jiraiya, as he will leech off of his hard work like he did with his father, and told him how he even placed mental suppression and physical seals on him, and that his death broke these seals. She also tells him to give her grandchildren with any of his wives. This gives Naruto a blush as Michael and Drake chuckle at his mother's request. Drake and several warrior sages wait by the training field designed for them. On the field, Naruto is face-to-face with his final teachers, masters of the warrior sage arts of the lion, hawk, wolf, polar bear, and wolverine, that left Naruto in awe at who he saw. Naruto, I would like you to meet the warrior sages that will be teaching in their sage arts, said Drake. Hashirama Senju of the Senju clan, the honored valiant lion sage. Tobirama Senju, the tenacious polar bear sage. Kenshin Uchiha, lost older brother of Madara and warrior of clan Uchiha, and Mikoto Uchiha, the shuriken mistress of Konoha, the hawk battle sages. Kwai Uzumaki, the savage wolverine sage, your ancestor. Sakumo Hatake, the fierce and ferocious wolf sage. Introduced Drake. I didn't know you were a sage of the lions, Hashirama. I know you were a sage, but I thought you gained that title through training in the wilderness, not with the lions, nor did I know you Mikoto Obasan to be one. Nor you Tobirama Senju, said a surprised Naruto. Yes, that's what the history books said, but in truth I had training with the lion warrior sages and mastered their sage arts to high levels never seen before. They wanted me to keep my training a secret, so I did, explain Hashirama. The polar bears kept to themselves about it, said Tobirama. But to my understanding, my son had betrayed and killed you, said Sakumo as he looks at Naruto. Yes, he did, but he is right now most likely getting his ass handed to him by Zabuza Momochi of the Seven Swordsmen right now, explained Naruto. Let me guess, my great-grandson had stabbed you in the back, didn't he? Asked Kenshin. Along with a girl named Sakura Haruno, asked an angry Mikoto. Yes, answered Naruto in an angry tone. On to business, then, so you can get some sweet payback on those bastards, said Kwai Uzumaki. Yeah, shouted Naruto. Oh hell yeah, we're rocking and rolling now, said an excited Hashirama. This should be interesting, said Tobirama. Let's do this, said Kenshin, getting affirmative nod from Mikoto. I disown Sasuke in spirit, tell him that for me, Naruto, said Mikoto, gets an affirmative nod from the blonde. For the final 180 years, Naruto had been put through the most extensive training possible, being taught the respective elemental jutsus, ninjutsu, and combat skills by the sages and Drake. With each one teaching him their respective skills, they have become an expert, with Hashirama teaching him blind combat, Kenshin and Mikoto teaching him ballistics and marksmanship with kunai and other throwing weapons, and the bow and arrow. Tobarama taught him advanced battlefield tactics, and Jutsu Kwai teaching him enhanced knife fighting and close-quarters combat. Tsukumo teaching Naruto short blade fighting and fencing. Drake teaching Naruto combative versatility with all the weapons, skills, and tactics, along with ingraining in him naturalistic reflexes and instincts. Naruto's skills and abilities are at an enhanced to even supernatural level of performance. Mikoto hugs Naruto as they return to their respective heavens. Naruto has finally finished his training. He was ready to return to Earth to kick some ass. "All right, Naruto, time is up. It's time for you to return to Earth," said Michael as he looks at the now blonde ninja warrior in front of him. "Here, take this armor and weapons. It's the armor of the Avenger. The weapons are razor sharp and can only be used by you. The seal pouches can seal anything and anyone, only you can work them," explained Drake as he gives Naruto the armor. Then a portal opens up. "The portal's open, Naruto, time to go," said Michael. Naruto then puts on the armor and weapons. He bows to both Michael and Drake and walks through the portal. End of flashback. Naruto finished explaining how he was transformed into the Avenging Angel, an angelic superhuman warrior with incredible powers and martial abilities after he was killed by his teammates. How he was trained by some of history's greatest combatants, warrior sages, and few ninjutsu masters in humanity. "Incredible," said Tsunami. "Remarkable," said Tazuna. "Cool," said Inari. "Naruto, I need to ask, why were you killed by your teammates?" asked Haku, as everyone looks at Naruto. "It's because I was the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi no Kitsune," said Naruto, getting a shocking look from Haku, Zabuza, and Tazuna, along with a confused look from Tsunami and Inari. "Oh," said a saddened Haku as she looks at her lover with saddened eyes. "So, you were the Jinchuriki. You must have a hard life," said a sympathetic Zabuza as he comforts his adoptive daughter. "Yes, it has. I have been beaten within an inch of my life, had to sleep in the streets, had been poisoned by bastard restaurant owners, had also been set on fire several times, crucified several times. I'm surprised I haven't been raped or urinated on by the villagers," explained Naruto. "How are you still sane?" asked Tazuna as Naruto looks at the old man. "I had many people in the village that care about me deeply. One happens to be the Hokage of the Leaf," said Naruto, giving a calm look at everyone. "What is a Jinchuriki?" asked Tsunami. "A Jinchuriki is a person who contains a tailed beast, a creature of living chakra. They are often used as super soldiers in hidden villages," answered Zabuza. "A tailed beast can be identified by the tails they possess, and the strongest of them all was the 9 tails," explained Zabuza. "That is correct," said a stoic Naruto. "They shouldn't be treated as pests. They should be treated as heroes or champions, if anything," said Inari as he gets an appreciative look from Naruto. "Thanks, Inari, at least you can appreciate the value of one," said Naruto as Naruto sensed someone entering the room. Before anyone could do anything, several shurikens had been thrown at Naruto. Naruto then drew his longsword out and used it to block multiple thrown shuriken at him. They turned to look at Kakashi, Sasuke, and Sakura smirking at him. "All right, demon, it's time for you to learn your place and who your betters are," said Kakashi as he unseals a sword from one of his scrolls. "You talk too much, Kakashi. What would my father say? What would Tsukumo say? Oh, and Sasuke, your mother says she disowns you," said Naruto. Kakashi, getting angry at Naruto for mentioning his father and his sensei, gets ready to fight, along with Sasuke, who's angered at the mention of his mother. "You son of bitch," called Sasuke as he activates his Sharingan. "Never talk about him," shouted Kakashi as he gets ready to fight. They both get into their stances. Kakashi stares at Naruto's stance and gets angry that he's using his father's Timberwolf stance, a sword stance that allows for tight and defensive angles. Kakashi and Naruto proceeds to clash in ferocious sword combat. Sasuke executes a sneak attack against him, stabbing him in the leg. Naruto then kicks Sasuke in the chest, sending him out a window. Kakashi then gets in close to place a chakra suppression seal on Naruto that supposedly suppresses chakra. Kakashi then punches 2 times in the face Naruto and stabs him in his other leg as Sasuke gets up and slashes Naruto across his face. Maybe the avenging angel, just a fluke, said Sasuke as he gets ready to stab Naruto. But before he could, Naruto in blinding speed backhand Sasuke out the same window he was just kicked through. Naruto then hits Kakashi in the face, breaking his nose, and throws him out of the house on top of Sasuke, knocking the emo out. Naruto then flash steps over to Sakura and knocks her out with a chop to her neck. Naruto then pulls Kakashi's sword out of his leg and throws it back to Kakashi. "Defend yourself if you can," said Naruto as he leaps outside of the window to face Kakashi. Kakashi is taken aback by Naruto's enhanced strength, as he could have sworn he placed a chakra suppression seal on him that should be suppressing his chakra. His eyes widen as the seal he had placed on him had burned away and his wounds are healing. Naruto then charges at Kakashi with ferocity never seen before by modern mortals. The two exchanges parries and strikes from each other. While Kakashi has experience on his side, Naruto was trained by some of the greatest swordsmen and warriors of their time. Naruto, in a burst of speed, pierces Kakashi's guard and cuts off his sword arm by the forearm and knocks Kakashi into a tree. Kakashi, about to move, feels a clawed hand on his shoulder. "I also forgot to mention that if you attacked me, you would also have a visit from that Punisher," said Naruto as Kakashi is pulled back into the special prison scroll along with Sasuke and Sakura by their Punisher. Before that happens, Naruto gets Kakashi's wallet before he gets sucked into the seal. Inside of the seal, they experience hell on earth as Sasuke is beaten by his brother viciously and forced to reproduce the Uchiha clan as a genetically transformed girl in a room full of rough-looking men while being held down. Kakashi had just been sexually dominated by 12 dominatrixes. Sakura is gagged and gang-raped by multiple groups of ugly boys in a soundless room. "This should be enough to repair that window, and anything broken," said Naruto as he hands Tsunami Kakashi's wallet. Naruto proceeds to walk away. "Naruto-Nason, where are you going?" asked Inari as Naruto looks at him. "To go search Gado's mansion. Zabuza and Haku, you're going to help me," said Naruto as he gets a nod from Zabuza as he leads the way. Naruto, Zabuza, and Haku make their way to Gado's mansion. They had swiftly killed the remaining mercs through various methods, Zabuza killing some with his sword and shuriken. Haku kills some with her ice needles. Naruto kills some with his bare hands using the bear-cat form in conjunction with his tonfa. They make it inside to find any treasure inside. Naruto goes down to the basement to find any slaves Gado had for his personal pleasures. He finds cells containing women who had seen better days. One of them comes up to him and asks, "Are you an angel?" "I am an avenging angel. You are safe now," said Naruto as they start to light up with joy, crying as their abuser has now been brought to justice. "Are there anybody else in these cells?" asked Naruto. "There are male prisoners here as well. Their Wave Country's elite as Shigeru guardsmen and samurai. Some are Hitokiri or former warrior monks. They had been here for months," said one woman. "Are they in any good shape?" asked Naruto. "Yes. Only one is missing his arm, and another one is blinded. The rest only of scars of previous beatings," said the one woman. "All right, all of you run to the village and back to any family still living," commanded Naruto. "Thank you," said the women as they run out of the cage and out of the mansion towards the village. Naruto goes to the other section of the underground prison. Naruto sees two guards running up to him to try and stop him. They proved no match for the blonde as Naruto cuts them to pieces with his butterfly swords. He kicks the door open hard enough, killing the guard behind it. "I'm Naruto Uzumaki of the hidden village of Konoha. Gado has been overthrown. You're free to go. If you want to leave, you may. Once I release you. But if you want to stay, I have a purpose for you warriors," said Naruto as he breaks the bars of their henges, releasing the imprisoned samurai. "We're listening," said the samurai commander. "Let's talk about it later. Right now, I need your help to strip this place of any wealth so it can go to the nation of Wave," said Naruto as the samurai commander looks onto him and looked towards his men. "You heard him. Go and strip this place of any wealth so it can go to the people of Wave," said the commander. "Also watch for two other ninja. They are with me," said Naruto, getting a nod from the samurai. "Thanks, Commander." Naruto was about to finish saying until he heard, "It's Taran," corrected the commander as he and Naruto walk upstairs. All of the samurai is moving items towards the center of the compound. As Naruto and Taran go to the center, they see Zabuza and Haku waiting for them along with the samurai. "Did you all find anything?" asked Naruto. "Yeah, 15 stacks of 100 gold bars, 15 stacks of Rio, 16 bounty heads of missing Nin, and 150 bags of uncut diamonds," listed Zabuza. "Okay, that's enough to help this nation get back on its feet. Now let's go take care of the runt of a former man," said Naruto. He makes some shadow clones to help the samurai carry the treasure into the village. They make their way to the center of the village. The people had a celebration for their liberation from the evil tyrant, but before they can truly celebrate, they had a trial for the castrated midget. Gato was sentenced to death in the same fashion as the hero of Wave tortured to death in public. The people had a memorial service for those who died in Wave country under Gato's rule. A celebration was thrown in Naruto's honor for his heroics in Wave by the people. Many of the children loved playing with Naruto during the celebration. Many of the women, along with Haku, were blushing and swooning at Naruto's well-chiseled body as he demonstrated his speed, strength, and agility, without his armor on, only wearing knee-high shorts and a muscle shirt, lifting a large boat above his head and playing an intense rugby match. Tsunami found love again in the form of one of the samurai Naruto freed, named Ryu Kintaro, during the celebrations. He was one of the two samurais Naruto healed using a special healing technique only known to him. Naruto healing the samurai who lost his sight with Hammon healing, and Ryu who Naruto regrew his arm using Hammon regeneration. Days after the bridge was completed and was operational. It was named the Great Naruto Bridge in honor of Naruto. Trade and travel had become more prominent days following the bridge's completion. Newcome settlers and travelers had settled in the village. Taran and Tazuna had gotten together with Naruto, Haku, and Zabuza on what to do about Wave's defenses and fighting forces. Naruto suggested that they conscript a paramilitary force comprised of former samurai, ninja, sailors, hunters, some of the toughest fighters that lives in Wave that was left undetected by Gato's forces, and from some of the settlers. Taran, Tazuna, Zabuza, and Haku say this as a good idea. They also ask what gave him the idea. Naruto tells them it came from one of his teachers in heaven named Richard the Lionheart, who did something similar for his military forces. Taran asked how the training and recruitment will be handled. Naruto said it will be a series of war games based on how high the individual scores that would get them recruited into the combat forces of the paramilitary or its support forces, and that there would be a place for them to sleep if none of them had an education for those who are illiterate. With the training focusing on harnessing the individual's fighting instinct and mind to turn them into skilled warriors for the paramilitary. Naruto had also addressed another important topic for the paramilitary troops. He tells them they need to also find newer methods of training to allow the forces to stand toe-to-toe with ninja. They would need a dietary supplement to amplify their athleticism and special tactics to be able to combat ninja. Taran and Zabuza had the methods for anti-ninja tactics and the dietary supplement the paramilitary needed. Naruto also suggested a military system of command to be formed, which they agreed to be integrated in the paramilitary. Naruto had sent a messenger bird to Konoha with a message saying the mission in Wave had been completed, but with complications with his teammates betraying him and trying to kill him, and the forwarded payment in the seal on the message. The message also told of Naruto being asked by Wave to help train a paramilitary force with the payment plan for Naruto's service. The Hokage was not too happy about Team 7's treachery towards their comrade and had sent Team 8 to help Naruto with the paramilitary force. Naruto had met with the Hitokiri and Warrior Monk group. He had suggested they build a school of martial arts to help teach normal people the ways of their craft to be used as a secret resistance force against any future threat to Wave. During the remainder of the weeks, Haku and Naruto had gotten closer than ever before as they went on to have deep makeout sessions, with Haku feeling that Naruto was more than a boy in his pants in one of the sessions. They talked about each other's lives, how both in a way are strugglers in life, and how they should make the best of it. Right now, Haku and Naruto were making out deeply with each other. Haku and Naruto began to take each other's clothes off, admiring each other's forms. Before they could have sex, a knock was heard on the door of his temporary base of operation in a reconstructed house. Naruto and Haku had gotten their clothes on and went to answer the door. Naruto goes to answer the door. When he opens it, he sees a beautiful woman with long black hair, ruby eyes in a battle dress with a flak jacket, with the Konoha Hitai tied around her head. Jonin Sensei Kurenai Yuhi of Konoha here for assistance of one Naruto Uzumaki, said a now-revealed Kurenai. Where's the dope so a real ninja can help him? Said a boy with a large ninja dog right next to him. Yes, where's Naruto-kun? Said a girl with beautiful dark blue hair with a Heim cut and lavender eyes in a heavy coat. The boy in the back simply nodded his head. Greetings, dog breath, Hinata Heim. Shino, it's good to see you all, said Naruto as he steeps more into the light. In Naruto, said Hinata as she looks at her crush in front of her fighting of the one of faint. Yondiame-sama, thought Kurenai as she looks at the boy who appears to look like the Yondiame. What the hell happened to you? Said Kiba as he and Akamaru smell him. Interesting, my bugs aren't going near you, saying they sense tremendous power from you, said Shino, getting a shocking reaction from his teammates. That is a long story that I would explain inside, said Naruto as he welcomes Team 8 inside of the house. Oh, where are my manners? This is Haku Momochi Yuki, explained Naruto as Team 8 looks at the young girl. Hinata having a jealousy look at her as she looks at the girl. But what Hinata didn't know was Haku was not only willing to share Naruto, but she is also bisexual. 6 hours later, Naruto goes into detail of how Team 7 had betrayed and killed him and showed his previous body that was mangled with multiple stab wounds, a broken neck, and a crushed heart. He tells them Team 7 is in a special stasis prison scroll being tortured by their personal punisher that fits their appetites, which a raven-haired sensei is intrigued by the blonde stasis scroll capabilities. He explained to them how he was the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails and how he was treated in the village. He goes on to explain that he ascended to heaven to be made an avenging angel, an angelic superhuman, and is training under some of the greatest combatants in human history. He tells how he freed Wave Country from Gato, raided his vaults with the help of Zabuza and Haku, and freed all the slaves Gato had in his dungeon. He then explains he needs help with some war games to help build Wave's paramilitary forces. Kurenai, a little skeptical about his claim as being an avenging angel, asks if she could see his memories with a special memory jutsu, and Hinata sees his chakra pool. Naruto agrees to this. She casts the jutsu on him to see his memories. She's in awe at what she sees. She sees every moment in when he was in Wave up to when he was killed and to when he was in heaven and gained his status and abilities. Hinata looks at his chakra pool and sees it's amazing, seeing it dark and calm like blood, but seemingly potent. The Kunoichis stop their respective scan as they look at Naruto in awe at his claim being true. Naruto then winks at Hinata, who blushes. Okay, you're telling the truth, said Kurenai as she hands him a scroll. What's this? Asked Naruto. A message from the Hokage, answered Kurenai. So that's why Naruto is often hated in our village, thought Hinata, Shino, and Kiba as they look at the blonde opening the scroll. So this is interesting, said Naruto. What is it? Asked Kurenai. It seems that Gigi has given me operational command, said Naruto as he gets a surprised look from everyone in the room. So what now? Asked Kurenai. I need to create a main fortress for the future paramilitary force and a fortress school of martial arts. I need you and your team to help with the organization of the war games. I have the materials for the dummies, but I need you to help the blacksmith with the orders of standard armor and equipment. Here, takes this clone with you. It's made with a more durable clone jutsu. He will be helping with the blacksmithing, explained Naruto as he creates a light clone. Naruto and teammate go on to do their respective tasks. Naruto makes 10 clones and have them drive 10 large wagons of construction materials to find an area for both the main fortress and the school of martial arts. Naruto finds the perfect spot for the fortress on a high ridge in an open field. He makes a legion of 100,000 light clones. He orders 50,000 to get started making the outer walls of the fortress to make them to where they can't be breached or pierced by enemy infiltrators, while Naruto then took command of the other 50,000 light clones' work on the internal structures. He starts 20 each on building the training ground, barracks, mess hall, command center, prison, library, and the hidden passages, as well as plumbing and electricity. Naruto then had the remaining 2,500 clones to begin making the moat and drawbridge. Naruto then created 50,000 clones to go find another area to build the school of martial arts for the Haidokiri and warrior monks. The Haidokiri and fighting monks joined the clones in their search. With Team 8, they're helping with the blacksmith construction of arms and armor. The Naruto clone took off his armored chest guard, getting a jealous look from the males in the room with the exception of the stoic Shino and blushes from the female Jonin and the Hyuga heiress. The heiress having a look of amazement and lust in her eyes. The respective groups were going to have a field day. Meanwhile, in Tundra Country, a beautiful woman with red hair, blood-red eyes, and a well-embowed athletic body in battle dress is walking through the wilderness of Tundra Country. I need to find a place to sleep and a man that can fool around in the sheets, thought the now human Kyubi as she makes her way towards civilization. She comes across a group of 50 men attacking a lone man who appeared to be a samurai and exceptionally trained one at that. He had on the traditional armor for a Haidokiri warrior. He wielded 2 swords. He had long flowing black hair. She then jumps into the fight and lands back-to-back with the stranger, letting him know he is not fighting alone. The two begin to massacre the bandits with their respective fighting styles. "What's your name, beautiful?" asked the samurai. "I'm Kurama," said Kyubi. "What's yours, handsome?" asked Kurama. "My name is Tozen Senju, Berserk Warrior Sage of the Wolverines," said the now-named Senju, shocking Kurama. A Senju, huh? I thought all of the Senju died out," said Kurama. "No, some of us just scattered to the great winds and became nomads. I'm the last of my immediate family," said Tozen as he cuts a man from head to toe in half. "I'm sorry to hear that," said Kyubi as she breaks a man's neck and proceeds to use his body as a weapon. Both fighters are tearing through the bandits. They eventually brutally kill the leader after he threatened to rape Kurama after he killed Tozen. "Whoa, that was a workout. Nice moves, beautiful," said Tozen as he flicks the blood off his swords. "You're not bad either," said Kurama as she looks at the savage sage. The two then look each other in the eyes, still high on adrenaline. They get close to lock lips with each other. The two proceeds to make out near the dead bodies. "So is that title Berserk true in other ways?" asked Kurama as she licks her lips. "As true as getting blood from stone," said Tozen as he and Kurama kiss again. The two begin to take each other's clothes off and proceeds to have rough sex near the dead bodies. Kurama is shown a great time of her life with the savage Senju, as she feels his massive manhood inside her pumping into her with each thrust, giving her satisfaction and long restless pleasure. She is going to have a night to remember with the warrior sage. After minutes of love, making Kurama and Tozen cuddle with each other under a quilt Tozen had with him. Kurama and Tozen had greatly enjoyed each other. She could only hope to see more of the world with, as she might as well journey with him instead of being alone. Back to Naruto. Naruto had finished the structure for the fortress the paramilitary needed. He then had sent for an electrician who then hooked up the electronics to the fortress with the help of Naruto's clones. The School of Martial Arts is also finished by the Naruto clones in the mountain regions, where only the samurai of Wave know where it is. The warrior monks and Haidokiri are thankful for the structure and would do everything in their power to train Wave's future martial arts defenders. Team 8 helped finish the orders for arms and armor for the paramilitary. Hinata and Haku have a conversation with each other about Naruto. Haku lets her know she's willing to share and that she herself is bisexual. Hinata, in her mind, was partying like no other at this revelation. Taran asked what the name for the paramilitary force should be. Naruto suggested it should be called Storm. Naruto, Team 8, Haku, Zabuza, and Taran go to the field of the war games. Naruto steps onto the stage to get everyone's attention. "Citizens of Wave, welcome to the recruitment for Storm," said Naruto as he begins his speech. "Now some of you are wondering why we need a paramilitary, you might add. Well, let's look at Gato. Gato was able to take over this country, killing your men and children, raping your women, enslaving you. Now that he was taking care of what's stopping the next tyrant of doing the same thing for future generations, if you join Storm, no, you would be able to stand up to those tyrannical bastards. If you don't want to do it for Wave, then do it for yourself. As if Wave has another tyrant, then you would be suffering a darkness like no other if you don't join. But if you want to defend your family and friends, then go near the mountain range. A group of warriors will show you the art of war. said Naruto as people look on to the angelic hero in front of them, eyes showing the fires of determination. The people who didn't join went to see the old man of the mountain. Team 8 is surprised at the blonde's charisma and speech. Seeing him inspire so many people in the way he did motivates them in a good way. People started to walk up to sign. These people came from various backgrounds, some trying to find a life. Let's begin. The war games will test you in areas of hunting, team combat, hand-to-hand combat, archery, swordsmanship, and weapons combat for those who are skilled in other weapons. Once that is done, it will show us what we have to work with, explained Terran. The war games began the hunting portion of the war games, which saw many of the hunters scoring high. The team combat portion saw high scores from the hunter, sailor, and fighter teams, along with the former samurai and ninja being high as well. The settlers and native teams were doing excellent in the team combat portion, as well, showing a fighting spirit like no other. All the other events went similarly, showed incredible scores from the groups, with the highest being from the former ninja and samurai groups. The second highest scoring groups being the hunter, sailor, and fighters. The third being the settler and native demographic groups in bunch. Alright, from this moment on, Storm has been formed, but it's not fully operational. You will be training with each other, learning from each, as you would be put through hellish training from here on out. Training that will give you all the means to defend Wave from its enemies and make new connections with the outside world, said Terran. Let us thank Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze for the creation of this fortress and his service to Wave, said Terran as he, along with the samurai and ninja, draw their swords and perform a sword salute to the blonde. Team 8 is shocked at the revelation of Naruto being the son of a Kage. "You're a son of a Kage?" asked Hinata as she looks at her lover with surprise. "Yes, my mother told me he is the Yondiame. I myself couldn't believe it, but one of my teachers did show me a picture of him and showed me a mirror. It really surprised me," explained Naruto. "Wow, it's like you're from a fairy tale," said Hinata as she lunges towards him and kisses him. Team 8, more specifically Kiba, and Shino, are surprised at this reveal. Kurenai had already put 2 and 2 together on who his father and mother is. Haku walks up to Naruto and kisses him on the lips. "That's for being the hero of Konoha and Wave," said Haku as she is then kissed by Hinata, who returns the feeling by grabbing her ass and giving it a squeeze. She then walks back to a shocked teammate. "What Haku is by will share him," said Hinata as she looks towards her lovers. "Naruto, I had a blacksmith make this sword for you," said Terran as he gives him a katana with a prong guard. This katana is the Kiba no Tengu. It's a blade made from the hardest steels and titanium. In Wave, it's very much indestructible. Take it and use it in battle. Terran as he bows to the young blonde. Naruto returns the bow. "Thank you, I will use it valiantly in battle," said Naruto as he puts the sword to his sword belt. Team 8 and Naruto walks towards the edge of Wave. They throw a parade for Naruto as he leaves the country. The Tazuna family met him to say their goodbyes to the young blonde. "Inari, take care of your mother and listen to your new father. He will teach what it means to be truly strong," said Naruto as he looks at a teary Inari. Inari nods his head in agreement. Team 8, Haku, Zabuza, and Naruto leaves Wave Country. As they're making their way to Konoha, they run into a scene that shakes them to their core. They see 2 girls, one with mint green hair and tan skin, and another with red hair and smooth sun-bleached skin, as they are being beaten by men with flank jackets. Kurenai and Zabuza recognize them as Chunin of Hidden Grass and Waterfall. Before Kurenai could say anything, Naruto jumps into action. Naruto executes a climbing elbow towards one of the ninjas, knocking him out. "Who the heck are you?" asked the defensive Nin. "An avenging angel," said Naruto as he charges the Nin. Naruto and the Nin start to battle. Kurenai, worried about the young angelic ninja about to jump in, is stopped by Zabuza. "What are you doing? He needs our help," said an irate Kurenai as she looks at the blonde engaging in hand-to-hand combat. "You don't need to worry yourself, Kurenai. He has the fight handled," said Zabuza as he points towards the battle. Naruto is tearing through the grass and waterfall Nin with his brutally efficient hand-to-hand combat skills, breaking bones, causing internal injuries, really tearing into the opposition. Naruto then knocks out the last of the opposition with an uppercut. The 2 girls look at their savior in awe. "Are you two all right?" asked Naruto. Yes, thank you, said the girl with mint green hair. That's good to hear. Can I get your names? Asked Naruto. My name is Fu, answered the now-named Fu. My name is Karen Uzumaki, answered the now-named redhead girl. It's nice to meet the both of you. I'm a Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, introduced Naruto, as the two are shocked at this reveal. Liar and Uzumaki has red hair, not sun-kissed blonde hair, said Karen. I'm actually half Uzumaki, explained Naruto. Karen used her senses to sense the chakra he's emanating. She senses that he has Uzumaki chakra, but of a whole other type she has never sensed before. You're telling the truth, but what happened to you? Stated Karen. I died and came back to life, answered Naruto, getting a confused look from Karen and Fu. What do you mean? Asked Fu. It's a long story, said Naruto. Where was your group headed? Asked Fu. To Konoha, said Kurenai as the group walk up to them. Well, it looks like we're going with you because going back without these guys is going to be hell for us, said Karen. Kindly explain your plight as we travel, asked Naruto. Elsewhere in the elemental nations, a pair of uniquely dressed mercenaries are walking out of a bounty office, and after collecting the heads of several famous IWA, Humo, and Kirinines. They look like warrior monks, but they have a kanji for Great Destroyer the back of their GI. So, brother, how's our opium operations in Konoha doing? Asked a woman with blood-red hair. It's doing good. Soon we would have enough slave warriors for the Dark Lord's return. Who knows, maybe we might find a virgin sacrifice from the operation to him be reborn, said the man as they walk away towards the docks to find their ship. Good, now on to Demon Country. We have a country to control from the shadow. Chapter 2. New challenges, new friends, and new enemies. The group traveled to Fire Country. Karen and Fu explain their situation in their home villages. How they are treated as slaves due to Fu being a Jinchuriki and Karen having the ability to replenish chakra by either giving an individual chakra through them, either biting her or her funneling chakra into them. Naruto expresses his relation of abuse as he tells them that he himself had been attacked brutally when he was a Jinchuriki every day. Fu and Karen ask how he is alive if he is no longer a Jinchuriki, as they themselves are aware that if a Jinchuriki have their bijou removed, they would die in the process of the bijou's removal. Naruto then explained how he was killed due to the treachery of his former teammates. Fu asks how he is alive now in front of them. He explains that when his soul went to heaven, they had awarded him for the purity of his heart and willpower going through his tortures, by making him an angelic superhuman warrior called the Avenging Angel. Fu and Karen were disbelieving at first of him being an Avenging Angel. That is until Chome the seven-tailed beetle spoke to Fu and told her that what Naruto is telling them is true. As Chome tells Fu, she is able to sense energy of many types with certain types that even her brothers and sisters are scared of, one of which are heavenly or divine in origin, which is what Naruto is emanating. Fu is surprised by Chome's statement that she wonders what the angelic warrior can do. Karen asks for a demonstration of his power. Naruto does so by channeling Hammond from him into Karen, greatly healing some of her less than repaired scars. Karen checks to feel that past scars that was caused by people biting her had healed. She was in shock at this and looks at him in awe for what he did. He also healed Fu's scars from past beatings that even Chome wasn't able to heal in the past. Fu and Karen are in awe of his power and claim being true. They ask a variety of questions about heaven, about Kami, about life. Naruto just tells them he didn't meet Kami. Heaven is a marvel to behold. He didn't get to ask a question about life as he was being trained by some of history's greatest warriors, sages, and seal masters. They continue to talk about their relations to abuse they have suffered in their childhoods. As the days went by, Karen and Fu started to develop feelings for the blonde, even going as far as to stand near him along with Haku and Hinata in base camp. Haku and Hinata noticed this, went up to them as they talked to them about sharing him, as Hinata explained that Naruto would now fall under the CRA, meaning he can have multiple wives. Kurenai gives Naruto a glare a mother will give the boyfriend of her daughter, saying if he breaks her daughter's heart, you will suffer the consequences. Naruto nod his head in a promise not to. They finally make it towards the outskirts of Konoha, where Kotetsu and Izumo, along with the third Hokage and Izumbu, are waiting for him and his group. Kurenai, where is Naruto? And who are these 5 with your group? Asked a curious Hokage as he looks at the 5 and notices a face that looks like a ghost in his eyes. Who are you and why do you look like the Yondu aim? Asked the aged Hokage as he's on alert about the stranger. Hokage-sama, the young blonde man in the strange armor, next to Zabuza Momochi and his adoptive daughter, is Naruto Uzumaki, sir. Along with Karen Uzumaki and Fu from Grass Village and Waterfall respectively, said Kurenai as she gets a shocking look from her leader as Naruto steps forward. Actually, it's Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, said Naruto, getting a surprise from the Hokage and his group of Umbu along with the 2 gate guards. There's a story to this, I'm sure, but please answer me this: where is the rest of your traitorous teammates? Asked Hiruzen as he looks at the blonde warrior. Naruto then took out the special stasis scroll and releases his snake-bitten teammates. His teammates dribbling messes until Naruto snaps his fingers. Naruto, you're a dead demon when I get my hands on you, said a pissed-off Kakashi. Yeah, dope, do you know what you put us through? Said a pissed Sasuke. Yeah, do you? Said a still hopeless fangirl. I think what happened in the stasis scroll was a mercy, as you're going to answer to the Hokage, right, Gigi? Said a stoic Naruto, as the treacherous Team 7 looks behind him to see Hiruzen emanating power of a god of war. Hokage-sama, I can explain dash. Kakashi never got to finish his sentence as he is held up off the ground by the 3rd Hokage by his throat. I thought I made myself clear about your judgment towards the boy, but no, you didn't listen, said Hiruzen as he tears out the Sharingan eye from Kakashi. Kakashi is screaming out in pain, but is silenced with a kick to his face, knocking some teeth out. Umbu, get Kakashi on his feet and treated of his injuries. I'm going to make an example out of treacherous teammates. Get these 2 in an Umbu prison along with him. Nico, meet me back in my office. You would also want to listen, commanded Hiruzen. Hi Hokage-sama, said the Umbu Nico as she nods her head towards the blonde. Come everyone, we will talk in my office, said Hiruzen. Time skip 4 hours later, Hokage's office. Naruto had relayed everything from what happened to him in Wave, from being killed, being trained by some of the greatest warriors in human history, and coming back to life to the formation of the paramilitary in Wave. Hiruzen at first is disbelieving Naruto's claim of being an avenging angel, so he called for Inoichi, Hayashi, and Shibi, who did a memory projection jutsu on him, to show his memory of the events in Wave, excluding some private moments, seeing them true. Hayashi looks at his chakra pool to see that it's pure like a river of water, along with seeing other energies unknown to him. Shibi then tells them that his bugs are unable to siphon any of his chakra or these strange energies off, saying these energies are so potent that they would kill them in an instant. Naruto had also revealed his original body, that's shocking everyone who hasn't seen the form. Hiruzen then asks who the 3 girls are, with each one of them introducing themselves. How Naruto met each one of them. All 3 girls also blush as they also reveal they have feelings for the angelic warrior blonde for similar reasons. Hiruzen giggles and thinks to himself on how the blonde has become a ladies' man after his ascendance. It was no surprise to him, as before coming up to the office Naruto was getting looks of awe and lust towards him, with some girls passing out. Naruto is surprised at this reveal from Fu, and Karen moves towards the girls and kisses both on the cheek. Naruto tells them he would happily have them as lovers. The 2 girls jump the boy and proceeds to kiss the blonde on the face repeatedly for his acceptance of them. Hinata and Haku jumps, in which Hayashi feels a tinge of proudness of his daughter coming out of her shell in a bold way. Kurenai, Zabuza, Nico, and Hiruzen feeling much the same. As the girls let Naruto up, he takes out his long sword, and before anyone could do anything, he begins a series of swipes and cuts through the air, showing exceptional blade work that even Nico and Zabuza has to admit is on point. Naruto then suddenly stops and executes a cartwheel and thrusts his arm forward and extends a hidden blade that pierces the wall and draws his arm back. Naruto-kun, what was all that about? Asked a concerned Hiruzen as he sees the wall, where Naruto just stabbed, was bleeding before he knew it. 3 bodies fall to the ground above, and one from the wall revealing Umbu, but none of Hiruzen's own. Naruto, what other abilities do you have as an avenging angel? Asked a curious 3rd Hokage. One particular ability is a sensory-based one that allows me to sense the intentions of individuals along with sensing danger in the environment. These individuals didn't have such good intentions from what I sensed, said Naruto as Nico and Zabuza look at his longsword. Interesting sword you have, Naruto-kun. What's it called? Asked Nico. Yes, I would also like to know you used it to fight off Kakashi when he tried to kill you a second time and went against those mercenaries, said Zabuza. My teacher Richard the Lionheart called it a longsword. It's similar to our culture's Tsurugi sword for the warriors of his culture, but is more for strength-based two-handed handling. This design in particular is called the Sword of Eagles. I have other swords aside from this one, explained Naruto as he gets an understanding nod from the two sword experts. What was that blade you used on that one near the wall? It came out of your bracer, asked a curious Shibi. Oh, this one, it's called a hidden blade, a weapon used by the spies and infiltrators of one of Richard's enemies turned saviors, the assassins. It has a basic mechanical system of switches that allows me to pop it out and retract it. It can be used for stealth attacks and hand-to-hand fighting, explained Naruto, getting an intrigued nod from Shibi and his son Shino as he shows it off. Before anyone could ask Naruto about his arsenal, an Umbu shins into the room. Hokage-sama, the council has called a meeting about Team 7's imprisonment, said the Hawk-masked Umbu. Thank you, Hawk. Zabuza, you are on a 2 months probation, and your sword would be confiscated by Nico here. You, along with your daughter, Karen and Fu, can live with Naruto at his mansion. Fu, Karen, Haku, welcome to Konoha. All three of you will be indoctrinated in our shinobi forces in the respective roles of your choosing, said the third Hokage as he gets a confused look from the five. But Gigi, I don't have a. Naruto never got to finish his sentence as Hiruzen handed him the keys and map to the Namikaze and Uzumaki compound. Naruto, my boy, you are going to be going places with this new strength, said Hiruzen in a tone of praise. Now go and take your fiancés and your future father-in-law to the compound and meet me in the council chambers, said Hiruzen as the three girls blush at the part of being his fiancés. Actually, Gigi, I can take them there along with being in the council room, said Naruto as he did the light clone jutsu. Naruto, what type of clone is that? Asked a curious third Hokage as he looked at the clone in question. It's the light clone jutsu, the opposite of shadow clone jutsu. It has all of the merits of shadow clone jutsu and none of the shadow clone jutsu's drawbacks, explained Naruto as the aged warrior nodded. Okay, we're off. See you at home, darlings, said Naruto as he kissed each one of them and heads to the council chambers with his fellow clan heads and Hokage. Here, Naruto, wear this cloak. It will help you walk around without drawing too much attention to yourself, said Hiruzen as gives Naruto a cloak for disguise purposes. Oh, Hinata, I have a surprise for you at home that will make you jump for joy, said a smiling Hayashi before he left. Hinata, thinking, what could it be that would make my father smile? Council chambers. The clan heads of the Inuzuka, Akimichi and Nara, are waiting for the Hokage and their fellow clan heads, along with them the scheming elders and the greedy civilian council members. Where is the Hokage? He should be here when he is called, said a civilian counselor. Hold your tongue, civilian, you're treading on dangerous ground, as is said, Choza Akimichi, clan head of the Akimichi clan, the strong husky build and tenacious defenders of the leaf. PFT, civilians, no sort of respect or discipline nor respect for power or authority, said some Inuzuka matriarch of the Inuzuka clan. What did you say, you bitch? Said an ignorant civilian counsel by the name of Mabuki Haruno. Kuramaru, Tsum's ninja partner, is growling at the women for such disrespect for his partner, says, watch your tongue, Haruno. The last time you didn't, you had to have a skin transplant when Kushina cut the fat out of your ass. Do you want more cut out? Troublesome, such braggarts you civilians are in this matter, said Shikaku Nara, the leader of the sloth-like but intelligent Nara clan. Before Mabuki can shout, a familiar voice says, this meeting is in session, please be seated. Everyone turned to see the Hokage along with Hayashi Hyuga of the Hyuga clan, Inoichi Yamanaka of the Yamanaka, and Shibi Aburame of Aburame clan with a cloaked figure. Hokage-sama, why are you late, you old fart, and who is this foreigner behind you? He has no place or dash. The disrespectful civilian counselor never got a chance to finish as the figure had leaped behind him and broke his neck, shocking some of the civilians in the room into submission. Hokage-sama, who is this fellow with you? asked Chozo with Tsum and Shikaku also look at the figure in wonder with Koromaru going up to sniff the stranger in curiosity. Everyone the figure here is someone related to both the Namikaze line and the Uzumaki line, someone who has stayed here and has been beaten and attacked on every one of his birthdays, said Hiruzen in a acquisitive tone, with Shikaku, Tsum, and Choza catching on to the identity of the stranger rather quickly. Ladies and gentlemen, might I reintroduce the heir to the Namikaze and Uzumaki clans. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, said the third Hokage as Naruto takes his hood down and reveals his chiseled face with no signs of baby fat or the whisker marks. Outrage soon follows as the civilian council shouts obscenities of how the so-called demon is not their Yondiame's son until "Shut the hell up, you no good viper bitches," shouted Naruto, leaking killing intent never felt before. You civilians know nothing of sacrifice, nothing of ninja warfare. All you do is sit in these chairs at this table believing you have power. Well, let me tell you something you don't. All you do is bitch about not getting your way and getting more money. Now shut the fuck up when grown-ups are talking, said a very pissed off Naruto, making the civilian counselors who had since do so. Who the hell do you think you are, you bastard? So dash. The civilian counselor never got to say anything as he was picked up by the young blonde with one arm and thrown to the wall hard enough to kill him. Anyone else want to say anything? Asked Naruto as he looks at the remaining civilian councils who nod their heads out of fear. Good, Gigi, you can take over, said Naruto as he takes a seat in the center of the chambers. Thank you, Naruto. The reason why Team 7 has been detained is because they have been charged with murder of a fellow Konoha ninja, said Hiruzen, getting a shocking look from everyone in the room. How could that be, Hokage? The dim, I mean Uzumaki-san is right there, said one of the civilian counselors who almost got himself killed. Naruto, could you please show them your original body? Asked Hiruzen as Naruto took out the scroll that contained his original body and released it, showing his body that been riddled with stab wounds, showing a broken neck and a destroyed heart courtesy of Kakashi's original jutsu, the Raikiri. The clan heads even more confused by this reveal. How are you still alive? And what's with the changes? You look like an all-around athlete and fighter rolled onto one, asked some. Yes, I would also like to know of this as well, said a curious Choza. The demon, he has possessed him. Quick, kill it, shouted Mabuki Haruno, but she got punched in her throat by Naruto, knocking her out. Silently, Tsum thanked Naruto as Koromaru licked the blonde on his cheek, which Naruto pats him on the head in show of saying you're welcome. What did I say? About talk when grown-ups are. Now where to start? Oh yes, here it is, said Naruto. Time skipped 60 minutes later. Naruto had explained what happened to him in Wave and how he was turned into an avenging angel, a warrior with superhuman fighting abilities, and how he was trained by some of the greatest combatants not only in the history of the shinobi world, but in humanity. Flashback Wave. Naruto had just rescued Tsunami and Inari from mercenaries sent by Gato to abduct Tsunami. Luckily, she had the most unpredictable ninja from Konoha to save her and her son. Inari apologizes to the young blonde that had told him of his hellish childhood. Inari, now grateful of having a parent and grateful of being alive, he bows to the blonde in respect. Naruto manages to catch up to Team 7 and told them Zabuza is planning to attack the bridge to draw out Tazuna. Team 7 thinking it's a perfect time to execute a plan they had. Tazuna, tell your workers to go home, but not to run, just walk away calmly as it would alert Zabuza of being found out. Instructed Kakashi, thinking now is the perfect time to get rid of two problems that had been bothering them once and for all. Tazuna did as he was told and told all the works to head home. He himself had went back to see if Inari and Tsunami is okay. As the workers and Tazuna are completely away, Naruto turns around and is about to ask what they plan to do about Zabuza and the fake hunter Nin, until Sakura stabs him in the ribs with a kunai. Sasuke and Kakashi jumps in to stab the blonde. Dope, you have been in my way long enough that you've been pissing me off, said Sasuke as he stabs Naruto in the gut. Naruto, still not dead, looks at Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, why? Asked Naruto as he looks at the white-haired Jonin in confusion. You were a mistake that your whore of a mother shouldn't have brought into the world, said Kakashi as he does his hand signs to make his only original technique, the Chidori, and runs it through his chest, removing his heart. Before he dies, Naruto, with his fading strength, says, You three will get what's coming to you. And you, Sasuke, I will see you in hell, said Naruto as he begins to die. Sasuke then picks up the dying blonde and says, hell is for chumps. Losers so enjoy it, said Sasuke as he throws the blonde's dying form off the bridge. Unaware Team 7 had an audience in the form of Zabuza and the hunter Nin, who took off her mask to reveal herself as Haku Momochi Yuki, crying tears of sorrow and rage as she looks at the Uchiha, who threw the only person who felt like a kindred spirit, but most of all her precious person. Before she leaps into battle, she says a prayer for Naruto to reach heaven in peace. She puts her mask on. Fueled by the want to avenge her precious person, she leaps at the Uchiha with a vengeance. Attacking him with hellish fury, the Uchiha was unprepared for. Zabuza and Kakashi began to go toe-to-toe. Flashback end. The council had asked what happened to the Kyuubi. Naruto had explained that because of his death it also killed the Kyuubi, and that the Kyuubi is a woman, which surprises everyone. Naruto, what happened to the Kyuubi now that you're alive? Asked Hiruzen. Is she sealed inside you still? Asked Danzo, worried about his potential weapon. No, she isn't. She is no longer a bijou, said Naruto as they all get a shocking look from the council. It could be a trick so the demon could dash. The man never finished his sentence as he got his back broken by a flash-stepping Naruto, who flash-stepped back in the center. Here, I'll prove it, said Naruto as he took off his chest guard and shirt to show his well-toned torso, which made some of the female Anbu and won some Inuzuka blush and whistle at him. Naruto then channeled his chakra to his torso, which reveals nothing. Damn it, my one chance to have a perfect weapon ruined. Hopefully I could use this avenging angel to my advantage to make Konoha strong, thought Danzo as he tries to use his hidden Sharingans to try to influence the angelic warrior in front of him in the hopes of turning him into his own killer. Naruto, sensing this, just ignores the attempt and makes plans to deal with the old Warhawk later. What is going to happen to my snake-bitten teammates? Asked a stoic Naruto as he looks at the council members. A civilian was about to answer until Naruto shot a glare that went towards him, who found sense to shut up. I and the clan heads will decide that, so you can head home, Naruto. Don't worry, Naruto, as we will punish them in a way that will be fitting, said Hiruzen as he lets Naruto go home to his loves. The civilian side is no longer allowed to call for any meeting, and I'm hereby restricting their powers, said Hiruzen as the civilian council look at him in outrage. Hokage-sama, you can't just... The man never got to finish as he felt terror in his heart as the aged warrior leaks his killing intent. Anbu, please escort the civilians out of the chambers, please, commanded Hiruzen as Anbu go and escort the civilian counselors out of the chambers. In Tundra Country, Tozen and Kurama had been traveling together in the past couple of months and had been enjoying each other's company. Kurama had told of her origins and of her original form until her container's death. Tozen didn't really mind having her company at all. Having a walking library wouldn't really be so much of a bad thing, would it? So, love, where are we going? Asked Kurama as she is wondering where they are headed. My grandfather's Highland home. I'm going to see if I can give you a weapon. Can't have you damaging your lovely strong hands now, can we, love? Said Tozen as he kisses her hands, getting a giggle from Kurama. True, darling, true. So what weapon do you have in mind? Asked Kurama as she looks at her lover. Well, it's a weapon that captures both your strength and beauty, said Tozen as Kurama blushes at his compliment. As they walk up into the Highland regions, they look to see a massive Highland tower that appears to have an old man of a build that rivals her lover's, seemingly waiting for them. Grandfather Sobi, how is life treating you? Greeted Tozen as he gives his grandfather a hug, greeting him with respect. Tozen, my boy, how are you? I thought you were dead from fighting those Oni warriors, said Sobi as he looks his grandson over to see any damages. He then noticed the red-haired woman. Who is this beautiful woman with you? Asked the old man as he looks at the red-haired woman, who blushes at the comment. This beautiful woman is my lover Kurama Uzumaki, formerly the Kyuubi no Kitsune, revealed Tozen as Sobi looks at the woman in slight surprise at the last part. Please tell me your story, Kurama, asked the old man as they walk inside the Highlands fortress. Konoha at night. Inside a secluded mansion not too far from the red light district, a large group of men are having what seems to be a celebration of sorts, are having a very good time. There are strangely dressed guards armed with talwar sabers in yellow and black, are patrolling around the area being sure that nothing goes off without a hitch. However, a shadowy figure sneaks up on a sentry and kill him by breaking his neck. He then moves on to take out the other guards. The men are having a good time with the girls, dancing, drinking, and gambling. Everyone is happy to enjoy themselves quite well, as if they are high on some form of drug or rather savoring something. Outside, the guards are being slaughtered by a now detected intruder. They draw their sabers to try to fight them, but it is no good as the man still is mowing them down like it's nothing. Things seems grim underneath the partying. As one man said, "So girls, how's the party for you? We're enjoying you dancing and drinking along with us. But we should probably eat, what say you boys?" As one of the men reveals himself to be a demon as he begins to attack one of the party girls, greatly injuring her. One by one, the men reveal themselves to be demons as they begin to attack the girls, savagely mauling them. But all hell breaks looser than before as the lights cut out, and one of the robed guards comes falling down from a skylight, getting the attention of the demons. "The Tamashii is coming," said the guard as he dies of his injuries. A figure in the shadows is look into the room. The moon's night shines on the figure, revealing it to be of Konoha's Umbu, or rather a special branch of the Umbu separate of the norm, but not of root either. He's wearing a modified flak jacket underneath a trench coat that contains kunai, shuriken, and weapons. He has a pure white hunter nin mask on, holding a ninjato in his hands. "Tamashii, he's found us," said one of the demons. Slowly but surely, both sides engage in hand-to-hand combat. Tamashii fights like a professional warrior. The demons may be savage warriors, but they are using just brute force, not skill. As the demons are being killed, the last one of the group of demons gets an injured girl and holds her at claw point. "Stay back, or I'll kill the bitch. I swear I'll rip her fucking throat out," said a demon as he presses his claws into the woman, slightly drawing blood. Tamashii sheaths his sword and draws a dagger of a unique design and points it at him. The demon curses at him and says, "You could do nothing at the range you're at with the dagger." However, Tamashii triggers a switch in the dagger that propels the blade into the demon, killing him instantly. Tamashii goes and checks up on the girls, each one of them having teeth marks and cuts on their bodies. He only sees one dead, 7 injured. Tamashii gets on his communicator and contacts his commander. "Command, this is Yokai. We have a situation over at the Ryobi mansion. I count at least 1 dead and 7 injured. Send medics. We also have a cult here as well along with Rakshasa," said Tamashii into his comms channel. "Yokai, this is Command. We need to identification on the cult," said Command. He goes over to check one of the dead guards he killed and finds a tattoo that within darkened figure in a gold armor, holding a head in one hand and a sword in another with red eyes. "Kurayami Ariansu," thought Tamashii as he looks at the symbol. Back to Naruto. Naruto is lying in bed with 3 of his 4 lovers cuddling with him and each other sleeping peacefully. Fu, Karen, and Haku had fully agreed to share the young Adonis as a lover with Hinata and any more women. All 3 also connected with each other very well, with Haku connecting with Karen about being the last female of their clan and Fu being an orphan and alone. The night before, they didn't have any sex with the young blonde, only a long makeout session between the 4 of them. But both Fu and Karen felt that he's a stallion in his pants, as well as feeling his muscles being rock hard. They didn't go any further than that because they want to know him better. They had decided to get some good night's sleep. Naruto knowing he is going to be needed for his testimony in his team's tribunal. Naruto found the master bedroom in the mansion and decided to sleep in the room. However, Zabuza, sensing a loneliness in the boy during the night, tells the girls to sleep with him in the mansion's master bedroom to give him company. The girls were eager to comfort their fiancé as he sleeps. They went in the room with him and laid on each side of him, comforting him very well, caressing his muscled torso, running their hands down his torso and near his manhood. Right now, they are cuddling with him, with Fu, Karen, and Haku laying on his chest. Naruto then wakes up, which also woke up his 3 lovers. "Good morning, Naruto-kun," said Haku as she locks lips with him, kissing him deeply, and Naruto returns the kiss with equal vigor. Naruto breaks away and kisses Karen just as deeply as Haku. Fu also got her deep kiss, and she made sure Naruto loved it, grabbing his head and tongue, wrestling with him. Before anything could happen, the doorbell rang. Naruto had gotten on a kimono his size and went to see who it is. He opens the door to see a woman with long locks of purple hair with her, a man in a green flak jacket. He had short brown hair under a bandana, wearing black pants. He appears sickly and malnourished. He is Hate Gecko Sword Master of Konoha. Alongside both is the mysterious Tamashii. Hello Naruto. I see you've changed cough. I see Yugao wasn't cough, joking around about you being an avenging angel, said Hate. Hi Hate, it's been a while hasn't it? What brings you to my humble home? Asked Naruto as he looks at the two sword fighters and mysterious warrior in front of him. Zabuza had invited me, so I could cough, test your skills as a swordsman cough. As Zabuza said you cough, used efficient swordplay in your recent mission, said Hate as he coughs between each breath. Naruto goes over to him and heals him using his hamon, greatly repairing his respiratory system. Hate starts to breathe healthier than before. What was that you just did to me? Asked a surprised and awestruck Hate as he feels his lungs as breathes for the first time with stronger lungs. I used my ki to heal your respiratory system, explained Naruto as Hate is surprised by the young blonde turned angel. So, Yugao was telling the truth, he is an avenging angel. Are you able to bring back the dead now, or what exactly? Asked Hate. No, I can only heal a person, I'm not permitted to bring someone back to life. I can only heal people with severe injuries. If someone was killed, it's beyond my power to do so, explained Naruto as he gestures them to come into his home. So, what's the visit about from you, stranger? Asked Naruto as he looks at Tamashii in person. Well, the Hokage wants a new member to be a part of a special unit of Umbu that needs help dealing with things that goes bump in the night. I came to see if the rumors are true, and by what my sensor abilities can tell it's true, answered Tamashii as he looks at the young blonde. I can get your code name, asked Naruto. Call me Tamashii, spirit, and much like you I have a brush with death, answered Tamashii as Naruto gets a look at the man right behind him in surprise. I think we may get along if I pass your test, said Naruto as he gets a chuckle from the man, which scared both Yugao and Hate. The four walk into the training ground of the mansion and gets ready for an intense test that will truly test him as a combatant. Back in Tundra Country, Kurama had explained what happened in the last couple of days. From her being the once powerful Kyuubi no Kitsune to being turned into a ninja Amazon, to fighting alongside Tozen on a small battlefield against a large group of enemies. Sobi senses truth in her tales. Some who don't know this about the man should know he is a powerful owl sage. The Owl Clan are known for their power in seeing through lies and deceptions, as well as seeing into a person's soul. All the things Kurama had him was true. I believe your story. So what now? Asked the old man. I want to enjoy my freedom as much as I can. Maybe start a family, answered Kurama as she gets a look from Tozen as she looks at him with bedroom eyes. All right, kids, you could take a weapon from the arsenal. But Kurama chooses your weapon carefully, as these weapons will be with you till you die, said in a tone that left no room for backtalk. Kurama only nods respectfully and goes into the arsenal. She slowly looks around the room, looking at weapons of a large variety, ranging from swords, axes, and spears to clubs and flail weapons, until she sees a weapon of a unique design that catches her eye. She walks towards it and picks it up. It's a weapon that would definitely help her close quarters fighting. Tozen-kun, what are these? Asked Kurama in a curious tone as she shows him and Sobi. Oh, those are the wind and fire wheels. They are made to be used in Taijiquan and Bagwazang that is also used by Neza, the Taoist protection deity, answered Tozen, getting a look of awe from the Kurama as she looks at the weapons she holds and swings them around to get a field of them. These seem easy to handle, I'll take them, said Kurama as she looks them over. Well, if that's the case then here, said Sobi as he hands her a large book. What's this? Asked a confused Kurama. This book pertains to Taijiquan and Bagwazang Kung Fu, along with the weapon forms for the styles, said Sobi as Kurama is surprised. How they didn't call the Senju clan for having 1,000 skills for nothing. Thought Kurama, still surprised by the clan having extensive knowledge of Taijiquan and Bagwazang. You can use our training course to get a grasp on the fundamentals of both styles, said Tozen as he points towards the training grounds. Kurama goes towards the training fields in question. Kurama is going to be having long months with the Senju clansmen. Back in Konoha, Haku is having an amazing time going through the medical notes of one of the most famous kunoichis in the elemental nation's Tsunade Senju, seeing theories on chakra healing and regeneration. To Haku, it's like being in a candy store. She is not the only one looking through the medical notes. Karen, who is also a big fan of Tsunade, is there with her. "So Haku-chan, what was your life before meeting Naruto?" asked Karen as she looks at Haku. "Well, how to put it, certainly thrilling, but also full of danger and constant vigilance for our work. As I never know when Hunter Neen from Kiri would jump out and try to kill me and Zabuza," said Haku, who gets an understanding nod from Karen as she herself had lived in fear of being killed by enemies of her clan. That she can see a bond with the Yuki woman. "Let's keep looking through these notes. We might find a new theory with chakra healing. You'll never know when that might come in handy, right, Karen-chan?" said Haki as she looks at her sister lover, who nods in agreement. Chapter 3. A Heart of Fire and Passion. Kurama and Tozen had been training together for the past several months. She had done well in becoming well-versed in Taijiquan and Bagwazang, combining the fluid and rapid motions of Taijiquan and the flowing movements of Bagwazang, effectively creating a hybrid of sorts. Tozen had also taught Kurama Kenpo, street-style karate, and freestyle jiu-jitsu, giving her hand-to-hand combat arsenal a great boost in a variety of combat tactics and techniques. Sobi had her meditate days on end, reasoning to her that a martial artist has more than just their fists, but their minds as well. Explaining it would allow for her to be able to control her mind better and defend against the Tsukuyami and the Kodo Amatsukami of the Uchiha clan, saying both jutsu's goal is to target one's mind and spirit. If one's willpower is very strong, one can greatly resist, if not impede, the effects of both jutsus. The receiver in question would be able to add a mental layer capable of blocking the mind control efforts from Kodo Amatsukami. This went on for the next 5 months. Her last month training at the tower's training chambers had her fight against the reinforced shadow clones of both Sobi and Tozen. Her improvement in her combat skills had greatly advanced. She can now stand as an equal to Tozen in combat. Sobi and Tozen gave her praise of this improvement. All of her training in martial arts and meditation gave her the physical and mental discipline needed to combat Uchiha clansmen. Tozen and Kurama during this time has been a time of romance and love, as they had spent time together happily getting close as lovers. Tozen is planning to pop the question to her, but he will wait and see. He had gone to a blacksmith in secret to forge a set of armor that would help her in the future. He himself had put some finishing touches on the armor in question and did some metal work himself. Both Kurama and Tozen went on many adventures together, fighting missing nin, demons, assassins, rogue samurai, and outlaws. The pair made a name for themselves as the Wild Duo, a duo of samurai Hidokiri that employs themselves as independent mercenaries for villages who couldn't defend themselves, nor had any money to hire any ninjas, only being paid in resources. If they ever take missions from any noble men and daimyos, they will have half the money up front and half later. They themselves have shown to be more than a force to be reckoned with when it came to combat. At the moment, Tozen and Kurama are in bed at an inn together, naked under sheets, cuddling with each other, with Tozen cradling Kurama after long passionate sex. They had gotten back from slaying a Kurayami Ariansu head priest and prevented him from reviving an elite Oni warrior known as Nobunaga the Soul Eater. "So, Kurama-chan, how are you enjoying your freedom?" asked Tozen. "It feels like a dream come true, and I don't want to wake up ever," said Kurama as she leans in to kiss Tozen. "If that's the case, let's go another round so you can enjoy your freedom even more," said Tozen as he leans in to kiss Kurama. Him and Kurama being to have another round of passionate lovemaking. Feeling ecstasy from Tozen's thrusting, she cries out in pleasure. "I can get used to this," thought Kurama as she rides Tozen. The next morning, Tozen and Kurama go and gather the money from their latest assignment to kill the head priest to a chapter of the Kurayami Ariansu, who had been stealing young girls from nearby villages for a major large-scale sacrifice. He never expected to see a pair of samurai assassins coming for his head until it was too late. Tozen then proceeded to pull Kurama to the side of a clean road and got on one knee. "Tozen-kun, what's this?" asked Kurama as deep down she's having a feeling of fear but also excitement in her heart, as if a life-changing event is going to happen before her eyes. Kurama, you have brought me joy and peace for the last couple of months. Ever since my lover Chiyoko died, I thought I would never love another woman again. That is until I met you at first. I thought you were an enemy with the enemy force. But that was until I started to talk to you, seeing you have a noble and fiery spirit. After you told me of your original identity, I didn't really care. I found it inspiring to know that the Kyubi no Kitsune, a creature of malice, to have a spirit that wants to truly be free and not alone. I kneel down before you to ask you one question. Will you marry me? Asked Tozen as he holds out a ring of a unique design. Kurama is in a state of shock and awe. A man who didn't care about her past as a tailed beast. He understood her as not a tailed beast nor a human woman that saved him, but a free spirit that had become a victim of slavery and loneliness. She said the one thing any woman in her position would say yes, as she jumps into Tozen's arms and kisses him deeply. She breaks the kiss and asks, "When is the wedding?" asked Kurama as Tozen smiles and responds, "I'm still making plans, but I believe I need to invite two particular people." "Who are they?" asked Kurama. "Tsunade Senju and Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze," said Tozen as Kurama is slightly shocked at the action but thinks it would only be befitting. The last living descendant of Hashirama and Mito being a bridesmaid, and her last jailer being made best man, would really be a great chance of burying the axe. Until she realizes one thing about the idea, she voices out. "But wait, I thought that Naruto is dead, killed by his teacher Kakashi and his treacherous teammates," asked a confused Kurama. "No, he's actually alive. Apparently heaven had also brought him back as well," answered Tozen as he showed Kurama the latest edition of the bingo book, showing Naruto in strangely made armor having A, B to high A rankings in areas of Taijutsu, Jinjutsu, Shurikenjutsu, and Kenjutsu, with an AA plus ranking in sealing jutsus. He has a bounty of 12 million Ryo from IWA for his head. She is having a day full of surprises, as she continues to read the page until Tozen says, "Oh, I also have an early wedding present for you." He holds out the ring to show her. Kurama marvels at the design. It had a fox engraved on it. "Oh, Tozen, you honor me with this ring and its design," said Kurama as she hugs him tightly. "Oh, that's not the present. Kurama, send chakra to your ring," said Tozen as Kurama does so, revealing the armor he had worked on. She had on dark silver shin and arm guards with a matching chest guard that matches her cup size, a pauldron for her shoulder, wearing black pants with silver lines. She had on a headband that had the Senju and Uzumaki clan symbols on its metal plate. Kurama was really having a day to remember with this surprise as she looks in a mirror to see the magnificent armor. Tozen senses the future with her will become a great journey and experience he would like to have and remember for all time. Time skip 2 weeks later. Special Operations Group base camp in Bear Country. Bear's daimyo had hired both Tozen and Kurama to lead a highly trained and inexperienced battalion of samurai army rangers and a rocket team to attack the fortress of ruin that hides the forces of a breakaway sect of the Kurayami Ariansu, Yamada no Orochi, and drive them away, but also give them some seasoning in combat for other operations. They are planning out an assault on the river fortress of marauders with the battalion commander of the Rangers and the commander of the rocket operators. "All right, you newbies, listen up. Me and my dear Heim here will be scouting out the defenses of this fortress at night, so I would suggest you get plenty of sleep and have your weapons checked and ready. Remember, use smokeless cooking. We don't want to give away our position," said Tozen as he and Kurama go inside a small stealth boat and go off into the night. They began to row towards the fortress while it was dark, carefully evading the spotlights and guards of the fortress while rowing towards the blind side of the fortress. They gotten out their climbing claws and began scaling the walls stealthily. "Tozen, darling, after this job, what should we do about the building of our compound for our family?" whispered Kurama. "I'm thinking about making an alpine compound in the mountains of Fire Country. However, I need to buy some land for the compound to be made, so after this I'll see where we can build it at," whispered Tozen. The two made it at the top of the fortress where they see demons guarding a door of a strange metallic design. As they recon and sabotage any of the castle's hidden defenses, they overhear arguing and shouting in a room ahead of them. They peek inside the room through a window to see two men arguing. One being a man with long black hair with pale skin. He had golden eyes with slitted pupils, wearing garbs that looked plain but functional for combat. He was Orochimaru Renegade Sannin of Konoha and Snake Sage of Ryuchi Cave. The other looks to be a man of similar paleness and appearance to Orochimaru. He had a contrasting build to Orochimaru. He has on armor akin to that of a samurai. Our agreement stands, Orochimaru. I will not attack Konoha as long as you stay out of my order's way. But if you get in our way, this will be war between our respective groups, said the muscular counterpart as he gets a glare from the Snake Sage. We will abide by the agreement, as well, Komodo. But what should be done about this avenging angel? I've been hearing about how that boy Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze had been tearing through your original predecessor order numbers with Tamashii, asked Orochimaru. Leave them to Yamada, he will deal with them, said Komodo as he gestures towards an armored warrior akin to that of a dark samurai with a weapon that makes both Zabuza's sword and the Samahara of Kisame look like butter knives. He wears a horned war helmet, who demonstrates his weapon cutting through 6 prisoners in one stroke of his massive sword, as well as killing 2 burly-looking men with his bare hands. Komodo and Orochimaru conclude their dealings with each other. Orochimaru leaves the room. Kurama and Tozen leaps towards the ceiling to hide from the Sannin. Looks like your old container is going to have a truly worthy opponent in Yamada after all, whispered Tozen to Kurama as she looks towards the devastation that was caused by the dark warrior Yamada. Naruto-kun, I hope you're ready for mortal combat with this foe, thought Kurama as she and Tozen went to sabotage some of the fortress's hidden weapons. After gathering the necessary information and sabotaging the hidden weapons of the fortress, the pair of lovers slip out of the fortress and back to their boat. The next day is going to be pandemonium. In Fire Country coastal area. Inside a tower fortress, 2 figures are playing Go near the dead bodies of the warriors of the Kurayami Ariansu order. One appears to have a bright white human-like Umbu mask with bright silver hair, wearing a trench coat that has claw marks, with its Tsurugi sword right next to him. Another with golden blonde hair and strange armor with a sword similar to his masked partner. They are Tamashii elite Umbu and veteran warrior of Guardian, and in front of him his new partner Naruto Uzumaki Konoha's avenging angel and Guardian's new recruit. So, Naruto, how are you handling being in Guardian? Asked Tamashii as he throws out a card. Pretty good, I still gotta get used to fighting demons. But hey, it comes with the territory of being an angelic being fighting a creature of demonic origin. But do they have to stab me in the leg when they fight? Said Naruto as he pulls a knife out of one of his legs. Get used to it, beside theirs is more than just demons you're going to encounter, said Tamashii as he points towards the body of a werewolf as his wounds heal rapidly. More importantly, I need to take care of that leak, and Konoha can't have my comrades dying on leaked information and that greedy power-hungry warhawk, thought Naruto as he throws down a card. Hey Naruto, you gotta be glad that those snake-bitten teammates of yours got theirs, huh? Said Tamashii. Yeah, but I'm disappointed that Sakura's parents had did that to her and never gave it any thought about her feelings and needs, said Naruto as he thinks back to the trail of Team 7. Flashback Konoha Tribunal Chambers. Many of Konoha's ninjas that are off-duty had been setting and waiting for the trial to get started. All right, everyone is to be seated, said an Umbu ni known as Yamaniko, Wildcat. Thank you, Yamaniko, the court is in session, said Hiruzen as everyone is seated. Judges of the trial are Tsum Inuzuka, Choza Ikimichi, Inoichi Yamanaka, and Hiruzen Sarutobi as head judge of the tribunal. Bring in the accused, said Hiruzen as the Umbu guard brought in Kakashi Hitaki and Sasuke Uchiha. The 2 looked like they had been raped in cell by a gang of sodomites with how ragged their clothes are. Kakashi Hitaki and Sasuke Uchiha, you both have been found guilty of murder. How do you plead? Asked the 3rd Hokage. Not guilty, Hokage-sama, said Kakashi. You're not guilty, you old bastard, said the arrogant Uchiha, which gets a scowl from the aged warrior and his fellow judges. Watch your tongue, boy, you speak to a superior officer, said Choza as he looks at the Uchiha boy who scoffs at the word superior officer. You aren't superior to me. You are nothing more than peasants compared to Uchiha greatness, said Sasuke, as the rest of the judges begin to get angry with the arrogant Uchiha. That is until a voice calls out, You say you're superior to them, but all I hear is talk from a boy trying to act like a man. As everyone in the room looks towards where the voice came from, they see a figure who came back to life. They think it's their hero, the Yondaime, but in truth, it is actually the hero's son Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze in a black jacket and dark gray pants with shinobi sandals. He walks towards his seat to begin the trial at hand. Some of the girls have hearts in their eyes when they see the blonde Adonis walking towards the plaintiff's seat. Three particular girls looks at him in wonder. One girl in particular was a platinum blonde with light blue eyes, in a purple blouse and apron skirt exposing her toned midriff with mesh armor underneath. She's Ino Yamanaka Konoha's resident gossip and former #2 fangirl of Sasuke Uchiha. She formerly wanted to hop the Uchiha and ride him like there's no tomorrow, until she heard that Sasuke had committed the greatest taboo of a ninja, killing a comrade in cold blood. She didn't believe it at first until she asked her father, who had relayed who he killed. She was shocked at how Sasuke the Uchiha prince killed Naruto Uzumaki the Leaf's most knuckled-headed ninja. Her father also told her how Naruto had become an avenging angel, a superhuman warrior with angelic powers. At first, she was disbelieving at the claim, but now that she sees her fellow blonde walking and moving. One woman with purple hair in a pineapple ponytail in a tan trench coat with a mesh shirt underneath and a matching tan miniskirt. She is Anko Mitarashi, a Tokubetsu Jonin who had been cursed by her former master Orochimaru. She eyed the young blonde for some time. Seeing his pranking prowess in action was entertaining for the snake mistress, as she would see marathon chases involving him and the Umbu. The third woman is from the Inuzuka clan who appears to be a stark contrast to her primal clansmen. Wearing her brown hair in a well-kept ponytail, she has regular eyes with no slits. She wears a Chunin flak jacket with it showing her cleavage of her breasts. She wears cargo shorts slightly above her knees. She has with her 3 huskies. She is the daughter of Tsum Inuzuka, Hana Inuzuka veterinarian of Konoha, and a highly skilled Chunin rank tracker. With her is her Ninkin partners, the Haimaru triplets, some of the fiercest battle huskies in the Inuzuka clan. She heard that the blonde her brother and her mother told her about. Hearing he has become something else is to be expected. Seeing her brother's description of the blonde didn't do him justice. In her mind, she sees him as high alpha level material. All 3 girls now feel a certain attraction that will grow with time. You call yourself and your clan great, even though your clan prides yourself as jutsu thieves. The only ones who ever had anything of their own power is Itachi, Mikoto Bakon, and Kenshin, big brother of Madara. They are the pinnacle of the Uchiha clan. The rest of the clan had no true originality, no true strength. They only take power instead of gaining it through blood, sweat, and tears. Leeching off of others like a parasite, said Naruto as Sasuke is shaking with rage at the insult. You commoners knows nothing about power, nothing about genius. Kami has chosen me to rebuild the Uchiha clan. Me. Not those bastards Itachi and Kenshin. Not that bit dash. Sasuke never got to finish his sentence as Naruto Flash stepped over and chopped him in the throat, silencing him for the time being. Naruto then Flash steps back over to his chair so the tribunal could continue. We have reviewed the evidence and the testimony of the one who you killed. For everyone who didn't know, this man in front of you isn't the Yondaime Hokage, but rather the son some of you had been trying to kill. Everyone meet Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, the son of Kushina Uzumaki, and Minato Namikaze, murder victim of Team 7, now the Avenging Angel. Thankfully, the heavens saw fit to turn him into what he is now. An Avenging Angel, said the third Hokage, as everyone in the room is shocked and disbelieving at first, until everyone saw Naruto take out the scroll revealing his dead corpse in front of them all. He resealed the corpse so it could be buried later. Now let's get on to the tribunal, shall we? Now Naruto, could you explain how your death came at the hands of Kakashi, Sasuke, and Sakura, who you might wonder where she is? Said Hiruzen as everyone is looking around for the pinkette. Well, what happened to Sakura Gigi? Asked Naruto as he and everyone is curious about it as well. Well, apparently her action of killing you was due to brainwashing and a memory-suppressing seal that had washed over her previous personality that would surprise you, had revealed a side of her that is more on the butch side of dating than a straight narrow path. Lucky, however, a vast number of the Haruno clan had been exiled from not only Konoha, but Fire Country itself on charges of attempted theft from 2 clans, child abuse, and sex slavery. said Hiruzen, as everyone is surprised at the actions of the vast number of the well-known clan of spies. For the next hours, the courtroom had reviewed the evidence of Naruto's graphic murder and the conspiracy behind it. Hiruzen also revealed to everyone that Sasuke isn't the last Uchiha in the village, saying that some of the females had gone into hiding for fear of attempts on their families that had raised. Some just still sees him not only as a demon spawn, but also a blasphemy to their religious beliefs. They soon storm out of the courtroom in anger. All right, now we have reviewed the crimes from both you and Sasuke, Kakashi. You are charged with willing neglect of your team, murder, and conspiracy to commit murder. I hereby strip you of your shinobi status and citizenship and sentence you to blood prison. Your jutsu library is to be given to the Chunin and Jonin library in accordance to rank of jutsu and the sealing of your memory of any security protocol, said Hiruzen as Kakashi is shaking in fear of not being able to survive a night in blood prison. And as for you, Sasuke Uchiha, your clan heir status is hereby revoked, and you are to have a large portion of semen and blood harvested to be used to rebirth your clan in the right environment. Your bloodline will be permanently sealed away, and your R for until your death a breeder, said Hiruzen as Sasuke starts to get violent when Umbu guards try to take him to the hospital for his punishment. The Umbu paralyzes him and drags him off along with Kakashi to their fates. Flashback end. Naruto and Tamashii had their shadow clones gather any valuable intelligence and weaponry while they began to set explosive tags on the columns of the tower so it would collapse on itself as the clones finish up their tasks. They had primed the explosives tags to go off minutes after they leave, so they can watch the fireworks. Naruto and Tamashii had used their built-in wing suits to jump off of the tower towards the ground. They stick the landing and turns around to see the tower blow up and sink in on itself. Elsewhere in the elemental nations in the mountains of Snow Country, many snow ninja are lying dead on the ground, cut to pieces by weapons of a unique design. The 10 warriors who did the killing stand over the survivor. They appear to be wearing shamanic-like battle dress that's comprised of moccasin-like combat boots, tribal-like bracers, and headbands. Tell your Kage that the Raijin Arashi clan is not to be trifled with. But first send him this message, said a man who appears to be the taller of the group with long white hair and a handsomely masculine face. Do it, said the man as he commands 2 of his warriors to cut the heads off of dead shinobi and places them in a box. Take this back to your leader and let him know how each and every one of them are going to die, said the leader in a tone that would rival the spirit of vengeance. Back to Kurama. Kurama and Tozen move back to the base camp so they can plan out an assault on the fortress. They make it back in time to see the Rangers and the Rocket Team time getting ready for action. They with the commanders of the Rangers and Mortar Team. Perfect a pre-dawn strike, all we have to do is hit this fortress from its blind side. Me, Kurama, and a small team of Rangers will scale up the wall of their blind side. While we do this, the Rocket Team is to get into position and wait for the signal to attack. When signaled, hit the fortress with the rockets, said Tozen as he gets nods from the commanders. Now does anyone have any questions? Asked Tozen as he gets no response from anyone. Okay, dismissed, said Tozen as they get ready for the assault. We are to hit fast and hit hard, drive them out of the fortress. Remember, if any member surrenders, have him checked and bound. Don't take any chances, said Tozen. Tozen, Kurama, and the small team of Rangers began to move towards the fortress's blind side to scale it. While they are moving inside, the Rocket Team get into position to hit the fortress with a barrage of rockets. Tozen and group manage to climb to the top. Without being detected, they take out some sentries before they could sound the alarm. Tozen shoots a flare-up so they could begin the attack. As soon as that happens, all hell breaks loose as the fortress is hit with multiple rockets. The warriors get to their cannons and weapons. The demons and regular warriors arms themselves and goes out to meet the enemy of the battlefield. As soon as the cannon crews get ready to fire, the cannons explode, taking out some of the key threats to the Rangers battalion. But not all of them. Tozen and his party began causing trouble for the enemy, the walls side attacking any enemy group on sight. On the battlefield, the Rangers are earning their place on the battlefield, fight off scores of demons left and right. The demons may be ferocious, but the Rangers have heart, as they are delivering just as much of a fight towards the demons on the battlefield. Inside of the fortress, the mysterious metal door opens up to reveal two mechanical warriors of sorts holding an okatana with both hands. The warrior moves towards the fighting to fulfill its purpose. Komodo is in the command room to see the situation. Status report. "What's going on?" said Komodo in a tone of a warrior general. "Sir, we are under attack from outside and within," said one of his lieutenants. Tell all essential personnel to evacuate. Take as many resources as they can, leave the rest. Tell them to move towards the escape tunnels," commanded Komodo. "Right, sir. But what about our troops, sir?" asked the lieutenants in question. "Leave them, they will delay the enemy for us to escape," said Komodo as the lieutenants began giving orders. "Sir, we have two intruders moving inside of the fortress," said a lieutenant as he shows video feed showing Tozen and Kurama fighting against Rakshasa and Oni side by side. Tozen Senju, and I see he has brought Kurama Uzumaki. I will meet with them in combat. You two wait for me at the entrance of the escape tunnel and have a demolition team on standby to leave." Back to the battlefields. The fighting is getting more intense as two warriors are running while some of the rangers are getting beaten back. That is until one ranger with a well-placed impact grenade drops a stone tower on the metal bruisers, taking them down and out. The rangers start to go room to room, clearing out enemies where they can find them. Outside the fortress, the demonic forces are being pushed back by the ranger battalion of samurai as they cut down demons still fighting. Even a demonic warrior knows when to retreat, as they break off from the fighting and goes towards the direction of the rendezvous point of their leader. Back inside of the fortress, Kurama and Tozen are moving towards the fortress inner workings. They stumble upon a fight platform as they start to move away from it. A shadowy figure leaps away from the ceiling and draws his sword out, revealing it to be Komodo. The wild duo Kurama Uzumaki and Tozen Senju. "What are you two doing here?" said Komodo as he gets into his fighting stance. "Not much, King Komodo, just driving your order and its forces out of Bear Country." "Is there a problem?" said Tozen as he and Kurama get into their respective fighting stance, with Kurama getting out her wind and fire blades, and Tozen his katana. "Yes, I do mind. I just found this nicely abandoned fortress, and I would have liked it to be kept secret," said Komodo as he begins to fight the couple in an intense battle. Tozen and Kurama are fighting as a formidable team, but they are fighting against an extremely formidable opponent in King Komodo, as he is a man that can stand toe-to-toe with Orochimaru in a contest of swords and not be hit by the more flexible man. For the next couple of minutes to almost 2 hours, they are not giving ground. Both sides are hitting hard and hitting fast. Both sides are constantly trading blows. It's a battle of equals. Komodo throws out shurikens at the couple, managing to graze Kurama, cutting her deeply in the leg. Tozen is then stabbed in the side by Komodo with a dagger, but not before Tozen headbutt Komodo in the face, breaking his nose and staggering him. Kurama also follows up with a leg sweep to Komodo, knocking him to the ground. But Komodo rolls with the hit and get back on his feet into the fight. The duo then begins fighting back harder, with renewed vigor. Their strikes harder and faster. Komodo is finding it difficult to evade them all. Kurama and Tozen manage to drive the cultist warrior leader on the back foot, but as soon as they do that, he drops a smoke bomb, disappearing from the room. "He's gone. What are we to do?" asked a panting Kurama as she heals from the shuriken strike to her leg. "Nothing. We are to help the rangers secure the fortress." Komodo got off easily. "Let's go," said Tozen as he pulls the dagger in his side out and walks upstairs with Kurama right next to him. Miles outside of the fortress, Komodo appears where the demolition team is. "Blow the tunnel and be quick about it," commanded Komodo as the demo team set the explosive tags. A medic goes over to fix his nose. "Yamada, the mission in Konoha is to go as planned, no mistakes," said Komodo as Yamada nods his head. "Yes, master, it will be done," said Yamada in his dark voice as Komodo walks away. Inside the Namikaze compound, Haku and Naruto are training together. The two dance around in a contest of skill in melee fighting. Naruto had gotten home from another long mission of taking out the forces of the Kurayami Ariansu. He decides to train and relax. Conveniently, Haku was home, who had asked Naruto to help her with a taijutsu style called White Tiger Kumite she discovered among Tsunade's notes. The form alone seemed like a cross between Jukin and Goken, using strong and precise attacks to either pierce the opponent's guard or hammer it, with measured brute force coupled with personal fighting tactics and grappling. So far, Haku seems like she can be an equal to Naruto in terms of swift grapples and throws. Thanks for the wrestle, Haku-chan. It's very refreshing to wrestle with someone as flexible as you, said Naruto, as Haku blushes at his compliment of her flexibility. Such as charmer you are, Naruto-kun, said Haku as she kisses Naruto, making out with him. Let's go a few more rounds, said Haku as she and Naruto go another round wrestling after breaking the kiss. Chapter 4. Archangel Incarnate. Ride of the Dark Samurai Yamada. Naruto is running 40 laps around the village in a navy blue GI with black stripes. He had been given 5 months break from active missions for the Chunin exams by Guardian Command and the Hokage himself. Naruto had been practicing his combat skills and maneuvers along with his jutsus he learned from heaven for 4 hours. Naruto remembered Tamashii giving him some tips on engaging demons, saying they are often fighting using too much instinct and no real battle strategy, leaving openings in their defensive guards for counterattacking. So, for the last couple of weeks, Naruto had been retailoring his refined brawler fighting style to deal with an even larger variety of enemies ranging from demons and other monsters in general. Zabuza, Nico, and her lover Hade had also been helping him perfect his use of his long sword, giving him a great depth of efficiency with it, along with learning how to use the Kiba no Tengu. Nico and Hade were glad that Naruto showed them this sword as well. All three of them had wondered what other weapons Naruto had in arsenal. Naruto told them the weapons in his arsenal are from several human civilizations the warriors are from who trained him originated from are in the arsenal, telling them about every sword, axe, spear, and halberd, along with the bow and arrow sets he has. Naruto had finished his 40 laps. He wipes the sweat off of himself and get out the kinks in his body with some light stretches. Before he does anything else, he hears a cry of Naruto Nisan. Naruto turns to see his protege and brother in spirit Konohamaru and 2 other kids. One was a girl with orange hair tied up in pigtails in an outfit that sported a purple vest over a violet shirt, wearing a layered skirt and mid-high boots. The other appeared to be a boy with short brown hair wearing a pair of glasses. He wore a black zip-up jacket, along with regular shinobi sandals, with a nasty case of over-secretion of snot. Hey Konohamaru, nice to see you again. Oh, and who's your friends? Asked Naruto as he walks towards the one with the snot problem and the easy of the greatest doctor. Naruto had corrected the boy's snot glands by sending some of his Hammond to repair his snot gland production limiters and wipe the snot from his nose with a tissue. Thanks, mister. My name is Udon Isc, said the now revealed Udon. My name is Moegi Kazumitsuri, one of the most beautiful upcoming kunoichis in Konoha, said Moegi as Naruto smiles at the girl's spirit. So Konohamaru, what brings you and your friends here? Asked a smiling and curious Naruto. Konohamaru takes out a scroll to give to his older brother figure, who reads it. So, Ebisu got hurt during a stealth mission, and can't fulfill his duties. Well, not to worry, little buddy, I'll teach you, said Naruto in a reassuring tone. Awesome, Naruto Nisan. What are we going to be training in? Asked Konohamaru excitedly. That depends on what Ebisu had for your team's curriculum, said Naruto as Moegi steps forward on towards the angelic blonde. Is it true that you're an avenging angel? Asked Moegi as she, Konohamaru, and Udon look at Naruto. Yes, I'm an avenging angel, answered Naruto, getting a look of shock and awe. I always thought those rumors were only just rumors, thought Konohamaru as he looks at his brother figure in surprise. Before anything could happen, they hear a cry of Naruto. They turn to see a girl with mint green hair and tan skin in an outfit consisting of a sleeveless shirt over mesh armor showing her toned midriff, in a pair of cargo pants and shinobi sandals, who walks up to them. Fu-chan, how's your day been? Asked Naruto as Fu moves towards him and kisses him, which gets looks from the young ninja scouts. Pretty good, darling. The Hokage has me as a messenger ninja in the next 5 months. I was hoping you could show me some of your skills, asked Fu as she breaks out her puppy dog eyes. I'd be happy to, Fu-chan, but I also have to train Konohamaru and friends in martial arts also, explained Naruto as Fu looks at the group of young teenagers, who looks at her in awe, with Moegi looking at Fu with inspiration in her eyes. Fu looking at them with a look that made her happy for her fiancé training the younger generation. Why not train all of us together? Suggested Fu as Naruto thinks it would be a good idea as he wouldn't have to train them in individual settings. So why not train Fu and company in martial arts and jutsus? Alright, I'll train you for the next 4 months. But Konohamaru Core, I'm not going to go easy on you, so pay attention and focus, said Naruto as he gets an affirmative nod from the group. Alright, welcome to the Uzumaki School of Anything Goes Street Fighting. Everyone, I expect you to give it your best, said Naruto as the group gets a determined look in their eyes. As the groups leave towards their homes to prepare for their intense training, a robed figure watches from a nearby hill. Soon, avenging angels soon. You will face your equals soon. You will face Yamada, dark samurai horseman of Yamada no Orochi, whispered a revealed Yamada, as he watches his target with the calculation of a predator. Time skip 4 months later. Naruto had extensively and intensely trained Fu and the Konohamaru Corps in combat. Naruto had extensively trained them in Tekken, Iron Fist, and Academy-style Taijutsu with help from Irika and boxing. At first, Fu and the others had asked why they had to learn these styles. Naruto had explained that they are important to the fundamentals of the subject of hand-to-hand fighting in regards to footwork, precision, and timing. He had then moved on to more advanced styles for the group, with the girls being taught Fanzequin, a style of Kung Fu that has an emphasis on defensive and offensive movement with the practitioner's hands while making good use of the user's speed and striking power, along with close combat judo for its adaptability and agility, greatly improving and enhancing their combat effectiveness against any opponent in unarmed combat. Naruto also gave Fu a Kanjar dagger. He had explained its origins as a weapon for merchants, spies, and desert assassins, along with explaining that he made the one he gave her more inconspicuous than its counterparts so she could hide it in a more concealable manner. The boys, on the other hand, had been trained in a separate pair of styles. Konohamaru had been trained in Pao Chuan, Cannon Fist, and Shotokan Karate, greatly improving his skills in Monkey Fist, giving him more balanced qualities of speed and strength. Udon was trained in Kenpo, and a refined style Drake had taught Naruto called Bartitsu, giving him a devastating and efficient style for close-quarters combat. Naruto had also trained them in the use of jutsus and weapons. Fu was trained by Naruto in archery, explaining that since Chome granted her the ability to fly, she can use this as a bonus for her long-range tactics, reasoning that she could use this to not only escape, but use the bow and arrow to engage strictly close-range fighters. He had also taught her some fire and water jutsus, making her offensive arsenal a deadly one against any attacker in her travels. Naruto had trained the Konohamaru Corps in weapons and jutsus, fitting their respective roles. Konohamaru had been additionally coached in Bojutsu by Naruto under the supervision of the Hokage, who figured out the way to navigate the hell that is paperwork. Naruto also trained Konohamaru in Eskrima, giving him skills in stick and bladed weapons combat. He also taught him fire, water, and earth jutsus for his role as his team's close combat powerhouse. Moegi, Naruto had trained in the use of the Sai along with water and wind jutsus, completing her skills as an aggressive defensive and counteroffensive combat medic, allowing her to effectively kill enemies in close-range fighting. Udon had been trained in the dual wielding of the crossbow and combat knife, effectively completing his role as long-range support. He also learned wind jutsus from Naruto to round out his skills. Naruto had also been in training himself after each session to improve upon his own fighting ability and technique, practicing his combat skills, jutsus, and tactics, greatly refining his skills and tactics to new levels and mastering his jutsus to a point of being able to do one-handed signs. He trained and developed his armed and unarmed fighting style to have the qualities of both a defensive fighter and a counterattacker. At the moment, Naruto is having a night fighting lesson with the team in a 4-on-1 blindfolded battle. Naruto is in the center holding a pugil stick with company surrounding him in different stances of their developed fighting styles. They charge at him individually, showcasing the fruits of their training under Naruto with their particular styles they had developed from the martial arts he taught them. Udon using a more grounded weapons form that used better weapons handling, versatility of technique, and exceptional footwork, greatly keeping Naruto in check, while Konohamaru using a weapons form similarly to Udon's, but in more of the Saratobi clan's weapon-style mold, is attacking with acrobatics. Moegi and Fu blindsides him by landing a stick-ball combo, knocking him into a few trees. But he recovers and goes on the offense, delivering attacks all four swiftly dodged. Naruto performs a cartwheel to evade a combination strike from both Udon and Fu. However, he isn't able to react to a dual drop kick coming from both Kinomaru and Moegi. They get him at the point of their weapons. Naruto takes his blindfold off and says, "All right, you are ready for any situation. But don't forget to train every day." Fu lands in his lap and kisses him deeply. They break the kiss and Fu takes off her blindfold and says, "Well, darling, looks like you have given us the tools we needed. I thank you for our gifts." "Thank you, Naruto," said the Kinomaru Corps as they also take off their blindfolds and bows in thanks of their substitute teacher for his lessons. The group then walked towards Ichiraku Ramen for lunch. Naruto could still remember the day when he goes to eat at their stall. After the Team 7's disbandment, Kakashi and Sasuke's trial. Flashback 6 months ago. Naruto had walked into the Ichiraku ramen shop to get some ramen. Ayam, who was working the counter, looked up to greet the customer that entered the stall until she sees him. She starts to blush at the sight of the handsome blonde, not knowing it's Naruto. She then proceeds to ask, "What would you like to order?" "The usual, Ayam-chan," said Naruto as Ayam is confused and asks, "Who are you and how do you know my name?" asked Ayam as she is slightly creeped out by the handsome blonde in front of her. "It's me, Naruto Uzumaki," said Naruto as Ayam is shocked by this reveal. "No way you're my Nichan." "Prove it," demanded Ayam. Naruto leaned over and whispered something in her ear that made her blush, as only one person knows that secret about her that she told only one person. "Naruto, it is you. What happened to you?" said Ayama, shocked as she looks at the blonde with both curiosity and awe. "What's up with all the noise, Ayam?" said Tuchi Ichiraku as he walks into the front of his stall. Ichiraku sees Naruto and sees a ghost of the Yondaime right next to him. "Okay, this has got to be good," said Ichiraku as he gets ready to hear everything he has to say. Flashback end. Naruto had since revealed what happened to him in Wave Country and how he was transformed into an avenging angel to the Ichiraku family, and how he was trained by some of the greatest warriors ever to grace the art of war. They were in awe and shock at how Naruto was killed by his teammates and became an avenging angel. He also told them how he found love from 4 females in the form of a clansman, another Jinchuriki, and 2 bloodline users. He also told them of how a large portion of the Haruno clan had been exiled from the village for turning Sakura into a brainwashed sex slave. At the moment, the group is having a good time eating and laughing. Fu and Naruto have a brief makeout session until he heard, "Hey Naruto, long time no see," said a feminine voice. Naruto turns to see Sakura with a ponytail, in an outfit that speaks in proper kunoichi. She has an impressive bust that ranges from C to C+ cup on a highly athletic frame. With her is a girl that had long, beautiful brown hair and a dress that had both the practical sense of battle but also fashion sense of a civilian girl in the color of dark violet. She had an impressive bust on a body type and build similar to Sakura's, but for more speed. "Ah, Sakura, how's it going?" "Oh, and who's your friend?" said Naruto as he gestures to the girl right next to her. "Oh, this is my partner for the intelligence corps, Akira Yashimatsu. She's a top-notch kunoichi and expert in taijutsu and bukijutsu," said Sakura, who gets a modest blush from the now-revealed Akira. "Hey Naruto, Nichan, how come you and Sakura are buddy-buddy when she had a hand in killing you?" asked a curious Kinomaru, as everyone except Sakura looks at him in confusion. "I don't hold a grudge against Sakura, as she was as much of a victim as me, her being made a breeding stock and a mindless fangirl," answered Naruto, who gets a respectful nod from everyone in the room. "That's an admirable trait you have, Uzumaki. I look forward to working with you someday," said Akira as Naruto feels honored by the kunoichi in front of her. "So you're angry with your parents, Sakura?" asked Ayam as she looks at her. "You're damn right. I just hope those pieces of shit for parents are dead," said Sakura, getting a nod of agreement from everyone in the stall. "So are you broken up about the Uchiha?" asked Naruto. "No, I just hope he gets milked like the power-hungry bastard that he is. I hope Kakashi doesn't drop the soap," replied Sakura as everyone laughed at the last part of the comment. Everyone then relayed what's been going on with each other. Sakura had explained that her clan had ousted those a part of the plan that attempted to turn her into a sex slave against her will. She then went on to explain her clan has formed a new council that serves as a checks and balances system that checks the powers of both the elders and clan head. Akira explained that she's from a clan that focuses on training themselves to being well-rounded and skilled fighters, specializing in the field of Sorobudo, Sky Martial Way, that looks into military studies and science as well as the field of advanced and ancient martial arts. She then asked what martial arts Naruto knows from heaven. Naruto explained to her that he had been trained under masters of combat from different ages of human history itself. Each one of them taught him in fields of combat and warfare that's not only important to him as a ninja, but also as a combatant in general. As he was talking, a girl with brown hair and lavender eyes in a light yellow kimono with light violet painted textures listened in on the conversation, hearing the blonde talk about the importance of innovation and personalization of one's fighting style, and that over-adherence to tradition and form can get many killed on the battlefield. The Hyuga girl makes herself known to them. "Is that so?" said the Hyuga girl as she looks at the angelic blonde. "Yes, innovation is an important necessity to any martial art, even to modern styles that keeps the principles of traditional styles," replied Naruto as he looks at the young Hyuga girl. "By the way, miss, I would like your name, please," said Naruto as the young girl looks at him with a stoic look. "Hanabi Hyuga, sister of Hinata Hyuga. I already know who you are, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze," said the now revealed Hanabi as she bows to him. Hanabi had listened to Naruto continue to explain the importance of personalization and innovation, reasoning that both are key to overcoming one's chosen martial form's weaknesses in combat if one should over-rely on one's bloodline limit in battlefield combat, pointing out the Hyuga clan's own form in actual combat is only good for a narrow scope in battle. Hanabi at first disagreed with this statement, believing that it's a weakness to do so and an aberration to the style, along with taking offense to his claim of her clan's fighting form being narrow in combat. She had to make her statement true in a sparring session at the Namikaze dojo between her and Moegi, in which she was caught off guard by Moegi's skill with Fanzequin and Judo, unable to cope with her agility and adaptability, as well as more fluid striking skills, being unable to hit the girl with her jukin, as well as being outmaneuvered and outfought. Moegi proceeds to execute a swift somersault right behind the Hyuga heiress and lands a leg sweep to the Hyuga fighting princess, knocking her to the ground. Hanabi was surprised and slightly irritated that she lost to a common kunoichi who should be below her in fighting ability. Naruto then lectures her about real fighting and that anything goes in battle. Keeping to form can only be good for practice and training, but in a real life and death battle, a fighter has to be able to fight in a rhythmic and non-rhythmic manner that gives one a level of unpredictability and fluidity, but also give them a larger variety in battle that grants a higher level of survivability. Deeply explaining that she sure enough has immense skill and talent, but that means nothing on the battlefield. Using an object lesson to explain a major thing about personalization, he pours out a bottle of water in front of her and explains that the water symbolizes Gentle Fist's essence as a style and the bottle symbolizing the mold, saying Gentle Fist is only at its best when it's beyond its set mold. Hanabi thinks hard on the lecture she was just given, as she gets up and bows to Moegi on the session, greatly humbled by the lecture. The group goes their separate ways with Naruto and Fu escorting Hanabi home. As they are doing this, a figure in black armor stalks Konohamaru as he walks home. Before Konohamaru could get within range of his home, he is suddenly grabbed by a blur that at the same time proceeds to throw a kunai with a note attached on it at the door of the Saratobi estate. Hanabi started a conversation about how the Hyuga Elder Council are very creepy and cold when anyone talks like Naruto does about over-adherence and innovation, saying it's nothing but fool's talk. But no one says a thing about it, as those who do disappear mysteriously, with the branch Hyuga being the most common as they have been mistreated the most. Naruto sensing something off about the Hyuga Elder Council as he senses some key similarities with the Spartan society, as they would oppress and murder their slave population to improve and test their fighting skills. Naruto, thinking it's a good thing Richard the Lionheart taught him some history about a culture similar to his Richard's own. "So, Naruto, what style of martial arts do you practice?" asked Hanabi as she and Fu look at him in curiosity. Fu never really got a solid answer out of Naruto about his martial arts and fighting style. She has seen him practice these forms that he knows, but she has never got the chance to ask about them in question. Well, to answer you, Hanabi, my fighting style is the effective sophistication of brawling and street fighting with martial arts and spirituality. Originally, I had no definitive fighting style, fighting pretty much on instinct and innate talent, effectively making me a brawler and street fighter. However, what I lacked in refined technique and control, I made up with ferocity and determination. I was above someone like above the average clanless Jinin, but below that of Sasuke Uchiha and many clan heirs. After the wave mission, I was planning to retrain in taijutsu and battle tactics, maybe pick up some more jutsus. However, my death changed that plan drastically. But when I was given the chance of becoming an avenging angel, it kicked off a heavenly dream for any novice warrior. The masters that trained me had greatly gave me a polished and refined edge when it came to individual combat, as well as improved my ninjutsu arsenal, teaching me fighting forms and spiritual techniques that turned my brawler and street fighter style into a style of fighting that would make me a martial artist in spirit and mindset. Explained Naruto, as Fu and Hanabi are in awe at the explanation, as they walk towards the Hanabi's home. Elsewhere in the Hidden Leaf, Tamashii is seen practicing his Windstorm Fist and Avenger Sword stance during the past couple of months. Tamashii had also been thinking about how he and Naruto are a lot alike in situation, both being resurrected warriors. Naruto by divine intervention and Tamashii by twisted science that turned his skin blue and gave him incredible physical fighting ability. Flashback Namake's compound. Tamashii and Naruto are having a sparring session in the training field, both greatly surprised how even they are in physicality, with Tamashii having greater experience on his side. Tamashii is caught off guard with the type of sword his blonde counterpart is using, as he has never seen a blade like it. Sure, he's seen the double-edged sword Kusanagi of Orochimaru, but it was made for quick cuts, slashes, and swift thrusts. This sword was made for two-handed heavy blade work. So Tamashii-sama, tell me about yourself, asked Naruto as he blocks a swing from Tamashii as he leaps back. Well, to give you an understanding of myself, I'm similar to you in a way of meeting our maker, said Tamashii as he executes a roundhouse kick, which Naruto dodges. Naruto is caught off guard by the reveal and how he and Tamashii are two resurrected ninja that came back to life. Naruto then asks in a shocked tone as he gets into a blade lock with the man in front of him. Are you too an avenging angel? No, I'm just an enhanced resurrected warrior similar to you, but not an angelic warrior like yourself. I'm superhuman through the means of twisted science that involved the gutless coward Orochimaru, who used me as a guinea pig for a large variety of experiments. He would have continued until the old man had exposed his work and fled the village with his tail between his legs, explained Tamashii, getting a sympathetic look from the blonde. In a way, both are kindred spirits. So Tamashii, what's your proposition? Asked Naruto. We need someone like you for Guardian, a special forces unit designated to deal with not only ninja operations, but also operations against supernatural threats to the Leaf and to the world, explained Tamashii. Why me? Asked a curious Naruto. Well, you're the best candidate for the unit, as not only are you a superhuman combatant, but also an avenging angel. You're arguably an ideal fighter I need against foes who would greatly injure or kill normal ninja in combat, said Tamashii as he dodges a leg sweep from Naruto, who thinks upon the offer. When do we start? Said Naruto as Tamashii under his mask smiles at his agreement, as they collide with their swords, with Tamashii getting a slight cut on his mask and Naruto getting a cut on his ponytail's binding, causing it to break, releasing his flowing hair. Flashback end. Tamashii finishes the last sets of katas. He thinks back to his life as Tommy Tsurugi, a ferocious street fighter and highly trained mercenary. Thinking back to how he fought like a maverick all his life after the death of his father by a eunuch when he was a young boy. He looks back at his maverick mercenary days, remembering all of the thrills of fighting on the battlefield and in the street, along with the one fight that began his new journey as the masked warrior he is today, but also humbled him as a combatant and a human being. Flashback 5 years in Amigakure. Tommy Tsurugi was standing over a group of AIM ninjas who was armed with swords, kunai, nunchaku, some wanting to go bare-handed against him, all on the group, either beaten, dead, or in between the two. Some of them Chunin and even Jonin. Tommy walks away and thinks, why does everyone think I'm an easy kill? Sure, I may not be skilled in jutsus, but I'm one of the toughest brawlers and high-class mercenary in the world. I can fight with the best of the best. As he was walking through the streets, he has flashes of his childhood with his father and mother, showing the happiness of a family. Also having flashes of the hellish path he went through after a corrupt eunuch framed his father of killing his mother and seeing his execution. He was put through absolute hell from training under a warrior assassin sect of Sohei and training in his father's fighting style Windstorm Fist. He then sees a final flash of him avenging his family by savagely killing the eunuch and his guards with his bare hands. Suddenly a man with pale skin, long black hair, and golden serpent-like eyes in a Konoha Jonin uniform walks towards him, breaking him out of his thoughts. Sighs, what brings you here, Orochimaru of the Sannin? Watching street fights are certainly not your style, said Tommy as Orochimaru chuckles. I'm interested in you and your genetics. Tommy Tsurugi, you are an apex fighter without the use of jutsus. No chakra to enhance your strength and speed. Just naturally developed athletic ability that seems superhuman. I would like to study your natural athletic ability, if you don't mind, explained Orochimaru as Tommy senses lethal intent behind the request. Yes, I do, Orochimaru. I have heard the rumors about the experiments you've been part of. I wouldn't want to be caught up with a lunatic scientist with a fascination for genomes and genetic experimentations, said Tommy as Orochimaru gets offended by both the refusal and the insult about his genius being compared to a madman. Before long, a savage battle commences between the two. Orochimaru with the Kusanagi sword and Tommy with his own katana, the Windbreaker. Both swordsmen trade sword and unarmed strikes with neither giving any ground. As the two fight, a figure in the shadows readies a blow gun with a dart specially made by his master and aims it at Tommy. As the two break away from the close quarters, fighting, the figure with lethal accuracy shoots the dart at Tommy, who is unable to see the dart coming, is hit dead on in his throat. As he pulls out the dart, he begins to have slurred and blurry vision and loses feeling in his body. Slowly but surely, he is put in an unconscious state by the dart's fluid. Time skip 3 months in Konoha. During the last couple of months, Orochimaru had brutally experimented on the comatose Tommy, pumping unknown experimental chemicals that should in theory make him even stronger and faster than before, along with giving him incredible healing capabilities. However, before Orochimaru could see if the experimental treatments had worked on Tommy, Orochimaru hears an alarm go off and sees through the security camera footage that the Hokage and his Umbu had caught wind of his illegal experiments and decided to shut him down. Orochimaru collected all the data from his ongoing experiments and destroyed the rest. He then proceeds to pull the life support for Tommy so as to tie up any loose ends. A squad of Umbu led by Nico moves through the lab stations to see if there is any survivors as they stumble upon a test tube holding a man who is struggling to breathe. Nico, with swift reflexes and agility, leaps over and cuts the tube open to release the man from the tube. The man lays on the floor and begins to undergo a metamorphic process as his skin color is becoming blue, his hair turning snow white. His physique being more athletic than original, he finally begins to settle and looks at the team of ninja. He begins to say something and suddenly dies. The squad medic goes over to check on Tommy, feeling no pulse from him. They are about to leave to search for any survivors. That is until they hear the cough sounds of the presumed dead man right behind them. Hokage-sama, we have a live survivor from one of Orochimaru's experiments, sir. An adult male, said Nico through a comms link in her mask as she looks at the blue-skinned Tommy. Is he all right? Asked Hiruzen through the comms link. Yes, Hokage-sama, he's all right. At first, he had died from a possible heart attack, but suddenly he came back to life. The medic is checking him over right now, said Nico. Have him evacuated to Umbu HQ and have him guarded and restrained. I have some questions for him regarding Orochimaru, said Hiruzen as Nico proceeds to give out orders to take Tommy to the Umbu HQ. Flashback end. Days after the event, he had met the third Hokage who told him of where he was and how he was experimented on, telling him how the enhancements temporarily killed and brought him back to life, showing his skin being blue and his hair white. Tommy was absolutely pissed at Orochimaru for his tinkering of his being and making him a monster. However, a nurse reassured him of his newer condition as being a blessing than a curse, and that it shouldn't go to waste. Hiruzen himself had offered Tommy a place in Guardian, a special forces unit of the Leaf Village that is tasked with dealing with supernatural threats as well as threats of the shinobi caliber, and needed a tough guy for the job. Tommy thinks about how his life has been, from his father's execution to his career as a tough maverick mercenary to his life-changing experience under Orochimaru's knife to dying and resurrecting. From that day on, Tommy had been inspired by his experiences, decided to reinvent himself as an idealistic warrior that would fight for a worthy cause. He agreed, and from that day on, that was the start of a man who became the legendary warrior ninja of Guardian Tamashii, the phantom battling swordsman. Tommy at the moment thinks back to his youth starting off as a recruit, as well as how he earned his codename. Flashback 5 years ago. Tommy is going through recruit training, getting a feel on his enhanced abilities. Perform his gymnastic routines with the grace of a swan and lifting weights with the strength and endurance of a great ape and lion. Many of the female Umbu Neens are blushing at his physical form and handsome face. Some of the males are in awe at his strength and endurance. "Hey Tommy, you're getting plenty of admirers from the female Umbu," said Bear as he points towards the females in the room. Nico paid no attention as she was in a relationship with Hate Gecko, the village's top-notch swordsman. "What else is new, Bear?" said Tommy as he overheads a 4-ton ship engine with some effort. "Here you go, recruit," said Ryu as he hands him a mission dossier for an alpine mission in Fire Country. His first mission is to attack and exterminate a base camp full of imps and hobgoblins in the Alps of Fire Country. The mission was a learning experience of a lifetime as he had engaged the tenacious creatures with grit and steeled will. He fought and tore through the creatures in a savage frenzy with sword, shuriken, and his bare hands. After this mission, he had went on to greatly improve his combat skill and fighting ability. He began taking on a large variety of opponents ranging from vampires, werewolves, demons, and other creatures in missions that took him to the deserts of Wind Country, the Alps of Lighting Country, the urban city of Rain Country, and the forests of Bear and Fire Countries. He has battled them in missions in those areas and became a fierce and legendary warrior from those lethal missions. Some of the witnesses of the battles had compared Tommy's performance and fighting prowess as a fighting spirit seeking revenge, and thus the commander gave him his codename Tamashii for his tactics in surprise attack raids and ambushes. Flashback ends. Tamashii is suddenly broken out of his musings as an alarm goes off telling him there is a supernatural being in the village aside from Naruto. Tamashii goes and gets his armor and gear on, getting ready for battle. Back to Naruto. The group makes it towards the Hyuga compound to see Hayashi Hyuga along with the third Hokage, Sum Inuzuka, Hinata Hyuga, Inoichi Yamanaka, Shibi Aburame, and Nico. "What's going on, Gigi? Why everyone is here?" asked Naruto in a concerned tone. "Naruto, Konohamaru has been abducted by an unknown assailant who's calling you out for a duel to the death. Here's a note," explained Hiruzen, which shocks Naruto and his group. Naruto takes the note that suddenly triggers a booby trap that hits Naruto with a unique chakra blocking seal that limits his chakra output. Naruto is writhing in pain from it until it stops. He then reads the note telling him the location of the battleground and that the seal will eat away at his chakra. Lastly, telling Naruto his identity as being Yamada, elite warrior of the Sure-No Ishidoho. "Naruto-kun, are you alright?" asked Hinata as she looks at his Tenketsu points, seeing them being strained by the seal. Fu, also concerned, moves towards her blonde love and worry. "This seal is the demonic consuming seal. It's a seal that's eating at my chakra reserves. If I don't go to the battleground and defeat Yamada, I will die," explained Naruto as he gets up to his feet and walks towards the direction of his home. "Naruto, where are you going?" asked Hiruzen in a concerned tone. "I'm getting my battle gear and armor on to face him," answered Naruto as Hinata and Fu walked towards him. "Let us help you fight him," said Hinata as Fu nods in agreement. "No, he would kill Konohamaru. If anyone shows up with me, I'll have to go alone." "Don't worry, Konohamaru will be safe, I promise," said Naruto as he kisses both Hinata and Fu on the lips and goes to get his battle gear and armor. Good luck and Godspeed, Heavenly Punisher, thought Hiruzen as he commands an Umbu team to look out for any other intruder in the village. Hanabi, what were you doing with Naruto anyway? Asked Hayashi in curiosity. I was trying to figure out what makes Naruto so interesting to Hinata. I now see why, said Hanabi as she looks at the angelic blonde walking towards his home, getting his weapons and armor on. She thinks about his lecture and takes it to heart. He proceeds to travel to the location of the battleground. He mentally prepares himself for one of many of the toughest fights in his life. He reaches the battleground, a rocky terrain similar to Iwa, only with slightly more foliage. He sees Konohamaru tied up and bound. He calls out, I'm here, Yamada, show yourself. Silence reigns in the area. Do you fear me, warrior of the dark? Face me now, shouted Naruto as silence continues to reign until the dark warrior appears a distance away. I'm here, Namikaze. Free your protege and face me, avenging angel, if you dare, said Yamada as Naruto moves to free Konohamaru slowly, sensing no danger from the bindings. He frees Konohamaru and tells him to run to safety. As he does, so the Herculean of a samurai stands before Naruto, towering over him. So, the avenging angel. Finally, we meet. Now prepare to die, said Yamada in a tone that would send shivers down a normal man's spine. As he draws his massive sword and gets into his battle stance, Naruto doing the same. Before long, the winds picked up and a wolf howl starts, arguably one of the most brutal battles in shinobi and samurai history, as both Naruto and Yamada began to clash, demonstrating skill and refinement of both warriors. Naruto using his hybrid defensive and counterattack fighter style against the massive and surprisingly nimble Yamada, who's showing immense sophistication to his approach to combat using effective blade work. As they are battling, Konohamaru had stayed behind to witness such a fierce battle. As the two continue in fierce combat, Naruto and Yamada manage to disarm each other of their respective sword. The two then begin to engage in fierce hand-to-hand combat. Yamada is fighting like a trained brawler and savage, but Naruto is fighting like a hand-to-hand combatant should, fighting with refined skill and honed instinct, using effective combinations of punches and kicks while mixing them up to wear down the dark warrior. Yamada goes into his berserker's rage and tries to adapt to the blonde warrior. But he is unsuccessful with his endeavors as he is being outmaneuvered and outfought by the angelic warrior, who's using the forms of Fanzequan, Judo, Kenpo, Tekken, Boxing, Pouchuan, Bartitsu, Kajakembo, and Hapkido, using all of the techniques and tactics to do some serious damage to the warrior of the dark landing combination and hits that Yamada has no answers for. Yamada, having enough of the battle of skill, transforms into his dark dragon state and starts to batter the young blonde around the arena. Naruto is struggling to get up to fight the dark dragon. However, before the bestial dark dragon could land the finishing blow, Naruto starts to glow, illuminating the night in a bright light. As the light dies down, Naruto appears to be permeating with pure ethereal energy of a sort. He leaps for his sword and gets ready for an even fiercer battle against the dark dragon. The battle is getting wilder by the minute. Konohamaru is in shock at the battle at hand. A hand grabs his shoulder and pulls him away from the expanding battle area. He looks up to see his grandfather and Tamashii, along with the clan heads of the Inuzuka, Hyuga, Aburame, Akimichi, and Yamanaka, as they look on with awe at the battle at hand. Seeing the blonde fight like a fierce samurai and wielding his sword with purpose, some can see why Hana is becoming attracted to the young blonde as she sees the blonde stab a dragon head's eye. Naruto is scaling the dark multi-headed dragon, cutting and stabbing at each head with ferocity unbound, attacking with savagery and determination. Each and every one of the heads dies after being attacked. Suddenly, Yamada reverts back to his human state, injured and tired. Naruto, with the speed and skill of an assassin, lunges at Yamada, and with enough strength and technique, he cut Yamada in half with a single strike of his sword. Before the dark warrior dies, he says his last word in his dying breath. You may have beaten me, avenging angel, but you will face more warriors of the Yamada no Orochi. Soon you will die. After Yamada finishes his sentence, he dies. His body combusts into violet fire, leaving nothing but his sword. The ethereal energy surrounding Naruto dies down, and Naruto is on one knee, panting, as the demon-consuming seal releases, greatly restoring some of his health. The Konoha ninjas move towards Naruto and helps him to his feet. Hayashi checks his Tenketsu points to see they are repairing and improving from such as a fierce battle. Naruto, my boy, you have shown your mettle as a valiant warrior. Today I thank you on behalf of the Sarutobi clan for the rescue of Konohamaru, said Hiruzen as he bows to the angelic warrior. They walk back to the village with the healing but victorious angelic warrior who thinks on the words of the former dark warrior. Naruto is going to have more than one problem to deal with in the future. As he thinks about Danzo, the civilian council, Hyuga clan elders, and the Shirno Ishidoho. He thinks he's going to be training like no other to crush each and every one of their plans. Chapter 5. Chunin Exams, New Friends and Rivals. Inside the Hyuga compound. The Hyuga clansmen are patrolling around the compound, seeing everything is normal through their Byakugan eyes. However, what they didn't detect is a figure in light-plated armor referencing a certain shinobi of older times with dark urban camouflage coloring. He has on several pouches on his utility belt and leg holster that contains black twin batons. He moves swiftly and silently through the compound towards the elder quarters like a panther. As he nears the quarters, he senses something dark and foul in the air. He hears sounds of grunts, beating and cutting of flesh. The intruder in a way knows the reputation of the Hyuga's focus on martial combat and etiquettes, not butchery. He moves towards the room the sounds were coming from. He senses that the room is carefully hidden by a very adaptive genjutsu. The figure peeks into the room and sees a training ground from hell. Blood and corpses dwell in a pit with the bodies of Hyuga branch members being seen. He sees Hyuga main branch members brutally training, using branch members as the training dummies, targets, and punching bags, using juken to brutalize the branch members or using kunai to puncture internal organs at long range. There is even steroid doping of the main members through the use of pills or needle injection. But what catches his eye the most are the main branch women in the far corner of the hidden training area. These main branch members were using Hyuga branch women as sexual release toys. The figure then takes pictures using his helmet's built-in camera to take pictures of the acts and the perpetrators in question, as well as the pit full of dead Hyuga branch members. A fanatical sentry spots the figure. He's about to sound the alarm, but the figure was suddenly behind the sentry. He thrusts what appears to be a wrist-mounted hidden blade through the man's neck, killing him instantly. The mysterious character proceeds to throw the man's body in the pile and slips away into the night undetected. Next day in Konoha. Naruto was practicing his combat skills in the dojo. Practicing first his unarmed combat skills using light shadow clones to practice each individual fighting form. He went on to practice his combat acrobatics, showcasing his superhuman agility and reflexes. Then towards his hand signs workout, practicing each and every hand signs for jutsu. He finished his warm-up practicing with his sword and other weapons, with the last weapon being a trident. As he was finishing up, he hears a scream coming from the front yard. He moves towards the front yard to see 10 armed ninja holding Karen by blade point. "Let her go now, and I might let you live," said Naruto as he gets their attention. One of the men said in a shit-eating grin, "Sure, all you have to do is renounce your claim of being the Hokage's son, and we'll let your whore go. You also need to go back from being this self-titled avenging angel to the whipping demon you truly are." That phrase is the phrase that got a lot of laughs from his friends. But that phrase got a really pissed off avenging angel leaking righteous killing intent that made them shiver with deep-seated fear. Naruto with his trident walks forward slowly. One by one, each and every one of the intruding ninja proceeds to attack Naruto, but what they expected to be an easy win was a loss of life as Naruto went on to slaughter each and every one of them in fury with his trident. "Karen, darling, can you flare your chakra to get the Hokage here?" asked a calm Naruto as Karen did just that, but not before she started to briefly make out with Naruto for saving her life. Time skip 4 minutes later. The Hokage came to the Namake's household with a small team of Umbu who had helped clean the mess up. Naruto had explained that these men had broken into the house and held Karen at sword point, demanding he stops claiming himself to be the Yondiame's son and the avenging angel. Hiruzen had cleaned up the bodies and tells them he would look into cleaning out the shinobis who have been Kyuubi haters and his past attackers. Hiruzen then leaves with corpses of the dead ninja. Naruto goes to put up his trident, but before he gets far, Karen taps his shoulder. Yes, darling. Do you need anything? Asked a curious Naruto as he turns around and looks at his lover with interest. Could you by chance teach me what you know on martial arts? I was coming to ask you about this as seeing as you trained Fu. I was wondering if you could train me, answered Karen in an embarrassed tone as she is touching her fingers together like a certain Hyuga. She thinks to herself that her village only used her as a fountain of revitalization, but had never really been too keen on giving her extensive training in the area of hand-to-hand combat. Naruto smiles at this and caresses her cheek and said, "Of course, darling, anything for you." 1 month later, Naruto had trained Karen in the martial arts of Wing Chun, dirty wrestling, and Chin Na, each one giving Karen a unique insight on hand-to-hand combat. From Wing Chun's technical emphasis on skill and technique to dirty wrestling's unconventional street tactics to Chin Na's speed and precision. All these skills now allow Karen to handle herself against even a near Kage-level fighter. Karen and Naruto had grown close during the sessions, feeling a deeper connection as lovers. Karen had even asked Naruto about his dreams for the future. Naruto explained that he would safely guard the future of the leaf and the world with her and all his future brides, as he then explains that since he's immortal, he wouldn't be able to fulfill the role of being a Hokage due to lacking his mortality, as well as seeing that most of the villagers have no release of their hatred for the Kyuubi and open their eyes to reality. Karen understood this well and took it to heart that she would also have a form of immortality. Karen had also wondered who would be in Naruto's place as Hokage instead of him. Right now, Naruto is walking to go meet Konohamaru on training him some more. That is until he hears a noise around the corner of a building. He goes to see Konohamaru standing over a boy around Naruto's own age who appears to be wearing what looks to be a cat suit and, on his face, looks to be makeup being restrained by Konohamaru using a hammerlock, surprising the beautiful girl with him who had on a short-sleeved black kimono that is held together with a red sash. It had a slit that showed off her toned legs. Wearing a pair of black fingerless gloves. She sports sandy blonde hair in 4 consecutive pigtails. She has teal-colored eyes. As she is about to draw out her battle fan, that is until Naruto stepped behind her, taking the fan and holding a sword at her throat. "Who are you and why are you here in Konoha?" asked Naruto in a demanding but calm tone. "We are here for the Chunin exam. I'm Temari Sabaku of Sunagakure," said the now-revealed Temari. "I'm Kankuro Sabaku. Could you please get this kid from commando school off of me?" answered Kankuro as Naruto nods for Konohamaru to let him up. Naruto proceeds to sheath his sword and hands Temari her battle fan back. "You are fast and silent," said Temari as she gets a good look at the blonde in front of her, as if memorizing his features. She blushes at his physique, seeing his form well-muscled and balanced like an all-around athlete. Admiring his long blonde hair. Seeing his face like if he was a fierce warrior prince. She in a brief moment looked at his blue eyes that had a fiery, valiant spirit in them. All she could think of was, did Konoha summon a warrior angel from heaven? Because by Kami he's good-looking. Forget good-looking, he's godly. Naruto winks at the Sunakuno Ichi, which made her slightly blush even further. "You can come out, you can't hide from me," said Naruto as a boy comes down from the tree, getting the attention of the 2 siblings who then have a tint of fear in the language of their body. This boy had green eyes, with tanuki-like black rings around them. He has auburn hair. On his forehead, he had the kanji symbol for love. His wardrobe comprises of a long-sleeve crimson coat and full-length trousers with 2 gray belts over his coat that supports a large gourd on his back. "Gaara, I can explain," said Kankuro as he's shaking with fear. "Shut up, Kankuro, or I'll kill you." "You're a disgrace," said the now-revealed Gaara as he turns to stare at Naruto. He senses, or more like something within Gaara senses, the power of the blonde in front of him. "I apologize for my brother's action," said Gaara in a stoic tone. "No harm done, right, Konohamaru?" asked Naruto, who nods in agreement. "Might I get your name?" asked a curious Gaara. "Isn't it proper to give your name first?" said sarcastically Naruto as Temari and Kankuro shook with slight fear. "My apologizes again, my name is Gaara Sabaku as you know me, and my siblings are from Sunagakure," said Gaara as he bows in respect, which shocks both of his siblings, thinks what power could make the beast within Gaara quiet. "I'm Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze," revealed Naruto, which shocked all 3. The avenging angel in front of us, he is every bit as a fighter as the reports say, thought Kankuro. Amazing he's the avenging angel. The reports don't do him any justice at all, he's very handsome, thought a blushing Temari as she admires Naruto's physique and looks which causes her to blush further. Incredible Mother is silent for the first time in years, thought Gaara as he looks at the angelic warrior as he is about to leave. Have a good day to you all. Especially you beautiful, said Naruto as he kisses Temari's hand, causing her to blush. As he and Konohamaru leaves, Naruto appears to have watchers of two different groups. So that's the Namikaze's heir. He looks handsome, don't you agree, Samui? Said a girl with red hair and dark skin. Yes, he does. In a fierce fighter sort of way in my eyes. He seems like a gentleman. Am I right, Yujito? Said the girl with blonde hair and fair skin. As the third female of the group looks at the blonde with interest. Well, kitten, if we have to kill him, let's see what he has as far as equipment. I always wanted to see what an avenging angel is packing, said a telepathic voice in a sultry tone, which causes said girl to blush madly red. Their headband revealed by the light to be the symbol of clouds. So that's that bastard's son. I can't wait to kill him and end his bloodline forever, whether he be an avenging angel or not, said the man as his female teammate looks at him with awe and wonder. When I get my hands on him, I'm going to break his back over my knee, said the other male of the group, who looks like a bruiser of a man. The light shines to show they have headbands with the symbol of stones. Time skip 1 day later. Naruto is walking towards the academy. He senses that there is a Jinjutsu placed on the second floor. As he walks in and up to the third floor, he sees a kunoichi with Chinese-style buns. Her outfit comprised of a long-sleeved, high-collared blouse with marin edges, with a matching pair of marin puffy hakama-style pants. She's wearing black fingerless gloves. She's trying to get into a room guarded by genin, but in reality, are Chunin in a hinge. But one of them punches her back. "PSSH hey you," said Naruto, getting her attention. Naruto shushes her and says to her in a whisper, "Head upstairs, it's a Jinjutsu. This is the second floor, not the third." The girl, now sensing the Jinjutsu, taps both her teammates and told them of the diversion, and they went upstairs, with Naruto doing the same as well. One of the bun-haired girl's teammates had noticed the blonde follow behind them. He had bushy eyebrows, a bowl-cut hairstyle, and a green jumpsuit with arm and leg warmers. Sees our blonde angelic warrior studying him with a fighter's eye. Naruto reaches a large area that is near the area of the first part of the exam. As he is about to go up the next flight of stairs, he is stopped by the boy seen with the bun-haired teammate. "Oh, it is good to meet you, Namikaze-sama. I'm Rock Lee, happy to make your acquaintance," said the now revealed Rock Lee. "I would like to see and test your skill as a hand-to-hand combatant and martial artist for myself, if that's all right with you," asked Lee as he gets into his fighting stance. "Sure, why not? Let's have a spar," said Naruto, who does the same. In moments, Naruto and Rock Lee proceeds to engage in a sparring session, with the two fighting with their own unique style. He's fighting using Goken. He's very skilled with the form. He's nearly as fast as me. His punches are like stone being slung by a slinger. Naruto thinks to himself as he dodges a high roundhouse kick. Impressive, Naruto is somewhat faster than me. He's extraordinary in hand-to-hand combat. He's showing superb skill with what he learned on the street. I have seen my fair share of street fighters, but Naruto has shown extraordinary skill in the way he efficiently handles himself against me, adjusting his technique and form to deal with any tactic and any technique I employ, thought Rock Lee as he dodges a cross aimed for his head. Naruto is throwing out a combo of punches and kicks, landing some on the green-clad boy, who rolls with the combo as he back flips away from Naruto and leaps back to executes a dragon kick combo. Naruto is then hit by the combo, causing him to skid backwards. Superb, Rock Lee, your skill in Goken is among the best I've seen. But we should probably get going so we won't miss the exams, reasoned Naruto as Lee agreed with this reasoning, disengaged from the fight, so both can walk up the steps together as brothers in arms. As they walk into the exam room, Naruto gets looks of awe and admiration mixed in with looks of rage and loathing, specifically from the team of ninja with the stone insignia in their headbands, though only two of the males are. The female is showing an emotion of longing towards the young blonde. Naruto is suddenly jumped on from behind by Hinata Hyuga, who admires his outfit and hugs him. "Hello, darling, it's been a long time, hasn't it?" said Hinata as she looks at her lover with admiration. Shino and Kiba walks up to him and begins to grade him individually. "Hi Naruto, how's it going for you with being the avenging angel?" asked Kiba as Akamaru walks up and licks his face. "It's nice, Kiba, it's a long road for me, but it's a nice one full of adventure." "Isn't that right, Akamaru?" said Naruto to both Kiba and Akamaru as he pets Akamaru. "Shino, I sense your bug colony is doing well. How is your queen doing?" asked Naruto. "Pretty well, Naruto, just getting used to you being an avenging angel is all," said Shino in his stoic, but yet still amazed at the fact that Naruto came back to life as some angelic warrior. "Naruto, is that you?" asked a boy in samurai-like armor. He had a husky build of him with long brown hair. He also sports markings on his face that are not as pronounced or fierce-looking as Kiba, but more joyful-looking. "Hey Choji, how have you been?" said Naruto as the now-revealed Choji looks at him in awe, as does a boy walking up to him. "So are the rumors true? Are you truly an avenging angel?" asked the boy next to Naruto. He had on a lazy look about him. He has black hair and a spiked ponytail, wearing a ragged tan jacket over a black t-shirt with tan pants. "Hey Shikamaru, how's it going? It's nice to see you too. But to answer both your questions, I had been murdered by my teammates and came back to life reborn as an avenging angel. A mystical superhuman warrior like no other," answered Naruto as his other two friends looks at him in awe. "So it is true Naruto is an avenging angel," thought Choji as he looks at his friend in sadness at his death and resurrection, but looks at him with a look of high respect towards him, seeing him as an embodiment of death and rebirth in front of him. Shikamaru is having thoughts of what happens now. He knows that Naruto wanted to be Hokage, but now he's beyond that goal. "Hey, Naruto, how's it going?" asked Ino as she walks up with a calm, caring tone. Naruto about to say hello to her until a voice said, "I would suggest you all keep it down unless you want to draw attention to yourself." Every one of the 10 looks towards the boy who said that statement. The boy had long silver-white hair and a ponytail. His outfit comprised of a dark purple sleeveless shirt over a white sleeve shirt with black pants that had wrappings along the ankles. "Who might you be?" asked a curious Hinata. "I'm Kabuto Yakushi, 7-time Chunin exam taker and veteran Genin," answered Kabuto. "Ha, 7 times you suck, dude," said Kiba as he is then bonked on his head by Ino. "Baka, don't laugh, this exam has more than combat skills involved," scolded Ino. "It's alright, I get that a lot. But on a plus side, I got information on the competition of the past years and the ones this year," said Kabuto as Shino, Shikamaru, and Naruto pick up on this as Kabuto continues to speak. "I have information on all the Genin competing, including the ones from Konoha with their mission reports and statistics on their capabilities, as well as those from that new wet behind the ears village sound," said Kabuto as he shows off some information cards. This gets the attention of said Genin from Sound 2, of whom schemes to humiliate the Konoha Nin for his comment. That is until Naruto, who senses their intention, stares at them, unsheathes a dagger with a curved blade with a serrated edge on it, in a way telling them, "Start something at your own risk." The two had second thoughts about this decision and decided not to. The female of the sound group looks at him like he was a warrior angel, as well as a key to something she is vying for. Naruto gets suspicious of Kabuto as he has information that's highly restricted. Only the Hokage has access to said reports. Naruto thinks to himself, this Kabuto character is suspicious, having information of a classified nature. A girl with long dark blonde hair and a braid, dark eyes, wearing red lipstick, begins to walk up to Kabuto. Her outfit comprised of a short-sleeved dark purple and black blouse with black pants that had a design referencing to clouds. She also wore fingerless gloves with a blue chain of beads for her left hand and bandages on her arms and legs. "So, Kabuto Yakushi, tell me about the avenging angel of Konoha," asked the girl. "Yujito ni Kumo's Hellcat and Jinchuriki of the Two Tails Monster Cat, nice to meet you." Well, the avenging angel of Konoha, or better known as Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, is a boy who was given a bad hand at life. However, his team and wave betrayed and killed him. He mysteriously came back to life as some type of superhuman warrior with tremendous fighting ability, answered Kabuto, getting an intrigued look from the now revealed Yujito ni. "What are his combat statistics?" asked Yujito, getting a look of intrigue from the silver-haired Genin. "Sure, his taijutsu is AA+, Kenjutsu AAA, Jinjutsu unknown, Ninjutsu unknown. Fighting style, Seems like a fusion of martial arts and street fighting. He has 256 confirmed kills and has a bounty on his head in IWA worth 12 million Rio dead or alive. He's also applied into the CRA, answered Kabuto, which gets a surprised and blushing look from the Kumo Kunoichi. Well, Kitten, looks like you'll have to share the hunk of a warrior with other tigresses, but hey, maybe you can have him to yourself in the survival portion of the exam, said telepathically the fire cat inside a blushing Yujito. Not now, Niabai, answered back Yujito telepathically towards her bijou. All right, maggots, in your seats now, said a scar-faced man in an all-black stylish outfit akin to a certain vampiric hero. Everyone went to their assigned seat. My name is Marino Abiki. I will be the proctor of the first phase. Let the Chunin exams will begin with a written exam. So, no cheating, and if you score lower on your test than your teammates, your team fails, said the scared Jonin, as some people are complaining about the rules of this part of the exam. As everyone begins the written exam, every one of the Konoha 10 wonder, what the hell is Naruto doing? Thought some of them as Naruto is checking his weapons and equipment like it was something to do. Ibiki walks up to him and asks, what the hell are you doing, Namikaze, as he is leaking killing intent that made some of the Genin shit themselves? Oh, I'm checking my weapons and equipment for the second part of the exam, answered Naruto as Ibiki gets a tick mark on his head as many people's sweat drops in the room. You're supposed to be writing on the test, not weapons and equipment checking, said Ibiki in an irate tone. Oh, I'm actually finished. See, replied Naruto as he shows his finished test to the scarred Jonin in front of him. The people around are shocked by Naruto's speed of which he finished his test. Oh, so you're finished, huh? I guess you can wait then, said Ibiki as he walks back to the front of the room. Huh, I guess Tamashii is right, you couldn't play mind games with him after all. He's just the calmness in the storm of things. I feel really sorry for the enemy he faces, thought Ibiki as he looks at the blonde in question, checking his long sword, being sure it's sharp. Soon people had realized the truth about the test and secretly started to cheat in various fashions. But some participants are dropping like flies after being found cheating. It, however, still leaves a large group of participants from many villages. All right, time for the 10th question, said Ibiki as it gets nearly everyone on high alert, with some wondering what Ibiki's 10th question would be. However, one person saw right through the question. All right, if those of you who answer and get it incorrect, then your team is never to try again in the Chunin exam, said Ibiki as many of them are shocked. You can't do that, said an unnamed Genin. I'm the proctor of my phase, you're playing by my rules. Now, if you want to be able to become a Chunin next year, I would suggest you drop out now and save your team's chances at getting promoted, said Hiruzen as some of the Genin teams begin to drop out and leave the room with the rest of them staying. Ibiki sees a hand starting to rise. This hand being from Naruto, which shocks some. But the next action is what surprises everyone. Naruto slams his hand into the desk, cracking it. Ask the 10th question. I'm not afraid of being stuck as a Genin for life. Because even if I'm a Genin for life, I'm still going to be kicking ass as an immortal avenging angel. I've already killed a dark dragon, and I'm still looking for the toughest and fiercest damn battle in my life, said Naruto in the most intense and determined tone anyone has ever seen. Some of the people are looking at the blonde with a sphere of respect for his willpower and courage. This avenging angel has some steel in his balls, doesn't he, Matabi? Thought Yujito, as Matabi nodded in agreement. This son of a bitch has guts. Too bad, I'm gonna smear them all over the ground, thought the IW, Anin as he looks at him with a grudging respect. Hinata thinks, I can't wait for our wedding night. I'm going to ride him cowgirl like there's no tomorrow. Tamari and the girl from Odo have similar thoughts about how they would act in the sack with the blonde in question. Some of the Genin who didn't resign gets their backbone back from hearing this speech. They call out to answer the 10th question. All right, every single one of you pass, said Ibiki, which causes nearly everyone in the room to shout, what? There wasn't a 10th question, it was to see who could go all the way and not break under pressure, under torture, and how carefully you could get information to your teammates without being caught, along with not selling out your team to your enemy. This test was to show not only your cunning in gathering accurate intelligence, but also your willpower. Those who chooses the safer of two paths, those who would save their own asses over sacred honor, are not worthy of the Chunin rank, said Ibiki as he takes off his bandana and shows the many scars adorned on his head. As everyone in the room, including Naruto, looks on with an understanding look that tells of what they need to know about being a Chunin and the importance of information gathering for any type of mission and how relentlessly the enemy would get it. Before Ibiki could say anything else as he ties his bandana back on, a blur jumps through a window. A banner that said the sexy and single Anko Mitarashi as said woman reveals herself. Her outfit is comprised of a tan trench coat over a metal mesh short-sleeve shirt, metal pants with a dark orange mini skirt over it, pale gray shin guards over her sandals. Her build was slender and slightly curvaceous. She has purple hair tied in a spiked ponytail. Anko, you're early. Can you at least not make a mess of things when you come in?" said Ibiki in a nonchalant manner as he was used to the extravagant woman in front of him. "Yeah, but I want to surprise them, you know me. I'm the wild kind of woman," said Anko as she looks around the room, see a still very large number of genin. She calls out, "Huh, what's this, Ibiki? There's still a lot of gakis in here. You must be losing your touch." "Well, they had a vote of confidence this year," said Ibiki in a nonchalant tone as Anko looks around when she spots Naruto. So he's the avenging angel I've been hearing about. He's just like me with a horrible past. I wonder if I could ask him out on a date. After all, he is in the CRA," thought Anko as she looks at the angelic blonde. "All right, everyone meet at Training Ground 47 tomorrow morning, and don't be late," said Anko as she disappears in a shunshin. Everyone leaves out of the room. Naruto is then suddenly stopped by the IWA Nin. "Tell me, Namikaze, can you bleed?" asked the Nin in a threatening tone. "Not easily," replied Naruto as he leaves out. "Soon you will," shouted out the Nin. As Ibiki goes to pick up the tests, he sees Naruto's being not only filled, but also giving him a heads up about a certain genin by the name of Kabuto. Ibiki understands the meaning of the message and goes to the Hokage with this information. Konoha at night. At the Hyuga compound. The mystery figure is back inside of the Hyuga compound, this time going deeper inside of the elder quarters. As he's sensing around the elder quarters of the compound to sense a presence that he has never sensed from the past at all, he peeks inside of the room to see a sight of horror and shock. In that room, he sees the mother of Hinata Hyuga and Hanabi Hyuga in a test tube of sorts that seemingly preserves her. Seeing 2 scientists and 6 guards in the room, he soon takes out a special grenade and throws it into the room. It explodes and releases a sleeping gas of sorts that knocks all the Hyuga unconscious. "They'll be out for 2 hours. Time to rescue a fair maiden," thought the mystery figure as he slowly but surely moves towards the containment unit of Hitomi Hyuga. He looks towards the charts to find out something that the Hyuga would kill to keep quiet about. He also went to copy and download data from their computers' mainframes on anything that would be illegal. He also discovers 2 names that would make the figure think hard on. He proceeds to open the container and takes the unconscious covered up with a special cloak that cover her for not only decency, but also for stealth purposes. He then leaps away with the Hyuga maiden into the night. At Training Ground 77. All the genin are at a highly gated forest waiting for the proctor. Every one of them are anxious to get this phase of the exam started. Naruto is double-checking his equipment and weapons. He starts to do his katas with his long sword away from the gathered, practicing every sweeping motion and every recovery roll. However, he's not the only one watching him. The Kumo trio looks on with interest. The red-haired girl Kirui looks on with a deep interest in his sword and sword stance. Interesting, his Kenjutsu stance is unique, using not the fast or elaborate moves seen in most styles, but it seems to emphasize a lot of strength behind those swings and a high level of fluidity in its moves. The sword looks like it's Tsurugi, but it's way thicker than any I've seen. The design of it looks heavy. How is he using said blade with such a weight to it? The handle has what looks to have eagles engraved in it, thought Kirui as she sees him sheath his sword. He looks around and says in a calm but commanding tone, "You 3 can come out now, I can sense you." As the 3 jump down from their hiding spots to meet the young blonde at the forest floor. "So, you can sense us? That's impressive to say the least. The rumors are true that Konoha has an angelic warrior. I never thought it would be the Yondiame's son who died and came back to life as a warrior angel of sorts," said Yujito as she walks towards and around him, admiring his physical form, caressing his arms and chest with her hand. "So, you're the Hellcat of Kumo, Yujito ni. Your reputation of being a highly skilled and fierce kunoichi is one that doesn't do justice to your beauty. Yujito giggles at his compliment. Aren't you a charmer, Namikaze? Said Samui, as she walks up towards him. Samui's outfit was a sight for any would-be pervert. But Naruto isn't a would-be pervert. Samui's outfit comprised of a low-cut design that displays her sizable cleavage, mesh armor underneath the outfit. She had on a modified flak jacket, a short skirt, high boots, and red handguards. Who might you be? Asked Naruto as he looks at another beautiful woman eye to eye. I'm Samui of Kumogakure, answered Samui. Well, it's nice to meet a trio of beautiful kunoichi, said as Naruto as Samui. Yujito and Karui blushes at the compliment. He then looks towards Karui, who proceeds to introduce herself. I'm Karui of Kumogakure, said Karui. Her outfit has the standard Kumo flak jacket over a sleeveless dress with high-thigh boots, and her bandana, like Kumo forehead protector, wrapped around her red hair. Naruto is thinking, did he just find another Uzumaki who immigrated to Kumo? But he dismissed it due to Karui having a darker shade of red in her hair. Thank you for appreciating my sword style, Karui. It's really humbling to know a beautiful woman such as yourself who admires the art of the sword, said Naruto towards Karui as she blushes even deeper at the compliment. I look forward to facing it in battle, said Karui as Naruto does a sword salute and walks away, leaving the three kunoichis with one thought, a definite gentleman. Time skip, 12 minutes later. Anko had explained the second phase to being a survival phase with the objective being to capture the enemy team's scroll and go to the tower inside the forest. Killing is allowed, the time limit being 5 days. Anko even went behind the genin who mouthed off about the forest being nothing but a jinjutsu trick. She gave him a scratch on his cheek and in her own words said, "Genin, like you often get killed in here. You're the type who dies first," licking the blood from his cheek. However, Naruto senses something off with the kunoichi that handed Anko her kunai back with her long tongue. He senses that this kunoichi doesn't appear to be who she is. Everyone goes and gathers their scroll. They then go to their assigned gate, with Naruto going to the gate assigned to him with a symbol reference to his armor at home. Ha ha, GG, very funny and flattering, said Naruto to himself as he gets ready for the survival portion. The horns blow and the gates open. Let the games begin, said Anko and Naruto in unison as every one of the genin rushes into the forest of death with a deep commitment in their hearts, with some a commitment of vengeance. Hours follow, as many genin had started to battle each other over the scrolls of either heaven or earth. As everyone is trying to get a scroll, Naruto leaps from tree to tree, broadening his senses every 50 meters from his position. He sees a position of a group of genin and leaps towards their direction. Team 8 had ambushed a team from Taki, viciously beating them into the ground, leaving them injured but alive. Damn, no heaven scroll. I hope Naruto is doing all right, said Kiba, as they make sure the Takiganin are placed out of danger of other teams and wildlife. Team 10 had found a good position to rest at and plan their attacks on any weaker teams with the scrolls they need. Naruto is staying inside of the forest to try and help the Konoha Nin in the forest succeed. However, Naruto is suddenly hit from behind by a wind gust. But that wind gust wasn't a normal one. Also, the Avenging Angel is still alive. I must say, I've known of Yamada's reputation as a fearsome fighter, and yet you still live, said the grass kunoichi as Naruto gets up into a fighting position. So are you going to fight or talk all day, grass Nin, or should I say Orochimaru? Said Naruto as the grass kunoichi tears off the face mask to reveal a pale-skinned man with long black hair with snake-like eyes. So, a genin more, so the former Kyuubi brat is able to identify who I am. So what tipped you off? Asked Orochimaru with an intrigued look at the blonde. Well, it's not hard, as only one person in the leaf aside from Anko who has the snake contract. Plus, the only person with keen reptilian characteristics aside from King Komodo is you, Orochimaru. So what do you want? Asked Naruto, who thinks to himself on how to fight Orochimaru. Well, simple, I want to take your body and turn it into my new vessel, said Orochimaru as he gets into his battle stance, drawing his Kusanagi, with Naruto doing the same with him, getting out a set of batons. Not a chance, Snake Eyes, you not getting my body to be used as a vessel for suffering, said Naruto as he prepares to fight a fierce battle against a well-known S-ranked criminal. Naruto tests the waters against Orochimaru, as while he is confident in his swordsmanship, most of the foes he's faced had been berserkers, not masters of the sword. Naruto proceeds to lunge at Orochimaru using measured kicks and swings with his batons. Orochimaru defends adequately and counters with a swipe towards Naruto's neck, which Naruto dodges. Naruto leaps over Orochimaru and catches him with a low spinning heel kick, which knocks him to the ground. Orochimaru rolls back to his feet and distances himself, and releases some long-range jutsu, Shadow Snake Hand Jutsu, called out Orochimaru as small snakes flies out of his sleeves towards Naruto, who begins to slice and cut through the current of snakes. Naruto returns the favor with shurikens and a jutsu of his own. Wind Cannonball, called out Naruto as he sends 6 spheres of pressurized air and wind at Orochimaru, who dodges with agility and fluidity akin to that of a snake. The two re-engage in close combat, with Naruto continuously throwing Orochimaru through a loop with his freestyle form of combat that he's having difficulty dealing with. While Orochimaru is an extremely formidable ninja and sword fighter, but he's never really fought more things out in the world. 30 minutes go by. Naruto and Orochimaru are panting, both are being tested. While Naruto may have underestimated the Snake Sannin, it was the Snake Sannin who underestimated the Avenging Angel. Both are sporting damages from each other, with Orochimaru sporting cuts on his arms, back, and legs that are healing. Naruto sporting sword cuts that are also healing. Impressive, you are able to challenge me despite my legendary fighting skills. But your body will soon be mine, and with it your power, said Orochimaru. Not a chance, Snake Breath. I don't swing that way, and plus I'm interested in women, so back the hell up, said Naruto, as Orochimaru growls at the jab at his sexuality. They again go at it, with Orochimaru being truly tested by a worthy opponent. There are watchers of this intense battle, with them being the trio from Kumo and the Kunoichi from IW, looking on in awe at the fierce battle. Well, kitten, he's sure a warrior like no other. You'll surely have strong children, said Matabi in Yujito's head as she looks on to the battle. Amazing, he's competing with Orochimaru in a battle like as if he was an equal, thought Karui as she looks onto the blonde in wonder, as she's seen intense battles between ninjas, but never ninjas of a high caliber. Cool, said Samui as she sees the battle continue. The IWA Kunoichi looks at him, not in rage, but in one thing unexpected of a Kunoichi from IWA. Incredible. Naruto and Orochimaru attack each other with ferocity unbound by mortals. In a split second of a blade lock, Orochimaru elongated his head to bite Naruto. Naruto grunts in pain as he feels a stinging sensation at the back of his neck as he drops his guard, leaving himself for Orochimaru to place a seal on him, which greatly weakens him. However, Naruto, with a powerful burst of chakra, sends out a powerful wind cannonball that sends Orochimaru flying 200 meters away, greatly injuring him in the process. Orochimaru thinks to himself, how soon his body will be mine and immortality will be in my grasp. Orochimaru flees the area of the battle within a happy mood. Naruto is standing strong, but his wounds are healing at a much slower rate, and he's getting tired. Naruto goes off to find shelter for the night. Inside an unknown room in Konoha, a woman with night sky blue hair is starting to wake up. She is slowly but surely stirring and waking her bed. As she looks around, she sees a man in strange armor that is waking up to her with a tray of food. "Ah, Hitomi Ba-chan, it's good you're awake," said the figure as he looks at the Hyuga woman in a happy way. Who are you?" asked a confused and somewhat afraid Hitomi. The figure takes off his helmet and reveals himself to be Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. "Minato, you're alive," said a confused Hitomi as she looks at Naruto, mistaking him for his father. "I'm not my father. I'm Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, and I'm not the real Naruto. I'm a light clone. He's in the Chunin exam at the moment," said Naruto as she is shocked by this reveal. "I believe there is a story behind your appearance," asked Hitomi as Naruto had prepared for the long explanation. Back in the Forest of Death, Naruto had found a place to shelter in for the night. He sets up several traps so he couldn't be disturbed easily. Suddenly, he feels a gnawing pain in his neck that's irritating him. Thinking to himself, I feel as if another presence is trying to take over. My healing is working slow, and I'm starting to get tired. It's like as if he injected a virus into my system, thought Naruto as he then thinks back to something about what Orochimaru said. He runs it into his head how Orochimaru needs his body as a vessel, thinking what possible way he could do it. He then thinks of one possibility as he removed the five-pronged seal. He thinks of the skills not associated with combat that Orochimaru has. From being the summoner of the snakes, to being a genius in genetics and other sciences, to lastly being a skilled fuinjutsu user. That where's it hits him. So the snake put a seal that allows for him to transfer his consciousness into body to body. This bite is where he placed the seal interesting. Naruto proceeded to use the utmost of his chakra control to make a light clone to take pictures of the sealing mark and see what it looks like. The clone hands Naruto the picture. Incredible design. By the looks of it, he combined fuinjutsu with senjutsu chakra he absorbed to make it strong enough for transference of his consciousness. But that's not all. By the looks of it has a soul fragment, probably explaining why I sense a presence inside of my mind. Looks like the seal's design is to inject the soul fragment's influence into the subject's body, erasing the subject's soul and placing Orochimaru's in the place of the subject's soul. So, let's see if I can expel this foreign seal and soul fragment, thought Naruto as he gets into a meditative position, concentrating and focusing his chakra inward. In a split second, Naruto was in his mindscape. He looks around to see an environment resembling a cross between the environments he has seen in his world and Richard the Lionheart's. As he goes towards the center, he sees a warrior in ninja-like armor akin to that of an Oni. Naruto immediately gets into his fighting stance. He senses that this is the intruding soul fragment. The two begin to clash in hand-to-hand combat, with the soul fragment fighting using Snake Fist, Naruto using Fanzequin, and Kenpo striking fast and hard, breaking bones and crushing organs. The Orochimaru fragment is strong, but is only a portion of the original. It's then knocked to the ground with a low leg sweep. Naruto then leaps on top of the fragment, and with the enough strength and technique, he breaks the fragment's neck, destroying it and cleansing himself. Outside of the mindscape, the Odo team looks toward the tree where Naruto is sheltered and seated in. Let's go take care of this avenging angel, said a boy in a hapori. Let's proceed with caution. We don't know his jutsu arsenal at all. It could surpass your air cannon, Zaku. Let's fight smart on this, said the boy in a mummy-like outfit as the girl with long hair nods in agreement. Fine, we'll do it your way, Dosu, said Zaku as they looked towards Naruto in a meditative position. With Kurama. Kurama and her love Tozen are together in a room drawing up plans for architecture for their compound if they want to start a family. Kurama is happy that she found a man that doesn't judge her based on the basis of her past. Man, I'm the luckiest woman in the world to have a man like Tozen Koen. He's strong, kind, and knows how to please a woman. I hope the future will be a bright one for the best, thought Kurama as she looks at Tozen in marvel. Tozen, darling, why not we take a break? Surely you have to be hungry from drawing up these plans for the last 6 hours, said Kurama as Tozen had thought about it and shrugged his shoulders at answer. The two go and grab something to eat from the kitchen. Chapter 6. The Humble Spirit of an Angelic Warrior. The Odo team is looking around to find any traps set by the angelic blonde. The female of the Odo looks at the blonde in wonder. He's just sitting there in the tree, like he's in harmony with nature itself, thought the Kunoichi of the Odo team as she looks in marvel of the blonde, seeing him as a representation of the ascendance of the human spirit into a valiant warrior angel. As Zaku and Dosu close in, they both think in unison. So let's see what this so-called avenging angel can do when he's off guard. The trio, however, is watched by the eyes of Rock Lee and his teammates, Ino Yamanaka, Choji Akimichi, Shikamaru Nara, as well as Hinata Hyuga, Shino Aburame, Hiba Inuzuka, and the Kunoichi trio from Kumo, as some of them are about to warn Naruto. Until Naruto, using his sixth sense to blitz the weaker of the team, which is Kin, who is knocked out by a chop to the neck. Zaku tries to use an air blast of sorts with no hand signs. Naruto channels chakra to his sword and twirls his swords at a speed that surprises his watchers, as the air blast had become nothing but a gust of wind that only cleaned his dirt. The groups move out to find some scrolls to get into the tower. Dosu tries to use taijutsu on him, hoping to use his trump card on him. But Naruto, before he could reach him, had intercepted his punch and threw a headbutt to his chest. He then threw an elbow towards his back, knocking him to the ground and conscious. Zaku shoots another air blast at Naruto, who then returns the favor with a simple wind ball jutsu which Naruto had sent towards Zaku with concussive force that knocks him towards a tree, breaking his right arm. The Sound Four are easily defeated by Naruto, who takes their scroll and ties them up. Everyone go their separate ways. The Kunoichi of the Sound team awakens to see Naruto tie her separate from her teammates. The girl has long black hair, an athletic build akin to a female acrobat, and a track and field star athlete. In an outfit in reference to a female Kunoichi and a gym rat having a baby. "What's your mission from Orochimaru?" asked Naruto as the girl looks at him in shock as he had figured out that Orochimaru had sent them. How do you know Orochimaru sent us?" asked a confused sound Kunoichi as she looked at the blonde in shock. "I can smell snakes on you, and your teammates tell me miss," said Naruto as she realizes that Naruto is not going to be fooled by her lies. Kin Tsuchi. "Orochimaru sent us to kill you," answered the now revealed Kin as she looks at the blonde with interest. "Well, you and your teammates weren't fully informed. He had given me the cursed seal. If you would have attacked me with the seal still on me, you would have been dead right now," said Naruto as he shows her the picture of the cursed seal on the back of his neck. Kin is shocked by this revelation and shocked she would have been killed by the young blonde in front of her. "I sense that you may want to be careful of your teammates. Seeing as I beat the hell out of them, I don't think they would do less than lick their wounds," said Naruto as he leaves Kin tied up. Naruto turns around and says, "The knots have burned seals. They will burn them off 40 minutes after I leave." "Remember what I said," said Naruto as he leaps away. Kin thinks, "Well, at least he is right about my teammates. They do give me the vibe I need to look my door at night." Time skip 2 hours later inside of the tower. Naruto had gathered the necessary scrolls need to pass the phase. He looks up and sees the quotes for heaven and earth. He opens the scroll, and soon smoke appears from the scroll to see Tamashii standing in front of him. "Hey Tamashii-sensei, what are you doing here?" asked Naruto, surprised to see his partner and mentor here in front of him. "Simple to give you the talk about what this philosophical parable means. If you don't have the qualities of mind, then go and train your mind. If you don't have qualities of body, go and train your body. Naruto, you have a strong body and a keen mind. But what you need, Naruto, is the greatest teacher and physical trainer of all time," said Tamashii, which gets Naruto attention. "Who would that be?" asked Naruto in a curious tone. "Simple experience. You can train your body and sharpening your mind all you want. You need experience to guide you through your years of intense battle and combat. As while you're trained by some of the greatest warriors in history, you are not them. You are Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, the avenging angel. Don't forget that," said Tamashii as he looks at Naruto, who is inspired deeply by the masked warrior. Naruto proceeds to his room, inspired by the speech. As he's walking through the hallway, he hears muffled screams inside a nearby room. Naruto busts through the room to see a sight that would harden his role as an avenging angel. He sees Kin Tsuchi tied, gagged, naked and bound to the bed with her propped up, about to be raped by her teammates who were lubing up and getting ready to defile her. Naruto sees red and leaps at the two. Naruto attacks and viciously beat the duo within an inch of their vile lives. Dosu is thrown hard enough through a wall into the next room. Zaku gets his back broken by Naruto over his knee. Naruto stops his rampage, cuts Kin free, who proceeds to hug and covers herself with the blanket. "Thank you, Tenchi. If you hadn't shown up, I would have felt like a whore the way they would have raped me," said Kin as she hugs him tightly for dear life. Naruto escorts her towards his room, leaving Dosu and Zaku in pain and in broken states. Naruto, thinking he would get disqualified for their assault, sends a small portion of his hamon healing them, but still leaving them unconscious. Kin and Naruto have lunch with each other. Naruto and Kin have a conversation on what their lives were like before they met each other. Kin, with her being among a family of 2 parents and being an only child thing, were simple and happy. Naruto then reveals his life as being a nobody, a punching bag, and kunai board before becoming an angelic warrior of sorts. Naruto also reveals he has come to value the perseverance and humility of the human spirit, saying many would give up or die, but some refuse to do so and push on with determination and tenacity that would seem supernatural. Kin starts to feel something of admiration for the blonde, seeing his commitment and determination in his drive to be more than a shinobi. She also feels smitten by his human side. Kin and Naruto for a moment lock eyes with each other. They see something of a spark. Kin and Naruto start to kiss. They began to make out with each other in a passionate frenzy, feeling each other's forms. Kin feels Naruto's rock-hard muscles, and Naruto feels Kin's highly athletic, curvaceous form. Minutes feels like hours as they made out with each other. However, Kin breaks away from kissing. Naruto, let's wait, I don't feel comfortable one now. Plus, I want to know more about you and your other lovers, said Kin in a seductive tone. Naruto nods at this, and he gets ready to go to sleep. Kin moves towards the bed and cuddles with him, caressing his torso, feeling the muscle on him. She thinks how becoming a girlfriend to the avenging angel would be exciting and fruitful for her. She thinks back to how she was in the past. Flashback 8 years ago. Kin is running for her life on the street from a group of men who wants beat and rape her. She, however, was cornered. She fought back as best she could. But it was no avail. However, before they could do any raping, a man in tribal-like armor leaps out of nowhere and kills the group. He turns to leave, but leaves Kin a message. Find a place to get strong. He disappears into the night. The next day, Naruto had Kin smuggled out of the forest of death at the crack of dawn. All the Chunin hopefuls are gathered inside a very large arena. Hiruzen begins to congratulate everyone on their survival and passing of the phase. He begins to explain the purpose of the exams as being a lower scale of war, to also a sort of arms check of the armies of each of the village's forces, as well as weed out the bad batch of the cream crop. Some of the Chunin hopefuls understood the meaning of the saying. Seeing many could very easily trigger a border dispute or a flat-out war. However, soon there is a cry of "get on with it," said an IWA ninja with a build akin to that of a brute. "Yeah, let's get to the fighting already," said the other IW. Enin looks to be a brawler-looking man. Their female teammate shakes her head at her teammate's idiocy. "Alrighty then, if there is anyone who doesn't want to participate due to any injuries, please exit now. The ENBU would escort you back into the village," said the Hokage, as everyone who isn't at full strength follow the Umbu, including one Kabuto Yakushi. "Now that those who are unable to fight are out of here, let the preliminary matches begin," shouted the Hokage in the tone that would make the god of war blush. The match boards reveals a 3-on-1 battle between Naruto, Zaku Abumi of Sound, Riei Gosei of IWA, and Takahara Kimura of IWA. "Alright everyone except for those whose name was called, go up onto the platforms and watch the fights," said Hate, as Anko looks at Naruto with a look of concern. "I hope you're going to be alright, kid, avenging angel or not," thought Anko as she looks at the blonde wonder as he gets ready to fight. "This should be interesting," thought a disguised Orochimaru as he looks at Naruto with interest. Every one of the genin gets to the platforms to watch the fight. They see something uncommon that Naruto pulls out. "Is that a double-edged spear? I never seen anything like it," thought the panda-haired girl as she looks at the weapon with a quizzitive eye. Naruto swings his spear, getting a feel for it. The spear had a standard Jumanji Yari head at the top and had a crescent blade on the bottom. "Playing with pointy sticks, how pathetic," said Riei as he gets out a warhammer. "Hey Takahara, I wonder if he's pulling it out to compensate for something. If you catch my drift," said Riei as he talks to his buddy about the blonde's manhood being small. "Yeah, as if he's trying to compensate for being small down there," said Takahara, as it got a chuckle from Zaku, who has a score to settle with the angelic blonde. Takahara draws out large Tekko Kagi, putting them on the back of his hands. "That's funny, I was going to say the same thing about the three of you. Especially you with the war hammer," said a stoic Naruto, which gets a growl from the IWA duo and Zaku. "Begin," shouted Hate as he leaps back. The battle between the four commences. The trio try to overwhelm Naruto with brute force style, fighting using earth and wind jutsus against the angelic blonde. However, Naruto deflected or evaded many of the attacks sent his way using masterful acrobatics. Naruto then sends out a water jutsu in an arc using the slash of his spear. The jutsu knocks Takahara away into a wall, cracking it. Zaku tries to re-employ his air cannons, but is stopped when he sees a strange object glimmers in his eye. Zaku thinks the lighting in the room, trying to confuse him. He takes aim at Naruto, trying to hit him from behind with an air current, until he feels a sensation in his left arm that is sharp and cold. He takes a look to see something that horrifies him. His left arm has been cut off by something that Naruto had thrown from a distance. Zaka see what the blonde catches as he kicks one of the IWA Nin away. What's that in his hand? Tintin asked Rock Lee as he looks at his teammate. I don't know, I have never seen anything like that before. It looks like a metal ring but hacks like a sword, said the now named Tintin as she looks at the ring-like weapon in Naruto's hand. Zaku is in pain, crying out as Naruto battles both of the IWA Nins, who backs away from the blonde. Takahara says, "Alright, you're good, let's see how good you are without that spear Namikaze," as he and Rihei put away their respective weapons. Naruto doing the same with his double-edged spear and chakram. The two engage Naruto in hand-to-hand combat. The IWA Nin rushing after Naruto, absorbing his punches and kicks like nothing and countering when they have an opening. Naruto is knocked back towards the wall. No way, Naruto's fighting skills, they're good, no, they are phenomenal, said Shikamaru as he looks at his friend in awe. Yeah, but it looks like he's on the ropes now, said Choji as he sees Naruto against the wall dodging punches and kicks from the IWA Nin. How those fancy moves are nothing to our rock-hard bodies, said Takahara in an overconfident manner. Yeah, you should try harder if you want to get past our iron muscles jutsu, said Rihei, as this inadvertently gave Naruto an idea. So, these two know a body armoring earth jutsu, huh? Their taijutsu is just reduced to basic brawling. They were trained by the looks of it in brute force tactics. But let's see if they know any dirty wrestling combatives, thought Naruto as he leaps back into the fight, changing from the striking of Tekken to the unconventional wrestling combatives he knows from dirty wrestling with street fighting moves. Looks like Naruto is charging back into the fight. But what is he thinking? He can't hurt them with that jutsu activated, said Ino as she's worried about her fellow blonde's safety and sanity. Immortal or not, you should be more careful, Naruto-kun, thought Hinata as she looks at her love and battle. Anvil of Crom Conan the Barbarian theme, I don't own, sadly. Takahara tries to use a double axe handle smash on Naruto, but it's blocked and countered with a shoulder throw, sending him to the ground. Naruto then uses a move that would surprise Rihei, an eye gouge to his right eye, greatly staggering him and causing him great pain. Naruto then kicks Rihei in the groin. However, Takahara manages to get Naruto in a grapple. Takahara uses a bear hug to try and break Naruto's back. However, Naruto uses a double ear clap, staggering Takahara. Zaku tries to use an air burst towards Naruto, who maneuvers just out of the way of the strike that hits a staggered Takahara, knocking him out in one shot. Zaku is then uppercut by Naruto 13 feet in the air and caught by Naruto, who then slams him to the ground hard enough to cause Zaku to cough up blood and knock him out in the process. Naruto then proceeds to clothesline a charging Rihei, knocking him onto the floor. Naruto proceeds to use a pile driver on Rihei, keeping him staggered. Naruto then gets him in a blood choke, strangling the air out of him. Rihei struggles greatly, trying to get out of the hold, but it's no good. Naruto, with all of his strength, chokes out Rihei of IWA. Naruto is the last one standing in the 3-on-1 battle. End of theme. Naruto pushes the unconscious form of Ryuhei off of him and gets up. The winner is Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, said Hate as Naruto goes to walk up to the platforms towards his partner and mentor. As he does so, Takahara, hearing that Naruto won, charges at him with a Tanto. Naruto, with the swiftness of the wind, draws out Kiba no Tengu, and with enough elegance and easy slices Ryuhei's head clan off, killing him instantly. Naruto flicks the blood off of his sword and walks up to the platforms. Many of the Konoha 11, except for Hinata, Rock Lee, Tintin, and their teammate, looks at Naruto in shock of the swiftness of how he killed the dishonorable IWA Nin. Wow, I thought Naruto was scary when he picked apart those Nin from Taki and grass like they were nothing. This really takes the cake, said Kiba as Akamaru barks in agreement. Amazing, Naruto, what happened to you to become so fierce and lethal, thought Ino as she looks at her fellow blonde in awe and slight fear. Troublesome heaven gave him a killer instinct, thought Shikamaru in lazy but still surprised nature. Naruto walks up to Hinata, who kisses him with great vigor. Naruto kisses back with equal vigor and passion, surprising the rookies at the brazen display of affection. Ino, with her curious nature, asks, "When did you two become a thing?" "Since I discovered he is now in the CRA," said Hinata, which perks the interests of certain females in the room. As they looks at the blonde Casanova, Tintin walks over to Naruto and asks, "Hey Blondie, what was that weapon you used to slice that Zaka guy's arm off?" "I never seen a weapon like it." Naruto pulls out the chakram. It's called a chakram. It's capable of both being used as a ranged weapon or a melee weapon in hand-to-hand combat. Explain Naruto as Tintin is examining the chakram, seeing its design is simplistic but multifunctional. Many Chunin hopefuls battle to be in the finals of the exams. Many of the Konoha rookies, except Choji, who's eliminated by Dosu of Sound, and Tintin eliminated by Temari of the Sand, make it to the end of the preliminaries. There is only 2 matches to go. The match boards show Hinata Hyuga versus Niji Hyuga. Hinata, feeling nervous, is suddenly reassured by Naruto, who grabs her shoulder and locks eyes with her. "Fear nothing, just take a leap of faith. Failure only comes from failure of the will to commit. You can do this, Hinata," said Naruto as Hinata nods and smiles at her angelic lover. Niji and Hinata leaps down to the arena floor. "You should give up, Lady Hinata. Fate has already decreed me the winner. You should go back and live a lavish lifestyle full of easy living fit for a princess," said an overly confident Niji as Ino and Temari growls at this comment. However, Hinata retorts, "I prefer the battlefield as I rather choose my fate than be controlled by it, unlike you Niji, who acts like a prisoner to it." This gets a sneer from Niji, who activates his Byakugan and gets into his Jukin stance. Hinata doing the same, but her stance catches the eye of Naruto, Hiruzen, and Might Guy. "Interesting stance, Hinata Heim. Your posture is not too rigid, having more flexibility." "She's bouncing on her feet like a boxer," thought Naruto. Soon an intense battle of Jukin commences. Niji is using his traditional Jukin. Hinata, using her unique Jukin, are fighting a battle of overwhelming force versus precise agility. Niji is only scoring a few glancing hits compared to Hinata's greater number as she dances around her clansmen. "What is this aberration? Is this supposed to be Jukin?" thought Niji as he is steadily getting angry at Hinata for not using her clan's art instead of the perceived perversion of his clan's fighting form. As time passed, Niji and Hinata are fighting to a near draw, taking on extensive damage from each other. That is until Hinata misstepped in her attack sequence, causing her to overextend herself and was hit with a direct hit towards her mid-drift, causing critical injury. "I have won. I have beaten you and your bastardized Jukin," said Niji in a tired and angry tone. "But just barely, Niji ne. Your victory is only due to luck, not so-called fate. You won due only to facing something that is incomplete rather than something only written," said Hinata as she gets to her feet in pain. Niji, enraged at her dismissal of fate and her seeming taunt at his skills and Jukin being inadequate to defeat her unique Jukin, he charges her with intent to kill. The Jonin senseis of the rookies move to try and block Niji until someone already moved to intercept. It was Naruto who catches Niji by the wrist and throws him towards the opposite direction. So the main branch had hired Konoha's avenging angel to protect their heiress. "How much are they paying you?" said Niji as Naruto stands stoically. "Nothing, Niji. Hinata Heim is one of my girlfriends, as you seen up there with our kissing session. Also, I was preventing you from committing murder," said Naruto as he points towards Hinata, who's unconscious. The medical nin are moving towards Hinata form, seeing that she is unconscious. Naruto moves towards her and does something that surprises everyone. He uses his Hammond to heal Hinata's body. Hinata's injuries are healed, and any chakra points hit by Niji are healed, surprising everyone, including a hidden Orochimaru. Hinata is still unconscious, so the medical nins decided to take her to the medical bay. Orochimaru is also secretly fuming. "Why the hell is it not working? I know the curse seal should be enough to cause him pain," thought the Snake Sannin as he wait to see the next match. Hinata is carted away to the medical station. "Uzumaki, you should forget her. She is weak like the main branch," said Niji as one female Jonin is getting fed up with his attitude, is about to say something until Naruto says, If she was that weak, then how come she caused so much damage to you so skillfully?" said Naruto as Niji turned his Byakugan on in anger. "Don't do it, Niji. You are weak right now. Save it for the finals," said Might Guy as he reasons with Niji in a way, trying to save his student's life and dignity. Niji backs down. The final fight of the prelims is Rock Lee and Gaara. The battle was a fierce one of tremendous portions. While Rock Lee put up a spectacular fight, he was ultimately defeated by Gaara of the Sand, who puts his injured form down and walks back to the platforms in victory. Naruto heals Rock Lee, but he's starting to feel the tiring effects of doing so. He only manages to heal him to a level that will allow him to recover for 2 weeks naturally. Alright, draw a number from this basket to see who you're fighting against in the finals, asked Hiruzen as the finalists do, so one by one each one of them draws a numbered ball. Niji draws number 1, Naruto number 2, Dosu number 3, Kuratsuchi from IWA number 4, Gara number 5, Yujito 6, Temari 7, Samui 8, Karui 9, Shino 10, Kiba 11, Ino 12, Shikamaru 13. Alright, you all have your opponents. You all have 2 months to train and prepare, said Hiruzen as he dismisses all except Naruto. Naruto, my boy, please stay back for me, said the aged leader as several Umbu members surround Naruto. Naruto, my boy, I know Orochimaru has marked you with a seal of sorts. Please let us see it, said Hiruzen in a grandfatherly tone. Gigi, I actually don't have his curse seal anymore, said Naruto as everyone in the room is shocked. What do you mean? Said one Anko Mitoroshi who looks incredulously at the angelic blonde in front of her. I mean, I don't have the seal Orochimaru pridefully put on me, said Naruto as he takes off his shirt, which gets blushes from some of the female umbus in the room. Whistles, boy oh boy, you are a stud with all those muscles. You can take me up to heaven anytime, said Anko, who gets a look from Kurenai at her statement. Naruto turns around and lefts his hair, revealing he doesn't have any seal on him. This shocks everyone in the room aware of the curse seal's permanent nature. Naruto, what happened? How did you get rid of the seal? Asked a curious Hiruzen. Well, it's a simple matter of understanding what the seal is in fact, and what it contains, answered Naruto in a riddle. What do you mean? It's a seal that contains addictive chakra, answered Anko as she looks at Naruto in curious tone. Naruto shakes his head and says, no, it's a way to transfer his consciousness to another body. How so, Naruto? Asked a curious Hiruzen. Orochimaru needs a body to match his genetics. But the problem here is gene therapy to convert a new body would take too long, and seeing his interest in strong host bodies requires him to try and entice them with power. So he created these seals with Senjutsu chakra that would induce a boost in the chakra networks of his targets in an addictive effect. The reason why it didn't work on me is due to me being an avenging angel. My chakra potency is greater than the Senjutsu chakra type used in the seal. But another key thing about it is this seal possesses a soul fragment, said Naruto, as they take in the information the blonde is stating. So, he would change the subject's body, so he could take over the body, asked an intrigued Hiruzen as Naruto continues. Yes, but more specifically, Orochimaru needs to destroy the subject's consciousness to make the transfer possible, answered Naruto as everyone in the room is astonished with the blonde's deeper comprehension of the curse seal, none more so than Anko, who's shocked at the discovery. What do you mean? Asked Anko as she's more intrigued at the blonde's statement than anyone else. The angelic warrior responds. Well, it's simple logic. If you want to possess a body, you would need to destroy the consciousness of the subject. As if a single shred of consciousness is left, the consciousness would fight for control, and like how I did destroy the soul fragment. So in other words, my student's transfer needs 2 stages. 1, the erosion of the receiver's soul, and the slow genetic alteration of the subject's body, said Hiruzen as Naruto nods in agreement to his explanation. Could you remove it from other people? Asked the snake Jonin as she looks at the blonde in question. Possibly I would have to go into your mindscape and do it, said Naruto, which gets him a kiss from the purple net in front of him. Naruto, surprised, kisses back and breaks the kiss. Every male in the room thinks lucky Gaki with angelic powers. Wow, said a surprised Naruto as everyone looks at Anko with either envy or respect for her bold action. Alright, hold still, said Naruto as he puts 2 fingers to her head and concentrating in a meditative stance. Hey Gaki, what's taking so dash? Anko never got to finish her sentence as she is pulled into her mindscape by Naruto. Inside one Anko Mitorashi's mindscape, the area around them seemed like it's out of a horror movie in a castle setting. What the hell is this place, Gaki? Asked Anko as she looks towards the blonde. This place is your mindscape, a place shaped by your emotions and spiritual stability, explained Naruto as Anko looks around her, seeing the art and beauty twisted in a snake-like manner. "So where do we go?" asked Anko. "We go towards the source of the seal," said Naruto as he and Anko walks towards the seal's main matrix. Anko and Naruto arrive at an arena of sorts where they see a flying white cobra. "What the hell is that thing?" asked Anko as she looks at a cobra-headed dragon. "This would be the source of the seal. However, judging from its appearance, it's incomplete," said Naruto as the beast roars at the two. "Anko, here, you might need these," said Naruto as he hands Anko a powerful combat spear and pack full of impact bombs as he generates a bow and arrow set. A brutal battle begins as both Anko and Naruto fight against the cobra-headed dragon. The clash is august and brutal as tail and claw swipes are thrown out at the pair. Naruto and Anko are using master-level acrobatics with the respective weapons they are using. Before long, Anko and Naruto manage to stun the dragon. "Anko, now use the spear and kill this beast," said Naruto as Anko does just that. She plunges her spear deeper into its skull, killing it. In a flash of light, the mindscape is purified of the seal's influence. All around the plane appears to be the same artistic beauty, only purified. The two leave the mindscape. Back in the real world, everyone looks at the forms of the snake mistress of Konoha and the avenging angel. Naruto and Anko's eyes shoot open, Anko feeling a feeling of relief on her form. She falls forward into Naruto's arms. "Feeling better?" asked Naruto with a charming smile. Anko kisses the blonde, deeply tongue wrestling him. She plus away and says something that surprises everyone. "Thanks for the first date. I hope you'll make the second one better," which gets a sheepish smile from the blonde. "Maybe, but let's try to take things slow, darling," said Naruto. "Alrighty then. Naruto, you should probably get home, you got some training to do," said Hiruzen as he gets his attention. "Right, Hokage Gigi," said Naruto as he's about to shunshins out of the room until he hears a voice. "Hey Gaki, what about training? Don't you want any help?" said a man in a green GI with red vest wearing wooden sandals, a headband that said oil, with long white hair. "Not from you, Jiraiya of the Sannin, you blew your chance at that, right?" Naruto said as he disappears in a lightning bolt. Jiraiya was about to teleport after him, but is stopped by Hiruzen. "Jiraiya, don't even think about it. You already blew your chances at being a godparent with that stunt you pulled with that seal you put on him. You're the reason why he's the avenging angel in the first place," said Hiruzen in a tone that left no argument. Jiraiya is shunned by many of the people in the room. As they leave, Jiraiya thinks to himself, "Damn it, I will be in the limelight. You'll all see." In the Namikaze estates, the light clone of Naruto for the past day and 6 hours had filled Hitomi Hyuga in on what's been happening going on over the years she has been in stasis, and her rescue by Naruto. "So, you're now what, an angelic warrior of sorts?" asked Hitomi, trying to understand Naruto's situation. "Well, you could say that I also possess the knowledge of some of the greatest warriors in humanity, an archangel and the warrior of storms," said Naruto as Hitomi nods in surprise at this statement. The original Naruto shows up in the room to see the mother of his girlfriend talking with one of the light clones he left. "I hope wasn't interrupting," said Naruto in a joyful fashion. "How was the exam?" asked Hitomi as she looks at the blonde. "Pretty well. Hinata wasn't able to make the finals, but she did remarkably well against Niji with a unique style of Jukin," said Naruto as Hitomi looks at him in surprise and worry, as well as a great deal of pride for her eldest daughter using a style she was developing before her abduction. "I would like to meet my daughter so we can talk. Plus, I was meaning to ask why they imprisoned me for so long," asked Hitomi towards her future son-in-law. "I'll tell you, but first I need to get Hinata and Hanabi here to hear it," said Naruto as Hitomi agreed to this. Naruto sends out message via messenger bird to invite Hinata and Hanabi. In the Hyuga compound, the Hyuga clan elders are outraged that Hinata had fought a clan member using Hitomi's Jukin-style Great Flowing Fist. "Silence," shouted Hayashi as the elders quieted down. "Now Hinata, explain your battle with Niji in the preliminaries," asked Hayashi in a tone fitting of a father. "Well, father, I used my mother's style in my fight against Niji and fought him to a near standstill. However, I was unable to overcome him due to the form's underdevelopment," said Hinata, as the elders are sneering at Hinata's performance of being able to match the traditional gentle fist worst, yet from a form supposedly inferior that was supposed to be abandoned. Hayashi is intrigued at Hinata's performance, especially with the new fighting form of Jukin, His daughter discovered the day after her boyfriend revealed to him, and the other clan heads his status as an avenging angel. In her mother's early wedding gift. Flashback 6 months ago in the Hyuga clan compound. Hayashi had returned home from the council meeting to reveal something to Hinata in his study. At the moment, Hinata and Hayashi are having a conversation about Naruto's chakra points and potency until Hayashi gets to the point. Hinata, I've been aware of your crush on the blonde Jinchuriki for some. However, there is something you must know that me and your mother did with the fourth Hokage and his wife Kushina Uzumaki, said Hayashi as Hinata blushes at the revelation. Hayashi goes to his desk and retrieves in it a storage scroll of some sort and a document of sorts. Father, what are these things? Asked a curious Hinata as she looks at her father in curiosity. The first item on this desk here, Hinata Heim, is the marriage contract with one Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, said Hayashi as Hinata looks wide-eyed at the contract in front of her as her father continues. The scroll right next to it is your early wedding gift, said Hayashi as he opens the scroll revealing two large books, one larger than the other. Hinata picks up the smaller of the two large books and looks inside of it. She goes wide-eyed at the sight. The book her mother gave her appears to be in nearly grand manual steps, techniques, and strategies of a variation of Juken called the Nagaruru Dai Ken, Great Flowing Fist. Father, look at what mother gave me, said Hinata as Hayashi looks and smiles at what Hitomi gave her daughter. Flashback end. Ever since that day, Hinata had been training in secret in Hitomi's variation of Juken to the point of being very skilled in Nagaruru Dai Ken despite it being partially unfinished. Before anyone in the room could say anything, a messenger bird flies into the room to deliver a message to Hayashi. Who could have sent a message to me of all people, said Hayashi as he gets the message from the bird. The falcon flies off. Hayashi reads it and smirks. Father, what is it? Asked Hinata. Hinata, go and get your sister. We are to go meet your finance at his home, said Hayashi as he turns towards the elders. This meeting is adjourned, said Hayashi as the elders seethe. One gets up and says, what of the transgression of Hinata using that abominable dash? The elder never got to finish as he was hit with killing intent that made him feel the one thing only felt once. Fear, meeting adjourned, said Hayashi in a stern tone that left nothing for argument. As Hayashi goes and meets his daughters at the gates, Hayashi thinks to himself, why do I get the feeling that the avenging angel will surprise me with something of tremendous joy? The three exists the Hyuga compound. Elsewhere in Konoha at night. Hey Gecko is very glad his lung condition had been cured by Naruto, as he gets to spend time with Yugao training and being intimate with her on their downtimes. Right now, he is thankful because he had survived a brutal battle against Baki of the Sand, who he was able to get away from during the altercation. He was able to get to Umbu headquarters and warn about plans to invade Konoha. Hold on, darling. I'm getting you to the HQ hospital. You'll live for me and your child, said Yugao, better known as Nico, as she moves towards HQ's hospital with her lover, being thankful to the blonde for her love's newly gained and regained strength for his survival. Back inside of the Namikaze estates, Hinata and Hayashi are having the greatest shock of their lives as they are seeing the one person that they would have seen in heaven. Hitomi Hyuga, known to the world as the Battle Angel, thought to have died giving birth to Hanabi Hyuga. Hitomi/Kaizen, said Hayashi and Hinata in shock of seeing their family member. Naruto, did you bring my mom back? Asked Hinata in an astonished tone. No, that's why I called you three here. The Hyuga clan elders are the ones responsible, said Naruto as the four Hyuga look at him in shock. What do you mean, Naruto? Asked Hayashi as he, his wife, and two daughters look at him. The elders had Hitomi here abducted by faking her death, answered Naruto. But why? Asked Hinata in an angry tone. It's simple, follow me, asked Naruto as he and the four Hyuga goes towards the office. Naruto goes towards a computer station to show on large monitor data he had retrieved from the elder compound. Well, you see, the Hyuga elders discovered that within Lady Hitomi lays an evolution of the bloodline that would combine the Byakugan bloodline into a bloodline that would have similar traits to my clans, the Yuki and Inazuka clans' bloodlines, answered Naruto as he brings up a simulation of said bloodline's activation showing an individual's bloodline in action having traits of the Uzumaki healing factor and physicals and the Inazuka's enhanced senses and animalistic instincts. along with the ice abilities of the Yuki clan being in use. The four Hyuga are in shock at the potential of the evolved bloodline. Is it possible to activate it now? Asked Hinata in a curious manner. Well, it is Hinata Heim, as the bloodline requires extreme pain. But somehow, Lady Hitomi, it's being suppressed by a drug called Blaze. It's designed to suppress mutation-based bloodlines, said Naruto as he looks at Hanabi and taps her head, sending his Hammond into her body. Naruto stops and drops to one knee. Naruto-kun, what's wrong? Asked a concerned Hinata. Orochimaru's curse seal. He had tried to ensnare me by placing it on me. Luckily, I had managed to remove it, but it, along with healing you and leave your injuries, had taxed me so much, answered Naruto as he got to his feet. What did you do to me? Asked Hanabi as she looks at the angelic blonde in wonder. I also saw within their mainframe that they had placed some blaze in yours and your sister's food and drinks. I had purified you and your sister's body of said drug, answered Naruto as he's struggling to stand. Naruto, are you going to be all right? Asked Hayashi in a concerning tone. I'll be fine, I just need rest. But Hinata Heim, your mother and your sister needs to stay here for a couple of months, said Naruto. Why is that, Naruto? Asked Hayashi as he looks at his future son-in-law. It's because the traits that would have been suppressed by Blaze would become active and would soon activate inside of them. If Hinata and Hanabi would go back, they would be dead, as the Hyuga elders created an elite guard of theirs called the Stalkers. They would kill any Hyuga with any evolutionary traits, said Naruto as Hanabi hugs her mother in fear. Hayashi-sama, there is more going on in your home. See, in the Elder Quarters, there is a training ground where they use Hyuga branch members as training dummies for Jukin and target practice. I also found why the Hyuga clan elders seeks to enforce your traditions to keep these atrocities going because of a sick sense of weeding out their slave stock for those who are strong enough to revolt, said Naruto as he goes over to the computer and shows the pictures of the training ground. The images made the four Hyugas sick to their stomachs. For the next few hours, Hitomi had explained to Hinata of the Nagarera Dai, kin being incomplete, and that while it's geared towards Jukin's focus, its true goal is to become something more than just a Tenketsu-focused striking form, but a complete martial art that covers all-out hand-to-hand combat, as well as all-around use of weapons. Hence the other book Hinata luckily brought with her in the storage scroll. The large book Hitomi explained contains an encyclopedia on many older Hyuga fighting forms that were supposedly lost to time, and that she is the hidden keeper of those fighting forms. Naruto purposed that he and Hinata will train for the finals while helping Hinata with her Nagarera Daiken training. Naruto and Hayashi make plans on taking care of the Hyuga elders by making a counter-drug for Blaze. Hayashi went home to inform everyone that Hinata and Hanabi is going to be staying in the Namikaze compound, but not before kissing his wife goodbye for the time. Hinata, Hitomi, and Hanabi are shown to their respective rooms, with Hinata going with Naruto to his room to sleep with him. Not in that context, weirdos, I mean actually sleep. Feeling his stone-like muscles, Hinata begins to have dreams that would make a former Uchiha fan club member blushes at the nature of the acts committed. Time skips 6 weeks until finals day. Naruto, Hinata, and Hitomi had begun training with each other. Naruto had greatly helped Hitomi in perfecting Nagarera Dai-kin, as well as helping her revisit the older Hyuga fighting forms, innovating newer, more combative techniques and tactics to each fighting form found in the encyclopedia. Hinata had also trained together along with Kin, who reveals she also has feelings for the blonde after he saved her from being raped by Zaku and Dosu. Hinata welcomed her to the harem. Hinata also gave Kin a warning that if she ever betrays him and the village, she will be wishing Naruto should have killed her in the forest. Kin didn't have it any other way. Naruto had trained them in martial arts that would complement, and in Kin's case compensate for where they are lacking in. Hinata was trained extensively in Bando, who benefited greatly, as the form's animalistic characteristics complemented her skill in Nagarera Dai, Kin giving her more combative aspects to use in combat. Kin was trained in Wing Chun by Naruto, giving her skills in Taijutsu a much-needed boost. Naruto, Hinata, and Kin had grown close as lovers as they would talk about the likes and dislikes they have and talks about their goals for the future. Kin is touched by Naruto's goal of being a teacher to the future generation of ninja and to bring back his clan. Hinata also wanting to undo the slave trappings of her clan's archaic values. Right now, Naruto and Kin is in the office with the third Hokage. You mind explaining why Mrs. Tsuchi here is in my office, Naruto? Asked Hiruzen in a commanding tone. Well, it's because she is defecting after I had saved her from her teammate's attempt on her virginity, said Naruto as Hiruzen nods in understanding the looks at Kin steps forward and speaks. Hokage-sama, I Kintsuchi pledge my loyalty to Konoha. As my first act, I would like to relay some information to you, said Kin in a modest tone as Hiruzen listens in. The village hidden in the sound is led by Orochimaru of the Sannin. He plans on attacking and destroying your village with sand backing them, said Kin. I'm actually aware of their backing of that village. Anything else? Asked Hiruzen as Kin continues. Yes, the Kazekage is dead. The man who will be coming here is an imposter. The sand doesn't know of its treachery. They were planning on double-crossing the sand and leave them leaderless after the invasion, said Kin, which surprises everyone in the room. I see. Revealing this information is a surprise. Welcome to Konoha, Kin. I hope you find the right person to spend the rest of your life with, said Hiruzen as Kin kisses Naruto in celebration of her acceptance in Konoha. Wow, Casanova Angel strikes again, whispered the wolf masked Umbu to one falcon masked one, inside a hidden base in the leaf. So, Orochimaru, what are your plans for the avenging angel now that you are unable to control him? Asked Kabuto as he looks at his master. Well, we will just have to kill him and destroy the village, said Orochimaru as he gets out a weapon of unique design similar to the Kusanagi. Soon, even the avenging angel would be nothing more than a footnote, said Orochimaru as he reads himself for combat, practicing with a weapon that could prove a threat to Naruto. Chapter 7. Courage of the Lionheart. Konoha at night. Neji is panting and sweating hard. He had finished putting himself through 5 weeks of brutal speed and strength training to be able to stand toe-to-toe with Naruto. As he refreshes himself with water, he feels a strange sensation going on with his organs and muscles, as if they are burning up. He goes towards his room at the branch compound. He takes a cold shower and eats his dinner. He then marks his calendar for his final day of training and heads to bed. Unknowing to him, a team of the savage Hyuga stalkers are meters from his quarters waiting to kill him. All right, remember, do this quick and quietly. We don't need any unnecessary deaths. Well, deaths that can't be helped, that is, said the leader as he and his men chuckle sinisterly as they are about to burst into the apartment and kill Neji. However, they are each killed by Naruto in his guardian suit, who breaks the leader's neck. That's strange. These stalkers seem to be heading towards Neji's. Interesting, thought Naruto as he disappears into the night, thinking on this event. Elsewhere in the leaf inside of Orochimaru's safe house, Kabuto is checking his equipment for his mission at the hospital, being sure his disguise is on point as he puts the finishing touches on the extra equipment. Kabuto is thinking back on what Orochimaru revealed to him about the sword he revealed to him. Thinking back at how it glowed a silver aurora, it glowed as it was revealed to him. Flashback after the second phase of the Chunin exams. Orochimaru-sama, what is that sword? I have never seen anything like it. It's almost like Naruto's own, asked a surprised Kabuto as he looks at the blade like it's a twin of the blonde's. Glad you asked, Kabuto. This is Tatsuka no Tsurugi. A blade was used by Susanoo, the god of storms himself, said Orochimaru as Kabuto is even more shocked than ever before. Orochimaru, formerly of the Sannin, has in his possession one of the most powerful weapons in existence. A weapon no doubt belonging to the god of storms himself. Soon, Kabuto, nothing, not even this avenging angel, could stop me from achieving my goals, said Orochimaru as he twirls the Tatsuka Tsurugi, getting a feel for the weapon. However, the jewel in the weapon's hilt is glowing as if it's trying to call its owner as it engulfs around the sword with a silver aurora. Kabuto, who notices it, thinks to himself, why does it glow like it does? It can't be good. But then again, I could be second-guessing. He goes to leave to coordinate with sound forces. Flashback end. Kabuto forgets the feeling about the sword and focuses on his current mission of freeing one Sasuke Uchiha from the village breeding chambers. Soon Konoha will be nothing more than a memory to my master, thought Kabuto as he travels to the hospital towards its bloodline sections. Elsewhere in Snow Country, a man is seen walking through a camp of his nomadic clansmen. He sees them all training and practicing the clan arts and skills. As he smiles fondly at them, the wind picks up in a way that tells him to move on. Hmm. So the time has come to settle in the village built by the god of shinobi himself. Time to talk with the elders of this new progress, thought the man as he goes towards the sages of his clan for guidance. In Tundra Country, Kurama and Tozen are having a sparring session with one another using their respective skills and jutsus, delivering counters and parries like a dance of seasoned dancers. All right, Kurama, that's enough for today. We have another job for the daimyo of Bear Country, said Tozen as he sheaths his sword, with Kurama doing the same with her blades. Sure, darling, what's the job? Asked Kurama as she looks at her lover with interest. Tozen hands her the file on Star Village. We are to investigate the village hidden in the stars, as word has reached him that the mortality of genin has increased rapidly for the last 3 months. He has also tasked us to solve the issue with the number, said Tozen as Kurama reads the file on Star Village and deduces one particular thing about the village. That being, they are harnessing the power of the meteorite they had found in the village for many years now. Tozen, I may be able to deduce the problem, but I may need your help with something to resolve it, asked Kurama as she and Tozen go into town for the right materials. Back in Konoha daytime, Naruto is taking Fu, Karen, Hinata, a disguised kin, and Haku out on a date. They all are being accompanied by a light clone, with the original being with Haku. So Haku-chan, how is everything with you? I never got the chance to talk to you in a while, asked a curious Naruto. Fine, darling, it's just that it's a lot to take in, answered Haku as Naruto looks at her curiously. What do you mean? Asked Naruto in a concerning manner. It's just that it has been 7 months now, and I went from being an accomplice to one of the most well-known missing nin, to meeting you when you were human, sharing our life stories and values, to you dying and becoming an avenging angel. It's like a dream I never knew I had, said Haku as she wraps her arms around Naruto's neck and takes in his scent. Well, you should believe it, because it was a prayer from your very lips, said Naruto as he captures Haku in a loving kiss. The two lovers making out in public to let everyone know of their love for each other. Fu and Karen had an amazing time with their clone, with each one having dinner in separate places, such as a picnic dinner for Fu and a fine restaurant dinner for Karen. Kin, while disguised, had seen many of the sight of Konoha, from the mountain to the spa and hot spring, with said light clone taking care of a certain peeping pervert. The avenging angel and his lovers were all deeply immersed in the moments. Some of the people who didn't like the blonde, who now view as blasphemy, try to ruin each of his lovers' dates and days. However, Naruto or a nearby friendly ninja had put some of those bigots in their places and out of mind with a big hospital bill. In a hotel in the Leaf. So the rumors are true, the Namikaze is the avenging angel, said a man in what seems like heavy armor of sorts as he looks at the vase holding the ashes of Rai Gosei as he puts it on the table. Yes, it is. He's something all right, said Kuratsuchi as she remembers back to his battles with both Orochimaru and her 2 teammates in the exams. He is quite the warrior to fight the way he fights, especially with how he handles himself in taijutsu. The stud surely is a stallion, said Kuratsuchi as Takahara looks at Kuratsuchi in disgust at her praise of the Namikaze. Kuratsuchi, Ryuhei is dead. We should be out trying to kill the bastard. But instead, we have to follow these stupid fucking rules, said Takahara as both their sensei and Kuratsuchi are looking at him with a serious look. Takahara, Ryuhei broke the rules of attacking when fights were called and paid the price for such dishonor. If he didn't it would be under siege without the daimyo's help, said the armored man. Bull, the fight was ours, said an obviously disillusioned Takahara as his teammate, and Sensei look at him with disgust with his cowardice acceptance of defeat as he walks away. Han-sensei, I think you should probably send Takahara home to IWA. He may do something very stupid, said Kuratsuchi as she looks at her sensei, who nods in agreement. Elsewhere in Konoha at night, Gaara is looking at the full moon when Dosu of Sound tried to kill him. Gaara, however, killed his would-be killer with his sand and went back to moon watching. Beautiful night, isn't it? Said Naruto as he appears next to Gaara of the Sand out of nowhere. Gaara is shocked by the sudden appearance of Naruto. He turns towards him. What do you want? Asked Gaara in curious tone. To be an angel of mercy for you, said Naruto as he walks up to Gaara and touches his head. Soon Gaara is taken into his mindscape. So you're the Tanuki that's been causing Gaara of the Sand so much trouble, said Naruto as Gaara looks at the two speaking to each other as equals. What the hell is going on? Said a visibly shocked Gaara as he looks at Naruto and a giant sand tanuki next to him. Where do I begin? Said Naruto as he begins to explain what Gaara is and what the mindscape is. Time skip 1 hour later. Kankuro and Temari are worried that Gaara is out killing people. Their sensei Baki is on high alert for a possible battle. They all are hoping Gaara isn't asleep, that is until they hear a knock on their hotel door. Temari opens it to see a sight of shock and wonder. Standing in the doorway is one Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze and her younger brother Gaara asleep. May I come in? We have much to discuss, said Naruto as he is welcomed in by Temari as both Kankuro and Baki are on guard around Naruto, seeing him as an immediate threat. I know of the invasion of the leaf. I'm here to tell you to call it off, said Naruto as he sits Gaara down on the couch. What did you do to our brother? Asked a concerned and angered Temari as she looks at the angelic blonde. Naruto looks into her eyes to seize she has the eyes of someone who truly cares for her loved one. Nothing, I just had a talk with the tailed beast inside of him and fixed the seal, said Naruto in a calm tone, which surprises all three of them as they look over at the sleeping redhead. Why should we call of the invasion? Asked Baki in a curious and commanding tone. It's because it's a double cross. The Sound Village had killed your village leader and has an imposter in his place, answered Naruto, which shocks the three Suna Nin in the room. How do you know? You could be lying, said Kankuro as Temari thinks back at her past interactions between Gaara and her father. Remembering that the fourth Kazekage is known to send assassins to kill Gaara and remembering how he called Gaara his son, she knows fully well he had denounced him as being only a weapon of the village. He's telling the truth, Kankuro. Think back to how father talked to us when we left for the leaf, said Temari as Kankuro does so. He thinks back to his behavior being strange, but he then realizes that he never refers to Gaara as his son. So that bastard is dead. How good. But what are we going to do now if we pull back? We would be unable to prove ourselves as a powerful village, asked a curious Baki. What do you mean? Asked a curious Naruto who wants to hear the story behind Suna's troubles behind their planned invasion. It's due to our bastard daimyo who's been cutting funding to us for no apparent reason, said Temari as Kankuro nods in agreement. Actually, I know why, said Naruto as all three looks at him in shock at the blonde's statement as he reveals it to him. Your daimyo is a hedonistic sadist. He has been causing trouble also for the warrior monkhoods who has been serving the people of your country. He had also been harassing them for their reluctance to support his idea for him to be proclaimed a god of wind, because he would challenge Fujin for his title. He gives us your missions to watch you struggle to make ends meet for your families and village, said Naruto, as the three are surprised even further by his knowledge of their daimyo's arrogance and attempts to challenge the forces of heaven for his supposedly entitled godhood. Why are you telling us if you know so much about it? Asked a curious Temari as if he's going to answer more prayers for Suna as he did for her family. Because heaven has tasked me to kill him and give his more competent and sensical brother his position, said Naruto as the three get into a stance at the surprise at the statement. Why would you want to kill our daimyo? Asked a curious Kankuro. Your daimyo had many of those monks murdered. Their spirit still walks this earth unavenged. They had come to me in dreams I have had in the past couple of days. My claim of being an avenging angel isn't just a title, I really am an avenging angel, said Naruto as the trio get out of their stances in shock of the title being very true. Continue with the signal, only pull your forces back after telling them the news. The leaf will deal with the sound forces, said Naruto as he goes towards the window to leave. Thank you for all you have done and will do, said Temari as she looks at the angelic blonde in front of her. Don't thank me yet, said Naruto as Temari moves to kiss Naruto on his cheek. Godspeed, Heavenly Punisher, said Temari as Naruto jumps away into the night, leaving the four ninja of Suna in a state of reassurance and the one thing they have never had in a while, peace. I see a beautiful future for my homeland and country, thought Temari as she thinks back on Naruto as he looked at her, seeing into her very soul. She blushes at the look in his eyes. Day of finals exam. Many of the Chunin hopefuls are getting ready to make their way to the arena to face their opponents, ready to prove they're ready for promotion to Chunin. Food vendors are setting up at the arena. Many heads from the different gambling guilds in the nations are in the stands. Slowly, one by one, each of the Genin hopefuls are arriving. Naruto and Neji are walking in side by side. So loser ready to lose. Fate has already seen me as the victor, said Neji in an arrogant tone. Don't focus on the future, you are in the now. Nothing is written in stone, said a stoic Naruto as he hears the crowd screaming. Some for Naruto to die and for Neji to kill him. You hear that, Namikaze? That's fate's way of telling you will lose, said Neji in a confident smile. Naruto looks at him stoically, readying himself for an intense match. Up in the Kage booth. Evening, Hiruzen, how are you doing? Said a man who's nearly the height of Hiruzen. Greetings, Inoki. I see you haven't retired from the Kage's office yet, said Hiruzen in a respectful tone. Not until I see the Yondiame seed wiped from this earth, said Inoki in a serious tone. Well, you might as well give up, because he is here to stay and is not afraid of death. So if you value your ninjas' lives, don't send any more, said Hiruzen as he takes out a scroll and unseals several severed heads of ninja IW sent to kill Naruto on his past missions. Inoki is in shock that each and every ninja he had sent to slay the Namikaze failed and died by his hand. Enough bickering, we have guests, said Hiruzen as he reseals the severed heads and hands Inoki the scroll. Greetings, Hokage Dano, said a man who looks like a bodybuilder and wrestler than a ninja with dark skin and Kage robes his size. Hey Dano, how is life treating you? Asked Hiruzen as he looks up at the towering man. Very good, just want to see if this avenging angel I have been hearing about is truly the prodigious story, said A as he looks at the man in front of him. Otokage-sama, Kazekage-sama, glad you two have shown up. Are you two excited for the matches? Asked Hiruzen as he looks at the two Kages in question. Certainly, I would like to see my Gaara go up against Konoha's avenging angel I have been hearing about. It would be spectacular, said the Kazekage as he looks at Hiruzen, with the Otokage nodding in agreement at the interaction. Back to the arena floor. Every one of the contestants except one Dosu of sound is there. A woman with blue hair, topaz eyes, in a jonin flak jacket and black umbu pants can be seen walking in front of the genin. She has a stoic feminine look to her that is made all more attractive to some with an origami rose in her hair. She looks at Naruto with a look that tells of wonder and awe at the young genin. She memorizes his features for later. I'm Conan of Amage Cure. I will be this year's instructor. Where is Dosu of Sound? Asked the brunette as she looks towards the contestants. I heard he had an accident that killed him. I had seen some blood on the way here. He was most likely killed by some construction accident, said Naruto, who gets some looks of concern. Since he isn't here, Kuratsuchi, you win by disqualification, said Conan as she turns towards the Kage booth. One Dosu Kinyuta is unable to participate, so therefore Kuratsuchi of IWA wins by disqualification, said Conan using a voice-enhancing jutsu. Many of the crowd is growing restless, wanting to see the blonde be killed by the Hyuga, are chanting and shouting. Get on with the first match, so the Hyuga can kill the false avenging angel. Conan, disgusted with the way they treat their ninja, looks at both Naruto and Neji. Alright everyone except Naruto, Uzumaki, Namikaze, and Neji Hyuga, please head to the fighter's box and wait for your match, said Conan as all the fighters moves towards the box, leaving the two shinobi behind. Alright, let match 1 begin, said Conan as Naruto and Neji get into their fighting stance. Both combatants charges at each other to assess each other's abilities in close quarters combat. Neji using Juken and Naruto using Fanzekwan. Both are trading, parrying, or dodging strikes from each other. Both combatants are speeding up their respective attacks to showcase the fast-paced combat shinobi are known for. Naruto is hit several times by Neji's palms, knocking him to the ground. However, Neji experiences blood dripping from a cut to his left cheek. Both combatants adjust their approaches for the re-engagement. In the Kage booth. Incredible, he's fighting hand-to-hand with a Hyuga, a feat of tremendous skill that only few could ever hope to dream of. Thought the Raikage as he looks at the angelic warrior. Damn, his speed and skill is formidable, and he's already killed several of IWA's finest. I have to eliminate this threat. For IWA, thought Inoki as he angrily looks at Naruto with hatred. In the fighter's box. Incredible, the hunk is handling himself against an Hyuga well. It seems like everything is working out well, said Yujito as she, Samui, Karui, and Temari nod and agree. Back to the battleground. Neji and Naruto are fighting to a standstill. With a change of tactics for Neji and a style change for Naruto, which catches everybody off guard with its application. Neji catches Naruto off guard with a special Hyuga technique. Rotation, called out Neji as the spinning attack, catches Naruto off guard and sends him flying. Naruto gets up staggered from the technique as he's pants a little alright as his Tenketsu points are slowly reopening. "Can't you see fate has already given me victory?" said Neji in a smug tone. "Nothing, not even fate, is written in stone," said Naruto as he focuses his chakra throughout his body. He does something that surprises everyone, including the Hyuga elders in the stand. He channels chakra into his bare hands and leaps at Neji, who does his rotation again. However, Naruto was prepared and executed a double axe handle smash on the chakra shield, disrupting it. "Looks like your rotation just got rooted," quipped Naruto as Neji looks at him in shock. The perfect defense of the Hyuga clan has been defeated. Neji continues using Juken and Naruto using chakra-enhanced street fighting techniques in his fighting. Naruto feint weakness. Neji, seeing it as an opening, tries his 64 palms on Naruto. However, Naruto intercepted Neji mid-sequence. He executed a jab, cross, uppercut, axe handle smash combo counter that floured Neji. Neji, trying to get up, is struggling to do so. He stumbles back on the ground, completely battered with no more energy to use. He is just about tired. "Excuse me, Proctor, could you call the match, please? It looks like Neji can't continue," asked Naruto in a polite manner to Konan. "Winner by knockout, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze," announced Konan as the crowd is still in shock. The supposed dead last turned in their eyes a false avenging angel had defeated the prodigy of the Hyuga clan in hand-to-hand combat. Naruto walks up to the downed form of Neji. "See, fate didn't give me the victory, it was skill, luck, the willpower that did." "I know of your story, Neji, and one Hyuga will tell you best," said Naruto as Neji looks at him in shock as he's carted away from the arena. Naruto walks up to the fighter's box with steps of determination. Some of the civilians cheer at how fantastic the battle was. "Next match, Gaara of the Sand and Yujito Nii of Kumo," shouted Konan as the two contestants jumped down to the arena follower. "All right, number one, let's see what you got," said Yujito as she looks at Gaara, who has an emotionless face. As an intense battle ensures with Gaara and Yujito fighting a fierce battle of defensive shield versus razor-sharp offense. Yujito, with her cat-like agility, is keeping pace with Gaara and his sand abilities. One Hayashi Hyuga goes towards the medical tent of one Neji Hyuga. "Nurse, could I have a minute with Neji here?" asked a polite Hayashi as the nurse bows in respect to the man and leaves. "It's time for you to know the truth, Neji." "It was a long time coming," said Hayashi as he hands Neji a letter. Neji opens it and is shocked to discover that his father had sacrificed himself for his twin brother willingly, and not because of some orders. Neji now thinks to himself, so that's what he meant by what he knows. Neji lets the long-held-back tears fall. At the moment, Gaara and Yujito are fighting to a standstill, seeing no real way of overcoming one another. Both raise their hands. "Proctor, I forfeit. I cannot overcome my opponent due to our unique advantages," said Gaara and Yujito in unison as Konan nods in approval. "I call this match a draw," said Konan. Inside the fighter's box. Well, that was a fight between an immovable object and an unstoppable force. "If I ever seen 1 inch," said Naruto as everyone in the box nods their heads in agreement. Naruto sits down and meditates for his next match. Karui goes near him to admire his sword again. "I hope my Chikudo can stand up to that sword," thought Karui as she looked at the blonde's form, blushing. A call rang out. Next fight is Temari of the Sand and Samui of the Cloud. "Can the contestants please make your way towards the arena floor?" said Konan as Temari and Samui goes towards the arena floor, but not before giving Naruto a kiss from each of them. Temari and Samui locks eyes and smiles sinisterly at each other, in a way saying, "Prove your worth." Moments later, a fierce battle commenced between the Kunoichi can be seen by many of the audience. Temari and Samui are trading wind and lightning jutsus, taijutsu strikes. However, in the end, Samui had won over Temari due to having the one edge being she is a kenjutsu user. Samui had scored several strikes on Temari's war fan, cutting it to pieces. Before the next match can begin, feathers started to fall from the sky. Everyone who wasn't able to disable the genjutsu is knocked unconscious by it. Thus starts the siege of Konoha. Sound shinobi are swarming the arena, killing civilians. The samurai of the many daimyo are defensively killing sound shinobi as they are moving out of the stadium to safety. The Konoha nin are prepared for the assault from sound. Inside of the Kage box. "So Orochimaru want to come out to fight," said Hiruzen as he looks at the Kazekage, as he discards the Kage robes, revealing himself to be Orochimaru in his sound garbs. His bodyguards move to the four corners to form up a barrier perimeter. "So sensei, you found out. But no matter, you will soon die," said Orochimaru as he looks at the other Kages with him, who seems unimpressed with the Sannin. "Do you wish to join Hiruzen in Death Raikage or Utsukage?" asked Orochimaru in a questioning tone. "No, Hiruzen will fight his own battles," said Raikage as he looks at the aged Kage in question, with Hiruzen agreeing. "No, I will not help him nor attack him. My hatred is towards the blonde Gaki over there outside of the barrier," said Inoki as he points towards Naruto, who's fighting of multiple sound shinobi defending a pair of children. With Naruto creates a light clone to guide the children to safety. "You kids get to the bunker, stay with this light clone, he will guide you there," said Naruto as the light clone guides the kids towards the bunkers. Kuratsuchi kicks away a charging sound chunin from the daimyo of Spirit Country, saving his life. So he is human like us, isn't he, Han-sensei?" said Kuratsuchi, looking towards Naruto, saving some kids as Han breaks the back of one sound jonin over his knee. "Yes, he sure is, Kuratsuchi. Hopefully your grandfather would get over his stupid vendetta with his father, so you and him could bump ugly," said Han as a charging jonin is punched away by him. Kuratsuchi blushes at the statement. "Kuratsuchi, you need to see a doctor. You talk in your sleep," said Han as his student blushes deeper than before as she chops a chunin in the neck with a knife hand strike. Naruto looks at the barrier and senses a disturbance in the atmosphere on a spiritual level that is coming from the tower. Naruto thinking about one thing: "Orochimaru, you self-absorbed son of a bitch, what have you done?" As he rushes up to the Kage's booth with immense speed that would make Might Guy blush. He makes it outside of the barrier to see that Orochimaru used Edo Tensei to revive his teachers and father. "Orochimaru, I'm going to skin you alive for such defilement of the dead," said Naruto as Orochimaru and many of the people there looks at the blonde whose eyes starts glowing. Naruto, my boy, so glad to see," said Hashirama as he looks at the young blonde in question. "How are things with yourself?" asked Tobirama in a joyous tone. "Very well. I just had hoped this bastard wouldn't stoop so low," said Naruto as everyone is shocked even further. "So his status is not only true, but he's also my fellow student of both Hashirama and Tobirama," thought Hiruzen as he looks amazed at Naruto. "Big deal, he isn't getting through this barrier with just titles," said the man with a conjoined twin as Naruto walks over to him. "So tough guy, you think you're hot shit because you're behind this barrier. Well, let me ask you something. Do you have a god to pray to?" asked Naruto with a savage grin which makes the man afraid. "Naruto, is that you?" asked a man who would seem like an older brother to Naruto. "Yes, it's me, father. I'm now the avenging angel, no thanks to Jiraiya and his meddling," said Naruto in an angry tone, as Minato scowls at his sensei's name. "Can we please get to the fighting, please? I have immortality to gain," said Orochimaru as he takes control of Hashirama and Tobirama and is about to take control of Minato. But his hand is caught by a smirking Minato, shocking the snake Sannin. "Let's," said Minato as Naruto charges chakra to his sword and swings it at the conjoined twins, breaking through the barrier with berserker-like strength, killing the man in the process of the action. Orochimaru quickly had placed seals inside the first and second Hokage and commanded them to attack Hiruzen as he fights Naruto and Minato. Hiruzen was fighting his former senseis to a standstill, while Naruto and Minato are fighting Orochimaru, who's on the back foot fighting with Kusanagi. "I'm going to have to dispel the jutsu on Minato," thought Orochimaru as he runs through hand signs that starts to dispel the jutsu on Minato. "Naruto, my son, you are extraordinary. You will be legendary on Earth and in heaven," said Minato as he goes back in the Shinigami's stomach. Naruto is feeling more rage than anything else. Hiruzen is faring better with his Umbu backing him up, as he is holding off the two great Hokages with Monkey King Enma-e and Inoki left the tower as they have no reason to help Konoha. "You are dead meat, Orochimaru," said a very pissed Naruto as he looks at the snake Sannin, who's shaking slightly. Orochimaru then suddenly smirks as he looks at Naruto with a satisfactory grin. "Oh no, you are, because I have this," said Orochimaru as he pulls out Totsuka no Tsurugi that glows even brighter than ever before. However, Orochimaru's gloating is cut short when the Totsuka no Tsurugi flies right out of his hands and into Naruto's, surprising everyone. "Well, with all your crackpot planning, all it did was just piss me off," said Naruto as he twirls the Totsuka no Tsurugi and points it at Orochimaru, who's more afraid of Naruto know that he has the sword. Orochimaru looks over and throws Kusanagi at Hiruzen, which hits him in his abdomen, greatly wounding him, but not before Naruto cuts off his arm with a swift chakra-disabling sword strike with Totsuka. Orochimaru is screaming with pain at the strike, searing the nerves to his arm. "Sound retreat," said Orochimaru as every one of his bodyguards. The rest of Sound is on full retreat and are falling back. Some of the forces are not so lucky. Naruto goes over to Hiruzen and heals him as best as he could after pulling Kusanagi from him. Hiruzen feels refreshed and healed, but also tired. Sound forces are being routed and destroyed with only a few prisoners taken. The first and second Hokages bow in respect to Naruto as Orochimaru's jutsu fade with the disarray of his chakra network, causing them to fade from the mortal plane. Naruto bows in respect of the two Hokages of the past. Time skips 6 days later. The Leaf is making light repairs damage to many of its walls. The guards are doubling shifts and tightening security as one Sasuke Uchiha has escaped the village with a weapon of untold power the Uchiha clan had. Flashback days before the siege of Konoha. Kabuto had infiltrated the secured bloodline chambers of the hospital disguised as a doctor for the sections. He makes his way towards Sasuke Uchiha's room to see a sight of hilarious proportions. As he sees several beautiful cougars walking out of his room, very disappointed at the Uchiha for some weird reason. Kabuto looks at Sasuke's charts and found the one thing that would get him on his master's side. Kabuto walks into the room, locking the door behind him. "So this is how far the Uchiha clan has fallen, an impotent runt, and here where I thought you would be more powerful than this," said Kabuto as he looks at the charts in front of him. Sasuke Uchiha growls at him for his taunt at his manhood and his ability as a shinobi. "Well, enough jokes. What if I told you, Sasuke Uchiha, I could give you more power and maybe improve upon what you lack as a man," said Kabuto as Sasuke's interest is piqued by the prospect. "I'm listening," said Sasuke in a curious tone. Kabuto smiles at his hook being successful. Flashback end. Naruto is walking towards the council room with the Totsuka no Tsurugi in tow. He walks into the room and is greeted by the clan's heads, none more than Hayashi and Tsume. "Naruto, I and the councils have been wondering why you didn't turn in that sword Orochimaru tried to use to kill you into R&D, asked Hiruzen as he is concerned for Naruto, as are the clan heads ever since the sword had come alive and rest in Naruto's hand. "It's because it's a sword of heaven that once belonged to Susanoo, the god of storms himself," answered Naruto, as everyone in the room is shocked in Naruto's possession is one of the most powerful weapons in existence. "But that still doesn't explain why the sword chose you, Naruto," asked a confused Choza. "It's because I'm also a holder of divine weapons. I'm holding the sword for the direct mortal descendant of Susanoo and Ryujin," said Naruto, as every one of the clan heads are surprised that there is a mortal descendant of Susanoo and Ryujin. "Naruto, why do you have on your armor, might I ask?" asked a curious Hiruzen. "Well, Gigi, I was given a mission from heaven," said Naruto, as Hiruzen quirks an eyebrow. "What mission is that?" asked Danzo as he looks at the blonde in question. "My mission is to kill the Wind Daimyo and give his brother his position," said Naruto, as everyone in the room is shocked at what the blonde has said. "Naruto, this is something serious. What was his crimes for him to be marked for death?" asked Hiruzen in a concerned tone. "He is found wanting the status of god of wind from Fujin, as well as murdering several holy men who refuse to acknowledge so. Their spirits are unavenged and unrest. Heaven has given me this task," said Naruto, as every one of them except Danzo and his cronies are shocked by the Wind Daimyo's actions. "I give you leave to do what you must, but there is a mission I must give you," said Hiruzen. "What do you require, Hokage Gigi?" asked Naruto. "I need you to find Tsunade Senju and bring her back to the village. She is a top priority." "After your mission in Wind," said Hiruzen as he looks at Naruto with soldier's eyes as he gives him a file and picture of Tsunade Senju. It will be done as soon as the Wind Daimyo is dead, said Naruto in an affirmative tone. Hokage-sama, you can't really. Danzo never got to finish as Hiruzen leaks killing intent. I'm sorry, are you questioning not only heaven's orders, but also mine? Asked Hiruzen as Danzo willing himself to be emotionless, but desperately failing. Danzo shaking his head no. No, Hokage-sama, said Danzo as he sets down, seeing that he has learned his place with a bitter grain of salt and humility. I will be off. Oh, and Tsum-sama, said Naruto, getting Tsum's attention. Tell Hana I will take her out when I get back from the trip, said Naruto as he shunshins away from the room. Glad he finally decided to take Hana's hand in marriage, said Tsum as the other clan heads and Hokage think Casanova Angel. Elsewhere in the elementals in a hidden base, Orochimaru is writhing in agony as his chakra network had been thrown out of complete control after the Totsuka severed his arm. Master, what can I do to help you? Asked Kabuto as he's stabilizing his form as best as he could. You can't help me, Kabuto, but only one person can. We need to find Tsunade Senju. She is the only medic in the world that could heal my chakra network, said Orochimaru. Tsunade Senju, the world's best medic, thought Kabuto as he gets ready to go out with his sensei, now in a chakra apparatus suit. In the next room, one Sasuke Uchiha is training with a sword he believes he is worthy of. A blade with a dark nature to it. Soon, Itachi, I will kill you, but first this avenging angel dies, thought Sasuke as he twirls a blade of dark power. Back with Naruto. Naruto had left the leaf for his holy mission. He walks towards a checkpoint where Suna border shinobi are waiting for him. State your name and business for traveling to Wind Country, asked the Jonin in question. My name is Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. I'm here on a holy mission. Introduced Naruto as the Suna guards are aware of Naruto's mission. Okay, follow us to Suna. I will be escorting you there. The Kazekage is expecting you, said the Jonin in question as he agrees to go with the man. Toshi and Goro stay here at the border, said the leading Jonin as he proceeds to go towards Suna with Naruto. The avenging angel, I thought he would have wings, said Toshi as he looks at Goro, who nods in agreement. Time skip 4 hours later. Naruto is being escorted by the border shinobi towards the village hidden in the sand. Here we are, said the Jonin as he gestures towards a castle-like village. This reminds me of the building designs Richard the Lionheart shown me for desert regions, thought Naruto as he walks towards the gates. Takahiro, you're back early. Who's this guy in the armor? Asked the gate guard as his partner looks at him in shock. Tensei, man, that's him, that's the avenging angel, said the other gate guard who's reading the new edition of the bingo book. No way, that can't be him. Where is his wings? Asked Tensei as he looks at the bingo book and gets a shocking wake-up call. Let him in, Tensei. See you around, Heavenly Punisher, said Takahiro as he heads back to the village. Where's the Kazekage's office? Asked Naruto. It's in the center of the tower. A guide will be on her way to meet you at the rest stop over here, said the gate guard as he points towards the rest stop meters away. In the capital of Wind Country, inside a secret training ground, groups of men are training in various fighting techniques, forms, and tactics. A man in black samurai-like armor can be seen overlooking their training. Report, said the armored warrior. Lord Brahmin Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze is in Suna, sir, reported a scout. Good, my sister should have no trouble finding and killing this avenging angel. Let the daimyo know that he is safe. My sister will take care of the avenging angel, said Brahmin to a messenger right next to him. Soon nothing will stop our plans for world domination, thought Brahmin as he looks at the warriors in question. Back in Suna, Naruto is relaxing at the rest station waiting for his guide. He is wondering who his guide could be, as he thinks that he feels an animus presence that is threatening unlike anything else he's felt. As in the distance of the desert, 10 figures can be seen walking towards Suna's gates. Elsewhere in Suna, one Temari Sabaku is walking towards the rest station to escort an important visitor to the Kazekage office. I wonder who it could be that warranted me to escort him here, thought Temari as she continues towards the station. As she walks towards the rest station, she can hear explosions going on at the gate. What the hell? Thought Temari as she runs towards the village gates. Back with Naruto. Naruto is under attack against unknown assassins with dark powers and abilities. He's standing his ground with each and every one of them with his spear and chakram. The main leader gets into the fight and is slowly pushing Naruto back. "So, you are the avenging angel Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze," said the woman in crimson armor. "So you must be Lady Bloodmoon's sister of Brahmin the Savage and co-leader of the Kurami Ariansu," said Naruto, as the woman in red is smiling underneath her mask. "So the Namikaze knows who me and my brother are. Too bad that only gives you the identity of your killers," said Blood Moon as she continues the battle. The assassins adjusting their respective techniques and tactics. Naruto doing the same. Minutes goes by and Naruto, without even meaning to, triggers Archangel Incarnate and kills 6 of the 10 assassins, leaving only Blood Moon and her team of killers. Blood Moon shoots out a poison jutsu made for Naruto, but Naruto blows the poison away with a Lion Wind Cannonball, blowing it away towards an unlucky assassin as it kills him slowly. Blood Moon tries again, only for Naruto's chakram to hit her across the face, slicing her and revealing her face to be that of an Uzumaki, or what she used to be. Naruto slays 2 more assassins, leaving him and Blood Moon. Blood Moon tries to throw in Senbon at him, but Naruto disarms her with a thrown chakram to her wrist, cutting off her hand. She tries to use a suicide maneuver until sand surrounds her and swiftly crushes her. Naruto looks behind him to see the Sabaka triplets along with a small battalion of Gust Nin. "So Namikaze, is it every day someone highly dangerous and highly skilled tries to kill you?" asked Agara as he looks at the holy warrior in front of him. "No, not really, just my first time dealing with one of the co-leaders of a pain in the ass cult that employs demonic mercenaries," said Naruto sarcastically as Temari runs towards him, wrapping her arms around his neck lovingly. "Well, you surely know how to make things interesting. Nice armor, it really suits you," said Temari as she feels his armored form and trying to understand her fellow blonde's armor style. "Thanks, Temari Mezu Rayonheim," said Naruto as Temari blushes at being called the Lioness Princess. "Well, let's talk, because I can't stay for a day, and Night Brahmin would most likely send more for revenge," said Naruto, as Gaara nods in understanding. "Follow me to my office, Namikaze," said Gaara as he leads the way towards his office in the village. Time skips 7 hours later in the mountains of Wind Country. A prison can be seen in the distance with various samurai archers in the cliffs that are on watch for anything. However, one got the unlucky straw, with being the first to die by an arrow in his head, instantly killing him. One by one, each of the archers are slain by razor-sharp arrows through various parts of their body. Naruto, in his guardian suit, can be seen stealthily moving towards the tower. He gets close to the wall to use climbing claws to go up the archer nest. He kills an archer by throwing a kunai into the back of his head. Making his way towards the political prisoners section, he finds the one man he is looking for. "Tenya Yashimatsu," said Naruto as the man in question looks at Naruto in question. He appears to be a man well at the prime of his life and a build akin to a warrior king. "Yes, who wants to know?" asked Tenya as he looks at Naruto. "I am Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, and I'm here to get you out of here. Heaven has decreed me your brother's executioner for wanting the title of God of Wind from Fujin and for the murder of several monks. They want you to rule your country due to your commitment to order and justice, as well as your mind to honor and respect your duties as daimyo," said Naruto as Tenya, instead of feeling remorse, feels something else as he has glimpses of the past with his wife and child, his teachers and friends, as well as how his brother killed each and every one of them. "I'm ready, Namikaze, let's take back my rightful place," said Tenya as Naruto smiles at the man in front of him. "Excellent, here is some armor and weapons for you," said Naruto as he unseals the armor and weapons from a sealing scroll and hands Tenya a battle garb. Tenya is dressed in battle armor akin to that of an emperor as he draws out a sword and gets ready for combat. Naruto also does the same. "So Namikaze, what's the plan?" asked Tenya. "Simple, we fight our way out of here and go towards the capital city to the palace, and I kill your brother after you get a piece of him," said Naruto as Tenya nods at the simplicity of the plan. "Let's go kick some ass," said Tenya as he and Naruto begins fighting their way out of the mountain prison. Tenya is going to be changing things in Wind Country for the better. Chapter 8. A holy warrior lights the fire of rebirth. Naruto and Tenya are fighting through hordes of guards escaping through the front door of the prison. Luckily for Naruto, Tenya has Kage-level ninja training, so his speed would be able to keep up with Naruto for a time. Where do we go now, Naruto? Asked Tenya as he looks at the holy warrior in question. We must head for Sigagad, Lion Fort, in the east. To meet with the holy monks there, they will help us with retaking the capital, answered Naruto as Tenya nodded in agreement. As they are moving towards the east with high speeds, Tenya would soon be daimyo, so he can make Wind a great country again. Back in Konoha, Hinata, Haku, Fu, Karen, Anko, Hana, and Kin are having a girls' night out on the town. They are walking towards a nice cafe that serves cinnamon buns and ramen. The girls are chatting and having fun talking about their own adventures. So Hinata, how has you sister been doing? Asked Kin, curious of her sister-in-law. Hanabi is doing fine. She is still afraid to go out of the Namikaze compound due to the elders and their stalkers, answered Hinata as her four sister fiancés nod in agreement. Not to worry, Naruto-kun will deal with them. You can believe it, said Haku as Hinata feels reassured by Haku. Besides, I heard those old goats are probably sweating from the tongue lashing your father gave them about attempting to save only just the knowledge for that damned seal during the siege instead of their clansmen, said Anko as the rest of them giggle at the statement. However, the very bloodline purifiers are watching from the shadows waiting for the night to come so they can strike at their prey. As the day wind down, the group of sister finances are walking home. I hope Naruto-kun is alright in Wind Country. I know he's on a holy mission, but I sometimes worry about him, thought Hinata as Haku wraps an arm around her in a reassuring manner. As they neared the halfway mark towards their home, they are soon attacked by the Hyuga stalkers trying to kill Hinata and her sister brides. However, each of the future Uzumaki Namikaze wives began to fight off the savage Hyugas with the skills they learned from their shared love with Hinata, using the now complete Nagarera Dai, Kin complete with more unorthodox tactics and techniques she learned from her dearest love. The group of women had finished off the stalkers. Anko pulsed her chakra to summon the Hokage and his Umbu. They show up along with Heishi Hyuga. Anko, what the hell happened here? Asked Hiruzen as he looks at her and the other girls. Hokage-sama, these ninja who attacked us are from the Hyuga clan. They are the stalkers Hinata has been telling us about, answered Anko as Hinata nods in agreement. Hiruzen turns towards Hayashi, wanting an explanation. They are a group of Hyugas trained to eliminate any Hyugas who have evolutionary traits of the Byakugan. Called the Stalkers, they have been operating within the confines of their covert nature, but no longer, as they along with the elders have gotten too big for their pants, and it's time to take care of them permanently, said Hayashi as he and Hinata are about to move towards the Hyuga compound. Until Hinata falls down on the ground writhing in pain as she feels her body cooling in a pain-filled manner. Everyone is worried Anko, and the other girls are about to jump in until they hear a shout of, "Don't touch her, you'll freeze." They turn to see the one person they wouldn't expect to see, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, Avenging Angel and Holy Warrior. "Naruto, you're back," said Fu as she runs up and hugs him. "Actually, Fu, I'm not the real Naruto. He is still in Wind Country. I'm just a light clone he left behind to help out just in case something happens in the village," explained the light clone as he and everyone else turns to see Hinata undergoing a metamorphosis of sorts. Her body is encased in chakra. "What's happening to my daughter, Naruto?" asked a concerned Hayashi as he looks at her being encased in a thick chakra shell. Simply put, the bloodline evolution is starting. The chakra encasement protects her from any virile and physical attacks on her form. That goes the same with Hanabi and Hitomi, who are undergoing the same transformations as we speak, explained Naruto as a branch Hyuga shins in front of Hayashi. "Lord Hayashi, come quick. Niji is encased in some chakra field of sorts," said the branch Hyuga as Hayashi nods in surprise. "We need to go and see Niji," said Hayashi as the light clone of Naruto nods in understanding and makes a clone of himself to take Hinata home along with the other girls to the compound. The night has only just begun. At the same time as in Wind Country, night has come to Wind Country. The winds in the country picks up even faster than normal. Tenya and the real Naruto comes upon a canyon where 6 lions surround Naruto. As they get close, their growls start to lower as they sense that he is no threat. Naruto pets the lions, who lick his face in return. "So it's been a while since someone could tame those lions," said a feminine voice. Naruto looks up to see a woman with dark green hair with long orange tips tied in a bun. Her eyes are brown and pupilless. Her outfit comprised of a sleeveless backless shirt with purple arm warmers, short tight pants, an obi around her waist, bandages around her feet, and tights. "Who are you, stranger?" asked Naruto as he looks at the woman in question. "You first, handsome," said the woman in question. "My name is Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze," answered Naruto as the woman is in shock at who is in front of her. "You're the avenging angel I have been hearing about. I must say some of the rumors about your attractiveness do you know justice. My name is Pakura, formerly of Suna," introduced the now revealed Pakura as she walks up and caresses his face affectionately. "Nice to meet you, Pakura. Are you the beautiful guard to the passage of Sinhagad?" asked Naruto, who looks at the kunoichi in question, who nods her head in an affirmative tone, blushing slightly at the statement. "Yes, I will take you to the fortress gates. Follow me," said Pakura as she winks at Naruto, who smiles at her. "Casanova Angel," thought Tenya as he and Naruto follows the former Sand Kunoichi to the fortress gates. The fortress gates have a symbol of a lion in a fighting stance. The gates soon opens to see a group of warrior monks standing ready to fight. A monk who towers over both Naruto and Tenya. "Who are you two?" asked the head monk as he looks at both Naruto and Tenya, sensing something of strength and purpose in the two. "I am Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. This is Tenya Yashimatsu, the future fire daimyo after I kill Doku," said Naruto as the monks look at the man and bow in respect. Tenya doing. "Yes, an oracle had foretold your coming, avenging angel. I must say I thought you would have wings," said the head monk. "It would be harder to detect an angelic warrior without wings than one with wings," explained Naruto, as the head monk had to agree with this logic. "Come, we have much to discuss," said the head monk as they head inside of the fortress. Back in Konoha, the future Uzumaki Namikaze wives, along with the clone of their future husband, are walking into the compound. The light clone had activated the seal that locks down the compound. "Naruto-kun, how are you not freezing when touching Hinata?" asked a confused Karen as she looks at the light clone in question. "Well, it's because I have storm release of 3 types, these being thunder, winter, and windstorms. Her ice abilities don't pose too much of a danger to me," explained light clone Naruto, as they arrive at the compound's infirmary that Naruto had built weeks back. Naruto places Hinata's chakra in case form in a chakra chamber that would stabilize her form and keep her from hurting herself. Hitomi is also in a chamber right next to Hanabi's, who also felt her changes. "What now, Naruto-kun?" asked Fu as she looks at the clone of her love. "Right now we need to go to the Hyuga compound and help wrestle away control of the Hyuga corrupt elder councils and help in the village lockdown," explained light clone Naruto, and the original's fiancés go towards the armory. When they reached the armory, Naruto brought forward crates for each of them. "Naruto-kun, what is this?" asked Anko as she, Hana, Fu, Karen, Haku, and Kin look at their respective crates. Well, the original wanted these to be a surprise for when you wanted new weapons, but Naruto found that it would be an emergency. These weapons and armor are specifically designed to complement your respective fighting abilities in combat, explained Naruto as each kunoichi opened their crates to see particular weapons suited for them. "All right, darlings, let's remove a rat's nest from Konoha," said Anko as she spearheads the charge to battle with her sisters' wives following behind. Back with Naruto inside Sinagad. Naruto, Tenya, the samurai commander of the samurai guard who had defected to the resistance, and the warrior monkhood leaders make plans to assault on the daimyo's fortress palace that was reinforced with mercenaries of the Kurami Ariansu alongside the samurai defenders still loyal to the current daimyo. "Okay, so we have everything ready. Commander Suzan, you and your men will act at the east wall, while me and Tenya sneak in through the tunnel system the monks had tunneled under the palace. Once inside, we engage the forces. The mercenaries will most likely detect me after we get in, so prepare for combat. This attack will be tomorrow night," said Naruto as the leaders nod in understanding of the plan and the warning. They each get ready for a swift siege on the daimyo's palace. Naruto in his room is soon visited by one Pakura who has become smitten with him. They spend the night together talking and connecting with one another. she starts to be even more smitten with him due to his determination and spirit. They sleep together under the stars. Back in Konoha at the Hyuga compound, Anko and her sister wives had been cleaning house, eliminating the Hyuga purists in the compound. They are aided by the Hyuga branch members and the more progressive group of the Hyuga main branch led by Hayashi. At the moment, the girls are panting hard from fighting off the stalkers with their new weapons. "All right, girls, so far we have taken down these slaving bastards. Now let's make sure we don't have stragglers," said Anko as she and her sister wives began to split up into pairs. "Did I miss anything?" asked an arriving Hinata Hyuga, who looks very different than before. Her hair is wilder, her eyes a white marble color. Her build could be compared to that of a fierce Amazon and a gymnast. She has more distinct body armor, akin to a certain Kunoichi. Hinata, darling, you look great in your battle wardrobe. But what happened to you?" asked Hayashi as he looks at his daughter with wonder and surprise. Seeing his daughter in a form that has evolved into an even stronger physical state. "Well, it appears, father, the bloodline evolution has a byproduct of improving my physical health and hardness, giving me greatly improved physicality," explained Hinata as she looks towards her father. A Hyuga stalker sees Hinata and lunges with animalistic grace at Hinata, but doesn't get far as Hinata with Najuruken mauls him like he was nothing. Hinata looks at the form of the man in disgust as she walks off to help purge the Hyuga clan of corrupt members. Back with Naruto at night in the Wind's capital. "Commander Suzan, are your forces in position?" asked Naruto through the comms set. "Yes, all artillery is in position. We are ready for Operation Awakening," replied Suzan as replies back through the comms set on his end. "Let the operation start," said Naruto as Suzan gives the signal to fire on the palace walls. The samurai fighters are ready for operation. The daimyo's palace is quiet. Guards are making their rounds, keeping their self-proclaimed god rulers safe. However, all peace ceased as cannon fire was heard striking the walls. The rebellion's siege has begun. The samurai forces loyal to Tenya are assaulting the walls, hitting it with cannon fire to draw out the corrupt loyalists along with some of their mercenaries in the mix. Naruto, along with a large force of 15,000 warrior monks and ninja monks, are tunneling into the palace as the samurai forces are assaulting the main gate. "All right, this battle will get intense, so whatever you do, be ready to fight. Is that clear?" said Naruto as all of them nods their heads at what the blonde has said. Elsewhere inside of the palace fortress, Brahmin is in his battle station on the balcony overseeing the battle. So Naruto Umaki Namikaze defeated Blood Moon, such is the fate of those who battle the avenging angel. No matter, I will see that he doesn't leave this battle alive, thought Brahmin as he commanded 2 iron berserkers to the front lines. "Lord Brahmin, we have an intruder alert. Warrior Sohei and ninja monks are fighting their way towards the daimyo's throne room. The Namikaze is with them," said Brahmin's personal guardsman as Brahmin looks at him in a stoic tone. So he's here. Looks like things are getting interesting. Command all remaining Rakshasa warrior lieutenants to the hall leading to the palace," commanded Brahmin as his personal guardsman does as told. Back with Naruto. Naruto, along with the prince and the force of 15,000 Sohei and ninja monks, are fighting their way through the halls leading to the hall before the daimyo's throne room. As Naruto kicks in the double doors, he is hit with a throwing knife towards his leg. "What is with demons and my legs?" thought Naruto as he pulls his knife out and sees Rakshas along with a warrior in samurai armor reminiscent of 3 certain warriors. "So Namikaze, we finally meet for the first and last time," said Brahmin in his green armor. "Brahmin, so you are here to protect the so-called god ruler. I get to kill 2 pain-in-the-ass people and go and complete another mission," said Naruto, draws out a Mongol saber. "If you survive, that is," said Brahmin as he gets his Odachi, getting ready for battle with Naruto doing the same. Naruto and Brahmin charge each other and engage in an epic sword battle. The warrior monks also begin fighting the Rakshasa warriors. The palace is the site of a savage battle for the future of Wind Country. Slowly, the forces of light are gaining the upper hand. Naruto in a blade lock stabs Brahmin in his left side, opening him up for an elbow strike, breaking his nose. This is followed up with a headbutt to his front teeth. Brahmin, while staggered, tries to re-employ his sword play until Naruto, with enough quickness, leaps over Brahmin and bisects him vertically, ending the second leader of the Kurayami Ariansu. As the warrior monks defeat the remaining Rakshas's guardsmen in the room, Naruto and Tenya walk into the throne room to see a strangely armored daimyo who charges at both Naruto and Tenya. "So the avenging angel and my brother the Lion King. What a pleasant surprise, I get to kill you both and destroy the rebellion. All in my battle suit, the Wind Dragon armor. Doku Yashimatsu, the heavens have found you wanting and have decreed me your destroyer," said Naruto as he and Tenya get into fighting stances. A 2-on-1 battle commences between the avenging angel, Lion King, and the self-proclaimed god of wind. The fighting becomes fierce and bloody. Both sides trade blows and doing massive damage to each other. Naruto is kicked into a wall by Doku, who shoots a beam of chakra at Tenya, who deflects it with his sword. Naruto leaps back in the fight and tackles Doku into a wall, damaging his laser cannon in the process. Doku kicks Naruto away again and switches to his claws and sword for more intense close-quarters fighting. Naruto and Tenya in tandem attack, landing swift counters and parries to the armored tyrant. Doku, for his part, is greatly keeping up with the seemingly superhuman warriors. Tenya lands a critical blow to Doku, greatly injuring him. Naruto, for his part, is attacking with his wrist blade, stabbing into Doku in the side, where the armor is weak at. Tenya hits Doku with a spinning elbow that is followed up by a low leg sweep, knocking Ryusei down. As the battle continues, the duo keeps attacking, demonstrating advanced skill and ability as dynamic combatants. Naruto uses a leaping axe kick that breaks the helmet of Doku's battle suit. Tenya, for his part, suplexes Doku. Before Doku can get up fully, he is stabbed in his throat by Naruto's wrist blades, ending the rule of a tyrant and self-proclaimed god of wind, and giving rise to an incredible leader and a kind man. Tenya goes over and sits on his rightful throne and place. As the rebellion's forces clean up the dead from the battlefield outside and inside of the palace, Tenya and Naruto look at each other with respect and admiration. Naruto: Uzumaki Namikaze, thank you for overthrowing my brother and bringing justice to my land and people. I will make a sacred decree that none of my heirs will denounce Fujin or claim to be the next god of wind," said Tenya as he bows his head in gratitude towards the angelic blonde. "It is no trouble. I only did as heaven asked me to do. Just remember to keep the decree in high regards to the daimyo of the future," said Naruto as he bows in thanks. Naruto leaves the throne room and begins making ready for his hunt for the Slug Princess. "Now to rebuild my country like it should be, and since Naruto told me that Suna is under a new Kage and that my brother was cutting their funding, I will send funds and supplies to help the village. First things first, destroy all of my dumbass brother's statues and restore Fujin's," thought Tenya. As Naruto walks out of the capital, he sees a certain Kunoichi, one Pakura, who walks up to him. "Going somewhere handsome?" asked Pakura as she creases Naruto's face. "Leaving Wind Country to find a Tsunade of the Sannin. Want to come with me? It could be a long trip," said Naruto as Pakura walks up to him and caresses his face. "Sure. Tenchi, I would love the, plus I get to see what makes the avenging angel tick," said Pakura in a flirtatious tone as Naruto and her begin to walk back to Fire Country. Elsewhere near the north border of Fire Country, a caravan of shinobi nomads are walking past the border of the Fire Country. The Konoha Nins let them pass due to them being unaffiliated with any village. They continue to walk towards the destination they are going towards. The clan head of the clan bows in respect and thanks for the Nin for letting them pass. The clan head breaks from the group with the group, knowing where their leader is going. After all, it isn't every day he reclaims his birthright. He travels towards a direction that his birthright calls to him to go. Soon Konoha will have a new enemy or a new ally defending on his confrontation. Back with Naruto and Pakura. Naruto and Pakura had been traveling from town to town that had many casinos. Only a few have seen the woman in question. They stop at a hotel to rest. Pakura went to get them something to eat. As she does, so two figures walk towards the room that Naruto and Pakura are staying in. Naruto at the moment is practicing his Aikido and Kenpo skills using efficient movement and technique over his more Street Fighter-like style. I'm going the wrong route with the search. I have forgotten Tsunade is a heavy drinker, thought Naruto as he practiced works on his Kenpo katas. This went on for 30 minutes. As he finishes his workout, he hears a knock on his hotel door. He goes over to open it to see an adult version of Sasuke Uchiha standing in front of a tall shark-like man. So, you must be Itachi Uchiha. I must say I thought you would be taller, and I see shark bait behind you is Kisame Hashigaki, formerly of Mist I See. What do you two wants? Asked Naruto in a calm voice. I wanted to see if the rumors are true. Are you an avenging angel? Asked Itachi as he looks into the eyes of the angelic blonde. Talk is cheap. I say it is just a rumor. Let me take him. Itachi, I want to see if the supposed avenging angel is tough after hearing how he defeated Yamada the Dark Samurai, said Kisame as Itachi in his stoic state nods, wanting to see if the claim and rumor is an avenging angel. A fight between Kisame and Naruto is brief and short as Kisame, while an S-rank missing Nin hasn't fought one of the Aikido specialists, much less a Kenpo expert such as Naruto, as he is suddenly beaten back. All right, enough. Let's see if your mind is as capable as your body is to be able to fight Kisame like you did, said Itachi as he activates his Sharingan and uses Tsukiyomi that sucks Naruto into the Tsuyumi world. Both Naruto and Itachi are fighting on even ground with one another in the astral plane of Tsukuyami. Kisame on the outside is greatly amazed by the blonde's fighting skill and ability to be able to hold his own and defend against him incredibly well. Itachi, for his part, is greatly surprised by the blonde's mental power. Greatly battling as his equal, Itachi will soon release Tsukuyami. The action leaves Itachi breathing hard and Naruto breathing somewhat out of air. Kisame, let's retreat. The rumors are true. Naruto is an avenging angel, said Itachi as Kisame smirks and says, Too bad. I was just warming up, said Kisame as they retreated from the fight. Naruto uses a sealing jutsu to repair the damages to the hotel. Pakura arrived with the food to see Naruto practicing Tai Chi, seeing how well his movements are in the form. So Naruto, any ideas where to find Tsunade? Asked Pakura as she looks at the blonde in question. Tsunade's an alcoholic, so let's try the bars next. We might get lucky, said Naruto as they begin to eat dinner. Elsewhere in Bear Country, Kurama and Tozen had killed the ring leaders who had taken over the Hashigakure after killing the third Hashikage. The pair had used special armor that blocks out the radiation of the star. Kurama suggests to the fourth Hashikage named Natsuhi that they keep the star hidden away until the right technology is developed to properly train future star trainees, explaining the star could be used only when refined in safer energy amounts of the star itself, saying the star can be used for healing and training purposes. Natsuhi agreed. At the moment, Kurama and Tozen are in a hotel cuddled up with each other. So, Kurama, how do you know about chakra-suppressing material? I thought Snow Country only knew of the materials, asked Tozen as he gets his neck liked by Kurama. Well, my Wolverine, I actually had experiences with earlier attempts to merely siphon my chakra by mad alchemists while I slept. Thankfully, they did it more respectfully. I had heard the materials they were using for their containment units and seen how they don't affect the environment outside separate from me. So, I merely memorized it, said Kurama as Tozen was surprised that his love had created memorized said materials from alchemists who only siphoned some of the chakra instead of all of it. Well, darling, you're still full of surprises, said Tozen as they kissed deeply. You haven't seen anything yet, said Kurama as she and Tozen get out of their armor for much-wanted sex. Back with Naruto and Pakura. Naruto and Pakura had searched 6 taverns and found one Tsunade Senju sitting right next to her assistant Shizen Kato, who was holding her well-pampered pig. They hadn't noticed them at all. Pakura, could you go around back to make sure they don't escape? Said Naruto as Pakura nods, understanding his reasoning as she walks around to cover the emergency exits with 5 of 16 light clones Naruto created. Naruto walks inside as Tsunade gets ready to turn in for the night. Tsunade Senju, we need to talk. Your old sensei had sent me to get you. I'm Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, said Naruto as Tsunade is greatly surprised by Naruto's revealed name. You're the avenging angel I have been hearing about, said Shizune as she looked at Naruto in question and was surprised at the statement being true. What would the old man want? asked Tsunade as she was taken out of her stupor by a letter Naruto had pulled out of his pouch. So, the old man's retiring and wants me to take his place. The hell that I'm doing that job is nothing but trouble and is a fool's dream, said Tsunade as Naruto with incredible speed throws a kunai at her cup and breaks it. Listen, old bat, you're the only person capable of this job, and Jiraiya is an imbecile when it comes to responsibility. Danzo is a brute and a tyrant in the making. I know of your loss. You know nothing of my loss, said Tsunade, interrupting Naruto with an angry glare. Do I? I was killed on my first C to a rank mission because of people wanting glory and prestige who have little regard to the lives of their teammates. Here I am in front of you, reborn as an avenging angel, an angel made superhuman who's kicking ass and taking names. I know how your loss has affected you, made you angry and bitter of the world and of the status of being a Kage. But if you don't move on, your brothers and lovers' dreams of being Hokage would be destroyed and more lovers and families would be torn apart, said Naruto as he throws a large file in front of her. She reads it and sees the pictures to see a caravan of nightmares and horrors done by one man that will soon die by a knife courtesy of Naruto. How did you get this? Asked Tsunade as she and Shizen looks ready to pass out from what horrors she saw. I stole this from his hidden base that he is supposed to abandon. The old man has seen this as well and is none too happy. If Danzo was allowed to be Hokage, he would bring a hellish darkness like no other in the world with only a few beings being able to stop it, and you're one of them. It is your destiny to be Hokage and to realize the dream of both your former lover and brother, said Naruto as Tsunade having a reawaken of the one feeling she thought died with her lover and younger brother Righteous Fury. I will think about it. This, gesturing to the information Naruto has given her, is a lot to take in. I will see you tomorrow at the village gates, said Tsunade as Naruto, sensing one thing he needed to sense within her, nods his head and understanding that what she has seen would give even the most seasoned of Kunoichi's nightmares. Him and Pakura go and leave towards the hotel. Tsunade and Shizen doing the same until one familiar snake Sannin in a suit that stabilizes his body and feeds it anesthetics to numb the pain he's feeling shows up and offers Tsunade a way to revive her lover and brother. However, Tsunade remembers the dark horror of what her teammate had helped do in the files Naruto gave her. Tsunade decided to give him the same location she is meeting at the city gates for an ambush. Unknown to the four, a figure was watching, waiting and hoping for a good fight against the snake Sannin. Back in Konoha, the Hyuga clan elders along with their conspiring main branch nobles had been dealt with viciously by the now united Hyuga clan, the future wives of Naruto, Uzumaki Namikaze. The elders were preaching about doing what they did out of purity and gene cleansing. But the light clone of Naruto knew better than most what they did it for. Hinata, with the help of Haku, sent slow freezing senbons to slowly but surely kill the Hyuga elders for their treacherous and vicious actions. Niji, who was reborn as an even stronger Hyugabos towards Hinata, and Hayashi apologizing for what he had done in the exams and how he was now foolish to do so. Hayashi feels the time is now to give Niji his father's letter he left him with his death, seeing as Niji is calmed down enough to listen. Hayashi had given Niji the letter from his father. Niji takes and reads his letter and truly learns the worth of his actions and the trueness of Naruto's words the day he defeated him, seeing how he can make his own fate not fate itself. Right now, the light clone of Naruto, along with Niji, Hinata, Hitomi, and Hanabi, are training in the Namikaze compound due to some of the Hyuga training ground being destroyed during the civil battle, each of them gaining more familiarity in their new powers and abilities. Hanabi, for her part, had learned something from her mother in the form of Hakuta, the ancestor form of Jukin that removed all the weaknesses of her fighting form and techniques, and giving her fighting style her characteristics of an acrobatic fighter. She also learned from Naruto a martial art called Savat, a style of boxing with the feet, greatly becoming immersed in the fighting form. Hinata is practicing Najuru Daiken to its new vectors of combat, as she has now developed ranged techniques used in her fighting arsenal thanks to Haku, having taught her more about senbons and their handling. The light clone of Naruto is sparring with Niji, teaching him the ropes of Shotokan karate. a style that would greatly introduce to Niji's Juken style fluidity and dynamics and speed and strength. Niji is learning much about his new powers and abilities and gaining a more formidable skill set and a new appreciation of Rock Lee's training and willpower. So Naruto, will the original you return from his holy mission in Wind Country? Asked Niji as he dodges a roundhouse kick aimed for his head and counters with a quick palm strike towards Naruto's chin. Yes, as soon as he brings back a kunoichi well needed in the village, said the light clone as he executes a low leg sweep toward Niji. Back with Naruto and company. Naruto and Pakura are on alert as they are standing in front of one Orochimaru, albeit a weakened Orochimaru in a suit to keep his body stabilized for the time being. So the snake pedo still lives? Well, Tsunade, are you going back with us or joining the soon-to-be dead son of a bitch traitor? Said Naruto as he gets out a pair of sai ready to fight. Tsunade in a burst of speed punches Orochimaru before he could react. I'm coming back with you, said the now motivated Tsunade as she is joined by Naruto, Pakura, and Shizune. Orochimaru and Kabuto are not alone as they brought with them a company of savage four-armed mutant ninjas. Before the battle could begin, a cloaked figure jumps out of nowhere in front of them. The Tatsuka no Tsurugi floats into his hand, greeting its new and true master. The man towered over Tsunade and Naruto with a build that rivals Naruto's own for his size. Who might you be? Asked Orochimaru as the man takes down his hood, revealing a face of reminiscence to someone Tsunade had fell in love with once. She blushes as she turns away to look at Orochimaru. I am Suzen Ryujinarashi of the Ryujinarashi clan, said the now revealed Suzen as he wields the Tatsuka with purpose and authority. Well, dead man, looks like you get to die with the last of the Senju and the Avenging Angel, said Orochimaru as he gets the Kusanagi out and charges along with his mutant force to attack the group of five. Suzen and Naruto leads the ferocious change with Tsunade, Pakura, and Shizune leaping behind her as well. Chapter 9. Konoha's Rebirth by Holy Fire. Naruto, Suzen, Tsunade, Shizune, and Pakura are engaging Orochimaru, Kabuto, and his large mutant strike force in a bloody battle. Suzen kills 160 men by himself with efficient and masterful swordplay that only a few could rival. Naruto, while impressed by Suzen's ability with the sword, leaps into the fray and kills 80 of the attacking force. Pakura and Shizune are double-teaming Kabuto while Orochimaru fights Tsunade in brutal hand-to-hand fighting. The savage battle is getting bloodier by the minute as Suzen and Naruto are stacking up mutant ninja left and right like a team of divine warriors. Orochimaru, Kabuto, and his forces are sustaining heavy damage and losses, begins to retreat from the battlefield. Mark my words, Ryujinarashi, we will meet again. Naruto Sasuke will kill you and end your line forever, said Orochimaru as he disappears in a smoke screen along with the injured or uninjured mutant ninja. You better run, pedo snake, said Naruto as he knows his dance with Sasuke will come sooner than later. So, descendant of Ryujin and Susanoo, we finally meet at last, said Naruto as he looks at the towering Suzen. Pakura and Shizune look at Naruto with confusion on what he means by descendant of Ryujin and Susanoo, as they look at the blonde and the towering warrior with interest. Dan, is that you? Asked Tsunade, having flashes of Dan and comparing Suzen on their facial features. I'm afraid you must have confused Mrs. Senju. Tsunade Senju, said Tsunade as Suzen kissed her hand to Tsunade's slight delight as she blushes at the contact. So what do you mean by descendant of Susanoo and Ryujin? Tsunade asked as she looks at Naruto in question. Suzen here is the direct descendant of the god of storms Susanoo and the divine dragon Ryujin, as both through their unions with strong-willed humans who in turn had their unions with one another. Produced right before you the direct mortal descendant of both storm gods, a true demigod through birth, said Naruto as the three kunoichi looks at a very powerful ascended human in front of them. Tsunade herself looks at the man in awe. I see you know of my bloodline. I thank you for giving back my ancestral weapon. I will use this weapon well, said Suzen as he bows to Naruto, who bows in return. So Suzen, your meeting us here is no coincidence, said Naruto as he looks at the demigod in question in curiosity. Well, since you asked, Namikaze, I and my clan seek to join Konoha. I just so happened to sense my ancestral weapon in your possession that was calling to me. So, I broke away from my clan to meet you. It's good that you had an enemy to fight. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to test the sword of my ancestors to see if I was worthy," explained Suzan as he looks at the Konoha Nin and former Sunanin. "Well, then it looks like I go home with not only the soon-to-be fifth Hokage, her apprentice, another famous kunoichi, and a clan descendant of two storm gods with its leader being their direct descendant. Well, let's rock," said Naruto as he and the group went to meet up with the Raijin Arashi clan. Time skips 6 hours later in Konoha. Kotetsu and Izumo are on gate duty due to Kotetsu punching their client in the face over a dispute over which book of literature is better. The Hokage, while silently agreeing with Kotetsu, still had to punish the two for the action. The two are playing cards until they heard a "Hey guys, what's you doing?" They see the one person they love to talk to, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, and they see that he found Tsunade Senju and her assistant Shizen Kato. But what they also see is a man who looks like a war god in their eyes, and a large clan like the man behind them along with a woman who is thought to be dead. "Whoa Naruto, what have you been doing, little buddy? You not only found Tsunade and her assistant, but also a group of ninjas so fierce they look like they are related to the Inuzuka and Ikimchi on roids, as well as one of the fiercest kunoichi on the planet," said Kotetsu as Izumo had to nod in agreement. Boys meet the Raijin Arashi clan, and they are joining the village along with Pakura, formerly of Sand, said Naruto as both are in shock, as they are the very first witnesses of a rebirth of Konoha as a fierce and powerful village. Time skip 3 hours later. Tsunade is welcomed back into the village by Hiruzen. Hiruzen is surprised by who Naruto brought back, first Pakura, the evil eye formerly of Suna and the descendant of Susanoo, and Ryujin Suzan Raijin along with his whole clan who are waiting outside of the village. Hiruzen's corrupt advisors wanted Pakura to procreate for her bloodline and to swear eternal loyalty to the village, while one Danzo wanted Pakura to be put into his root program. Hiruzen had expressed no such things will happen as Pakura is willingly joining, all thanks to one avenging angel. Right now Naruto, Tsunade, and Hiruzen are meeting privately at the Senju compound. "Well Tsunade, it's good that you're back. I very much hoped Naruto was able to talk some sense into you," said Hiruzen in his normal elder clothes. "Likewise, sensei. But Naruto, I need to ask, what was heaven like?" asked Tsunade, curious about the angelic blonde in the room. "It was marvelous and a sight of the future," said Naruto as Tsunade looks at him in deep surprise and awe. "Excuse me, Tsunade, but we need to talk about something else entirely," said Hiruzen as he takes out 2 folders and passes each to both Tsunade and Naruto. "What is this, Gigi?" asked Naruto, curious as he opens the files to see horror. Tsunade also sees what's in her file as well. These files pertain to illegal black operations Danzo and his lapdogs have been doing. He has been targeting clans who would possess a threat to him and Konoha and eliminating them. He's also been having shipments of the bloodline-suppressing drug being delivered to Kiri and opium being dealt here in Konoha, explained Hiruzen. "How was Danzo able to conduct these missions under both Guardians and Umbu's noises?" asked Naruto, curious of a possible breach in security. "He's been having his route disguised as missing Nins or mercenaries to attack clans he deems a threat and carry the drugs throughout the elementals, Naruto. Here are my last 2 missions I want you to complete," said Hiruzen as Naruto has his ears open. "What is it, Gigi?" asked Naruto in curiosity. "I want you to take out all root clandestine bases in the sectors marked on your map, as well as raid the opium dens in the red light district here in Konoha. Second, destroy any factory pertaining to blaze. They are located in Demon and Ice countries, also on the map. As soon as Tsunade is sworn in her place, these operations are to be carried out immediately. Meet with the contacts in both Demon and Ice country," said Hiruzen as Naruto nods his head. "Naruto, I know this is a lot to do, but there's one mission I want you to complete for me unofficially," said Tsunade as Naruto is listening. "What is it you need, Lady Tsunade?" asked Naruto. "Terminate the Elder Council, leave none of them alive. I will deal with the Civilian Council," said Tsunade as Naruto knew Danzo and his lackeys have so much blood on their hands and how much evil they have committed in their self-righteous actions. It was only a matter of time before then. Sure thing. It will be done in 7 days, said Naruto as he knows the angel of death calls for their deaths. Elsewhere in Rain Country, in an underground lair, at a round table sat 10 individuals, each with unique appearances. Report, said a man with orange spiky hair with purple eyes with ripples wearing a black cloak with a red cloud. There are new developments involving Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. It appears that the rumors are true. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze is the avenging angel. Pain-sama, said Itachi as everyone minus Kisame and himself are shocked. No matter soon even the avenging angel shall know pain, said the man named Pain. He has proven powerful enough to match me in the Tsukiyomi world and fight on par with Kisame with a sword that is similar with Orochimaru's Kusanagi, but more like Kisame's own sword in handling, stated Itachi. I heard, he also led a surprise attack on Wind Daimyo's castle and killed him in hand-to-hand combat. He also defeated the Demon Twins, the leaders of our rival organization Kurami Ariansu, as well as defeating Yamada, the Dark Samurai. His fighting abilities are extraordinary, said a man with green eyes. This new bit of information surprised everyone in the room. Even Pain is surprised as himself, while he didn't admit it was fearful about ever facing the Dark Warrior in combat. Kakazu, what about the seven-tailed Jinchuriki? What has been going on with her? Asked the brunette in next to Pain. She is a lot more dangerous than before Conan, as she seems to be a mistress of the bow and her taijutsu skills are above the normal rim of trained Jinchurikis. She has killed several dozen attackers trying to ambush her on her delivery runs. So far, she has 150 confirmed kills. It would seem that the Avenging Angel has trained her incredibly well. I would put her skill level on of the two-tails Jinchuriki, reported Kakazu as he thinks back at how she defeated the Northwind Raiders on the North Roads of Ice Country. What are we to do about this damned angel? Asked a man with white hair and a large three-bladed scythe. Well, we're going to have to be ready to engage the Avenging Angel if he gets in our way, said White Zetsu, who in his heart is going to need a weapon and plan for killing the Avenging Angel. The others nodded and had to agree. It's likely he knows the truth. I hope he can see my mission through to the end, because that's all I have left, thought Itachi. Meanwhile, back in Konoha, Tsunade has taken the hat of Hokage from Hiruzen. Many of her critics disapprove of her being Hokage, as many of them see her plans in the past as too costly. But in secret, many of the plans would reveal what they have been doing with the village's money. If they only know what will transpire. Tsunade at the moment is doing an examination on Hyuga members who have been cured of blaze that are now evolving with their new bloodline. The Senju classified and named the sub-bloodline trait the primeval trait of the Hyuga clan. Elsewhere in the Demon Country, a girl with pale skin, white hair, and pale lavender eyes and clothes fit for a priestess is walking to a private quarter of a palace. Reveal yourself, said the girl as a figure in armor similar to ninja of old appears out of the shadows. The armor appears to consist of an expressionless face mask with turban-like wrappings for the head, fingerless gloves with forearm bracers, a chest guard made of metal and leather padding equipped for tactical combat, over a sleeveless shirt showing off his muscular arms, combat-oriented tabi boots connected to shin guards. Are you White Princess? Asked the figure in black as he looks at the girl in question. Who are you? Asked the girl codenamed White Princess. Just call me Punisher. My identity will keep you safe. The monkey sage of the leaf sent me, said the man named Punisher as he phrased the last part out. Thankfully, he is friends with the priestess of Land of Oni, said the White Princess. Do you have the information I require? Asked Punisher as he looks at the girl in front of him. Yes, I don't have long. I'm due for my training in mysticism by my mother. I have the locations of the Blaze Labs along with the locations of the Opium and Blaze stores, thanks to a spy loyal to me. Here is the map, said the girl codenamed White Princess. Thank you. Have a pleasant evening, said Punisher as he disappeared in a shunshin. He seemed similar to the presence of Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. I have been hearing about, thought White Princess, as she walks out of the chambers. Lady Cheyenne, your mother is wondering if you are coming for your mysticism studies or not, said a female servant. Sorry, I had to take care of a friend. I'm coming, said the now revealed Cheyenne as she runs towards the room her mother is waiting for her in. In Ice Country at the same time, a battle site can be seen full of dead mercenaries and missing Neens, Many wolves and buzzards are dining on flesh. The base of operations of a tundra-like outpost can be seen in ruins and on fire. One of the mercenaries can be seen crawling away bleeding and missing a leg. As he drags himself away, he sees that will be his last. As a man known simply as Punisher in white winter gear runs a spear through the mercenary, killing him. That's one base down. Time to disperse and let the boss know, thought a Punisher clone as he dispersed from the area. In Demon Country at the same time, men can be seen running through the forest of the said country. Hurry, we must get back to Danzo-sama, so we can warn him about our operations being compromised, said the revealed Root Nin as he and his comrades run for their lives. However, on a ridge line 150 meters behind is Punisher holding a crossbow of the advanced variety. He takes aim and fires bolt after bolt between each drawback. Each bolt hit each of the fleeing targets, killing each one of them. Punisher himself reveals himself to be a clone disperses, seeing as he has taken out the Root Black operations in the area. In Konoha in the red light district at night, a fire can be seen with several dead bodies on the ground of several drug dealers or presumed normal drug dealers inside of a large, abandoned building. Each of the thugs had been attacked and killed by a man in mysterious armor with an urban camouflage to the design. Each one of them have either been impaled, stabbed, slashed, or beaten to death by the individual, with said individual on top of a rooftop across from the building. Umbu, seeing the said figure, is about to question him until he disappears in front of them in a shunshin they weren't able to track in time. Elsewhere in Konoha, Hamura Mitokado is waking up to the commotion outside of his room. Soon a body of a Root Umbu can be seen flying through the door lifeless. Hamura looks up to see said figure in who attacked the opium factory. Please spare my life, I can give you. Hamura was unable to finish as his neck was broken. One down, two to go, thought Naruto disguised in his guardian disguise as he moves away from the house stealthy. After making a clone to take his body to hang it from his house, he moves towards the home of Kohor Udatane. In the secret Root base in Konoha hours before dawn, alarms can be heard as Root agents are being killed by a disguised Naruto who is fighting with combat parkour, a style that takes the basics of gymnastics and tumbling and couple them with street fighting and hand-to-hand combat techniques. Each of the Umbu are unable to overcome the combat skills being thrown out of them. Soon Danzo walks out of his room. Well, you certainly make an excellent entrance assassin. Now you can either work for me or I can kill you, said Danzo as the disguised Naruto is looking at the man with a stoic expression. I'll pass, said Naruto as he got into his basic fighting stance. To Danzo it looks like a wrestler's stance, but that's not true. Suit yourself, assassin, it will be a shame to kill you, said Danzo as he tears off his bandages and reveals the implanted Sharingans in his arm using cells from one person in particular. Soon an intense battle is fought as Danzo is using the Sharingan's abilities to fight the disguised Naruto from a distance. Naruto is unable to harm Danzo with any of his shuriken as he turned his body into a physical illusion using Izanagi. He throws a smoke bomb down to conceal himself. Danzo seems confident in his advantage over the assassin. He shots out Fireball at the assassin, seemingly having the fight himself. However, the fight starts to turn towards Naruto's favor as Danzo is starting to weaken for some reason, as if he is unable to breathe. Danzo soon sees the reason for his weakening form. The disguised Naruto had thrown Kurari gas bomb at him in his attempt to hide from him. Soon Danzo is becoming paralyzed by the gas. The disguised Naruto walks up to him. Your death won't be swift. Your mask of a patriot is over, said the disguised Naruto as he looks at the man in question. Soon Danzo falls unconscious. The next day, in Konoha, many civilians look out to see corpses of the elder counselors, with one Danzo Shimura being burned alive with strange fire. Many ninjas try to put out the fire, but they found that it was no use as the fire was a unique oil fire. Soon Danzo Shimura is burned to ash, with nothing left of his body. In the Namikaze compound, Naruto had explained to his lovers what happened the past 6 days. They are each proud of their fiancé for his contributions to his village. Konoha's rebirth is only just beginning. So, Naruto-kun, what will happen now? Asked Pakuro, wondering what her angelic future husband is going to do. We'll plan for the Akatsuki. But first I want to relax with my beautiful darlings, said Naruto, as each of them knows what Naruto is thinking about. Luckily for them, they came prepared. Winky face. Inside of the council room. The civilian counselors are in an uproar as their three backers in the illegal drug trade has been killed and their factories. Silence, said Tsunade, silencing the civilian counselors. Lady Hokage, we have to find who did this and make them pay, said a fat merchant as he looks at the female Hokage with a serious look. I am the power in this village, and those three had committed many illegal operations behind the back of my predecessor for far too long. With evidence provided by their killer who did the killings, said Tsunade as she hands out a large stack of files that is passed around the table. These are likely forgeries, they could be fake for all we know, said a merchant as many of his colleagues nod in an attempt to disprove the evidence they have been shown. These are real. Hiruzen had Umbu intelligence experts double-check these statements, and the locations are very real. But the killer left me something very interesting pertaining to the evidence at hand, said Tsunade as she snaps her fingers, and many of the Umbu and some of the clan heads leave knowing what's going to happen. All of them leave, except one Susan Rajanarashi, who stays and watch what's about to happen. What is the meaning of this? Asked one merchant as she looks in fear of the last Senju in question. The Bear Jew theme from Inglorious Bastards. Bear Jew with a baseball bat. Justice. Justice for the many women and children killed. Tsunade, taking off her green haori, throws it to Susan, who holds it as he hands Tsunade an iron hanbo. Justice for all the clans destroyed for your greed and selfishness. Tsunade walking towards a man who is pissing himself. Justice because you all are fucking thieving bastards, said Tsunade as she begins to massacre the trapped counselors with the hanbo. Susan watches with delight at the ferocity and power Tsunade is showing. Some of the counselors try to escape, but Susan kicks each of the back towards Tsunade, who beats each of the civilian counselors to death. Tsunade, after finishing, locks eyes with Susan, who she has started to date in the last couple of days. Both proceed to lock lips with each in a passionate embrace, with Tsunade feeling longing after Dan's death. The Senju clan will be reborn stronger than ever before with the blood of two storm gods. In the village hidden in the sound, Sasuke Uchiha has been put through rigorous training to be able to stand toe-to-toe with Naruto and Itachi. As he is training, Orochimaru walks into the room. Good news, Sasuke-kun, I have found something of your clan that has been dying to be wielded by you, said Orochimaru as he holds a sword that looks like the Seven Branches sword, but with a flame design to the blade that has an oni edged into the handle. Sasuke knows instantly what the sword was. He could only smirk in happiness at what it will bring him in the future. Chapter 10. Muramasa Flame, the Demonic Fire Sword. Sasuke is shaking with excitement. In front of him is the legendary power of a sword of incredible power and also great evil belonging to only the most ruthless of the Uchiha clan. Where did you find this? Asked Sasuke as he looks at the sword in question, marveling at its greatness. It was in the Uchiha clan's older hideout in the mountains of Fire Country. I thought maybe you would find a use of it, said Orochimaru as Sasuke reaches for it. Soon dark energy permeates the sword. What is this sword, might I ask? Asked Orochimaru, intrigued by the sword itself as Sasuke holds it with one hand. This is the Muramasa Flame. It was created by Muramasa Sengo that was commissioned by Nobunaga Uchiha, one of my clan's most ruthless warriors ever produced, only rivaled by Madara in terms of his brutality and ferocity. It is made to cut through anything. Like all Muramasa blades, it has a fierce spirit. In this cause, a ferocious vampiric spirit. This weapon was used in many battles to cut down the many enemies and those who stood in Nobunaga's way. From those he slaughtered, he gained their strength and vitality. No one was able to defeat him. It got to the point the elders of the time had to deal with him. They poisoned him with a fast-acting toxin that even the sword's gained vitality couldn't save him. He was killed in his sleep and his sword sealed away, said Sasuke as Orochimaru looks at the sword with interest at what it can do. Thank Lord Orochimaru for giving me this wonderful gift, said Sasuke as he twirls it around, getting a feel for it, as the life energy flowing in it passes inside of Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke's eyes soon turn a dark crimson. More tomos appear in his eyes than normal Sharingans. Sasuke's physique begins to improve drastically. Your extreme combat training begins now, said Orochimaru, now even willing to push his new vessel to his limits. In Konoha 12 months later. Konoha has been flourishing in the last couple of months. Combat training curriculum has improved drastically in the Shinobi program, not only for Jonin, but also Chunin and Jonin, as well as introducing a highly effective education, all thanks to Hiruzen Sarutobi and a new staff of instructors on both matters of Shinobi and civilian. Tsunade created the Medic Nin program that is now incorporated in all major units and teams, greatly reducing casualties in battle on various B-2 rank missions. Team formations and specialties have also changed, as well as giving a more well-rounded specialties mold to round out the capabilities of each team, while adding a Medic Nin to the team. Guardian has new members from the Rajanarashi clan that has boosted their combat abilities against supernatural threats, some of which had led to a marriage contract between Princess Cheyenne and Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze after the defeat and destruction of the Dark Demon Morio. Trade and marketing has increased significantly due to Konoha gaining agreements from Wind Country and Snow, now known as Spring, and thanks to the service of Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze for his heroic acts of valor in dealing with the tyrannical rules of the previous daimyos. Konoha and Suna have newer technologies through these efforts. Relations with Suna also improved when Temari had moved to Konoha to be with Naruto. Buildings in each section of the village have been improved upon by new builders and engineers that have moved into the village. The seal for the structures has been reinforced to prevent enemy infiltrators from getting inside of the village the old-fashioned way. All Root initiates had been given homes after the death of Danzo and the permanent dismantling of Root. The members who refused the deprogramming had been either purged or killed, due to their fanatical beliefs and ideology. One Root member named Sai has had his memories restored to him and is living with a boy of the same age as him named Tozai Takamari, who, much like Sai, is an ink jutsu user. The two had soon become lovers after feeling a romantic attraction to one another. Sakura Haruno is dating a girl named Yakumo Toshi, who was also a fangirl of the Leaf's supposed golden boy, but lost her interest when she saw his true colors as being a treacherous, power-hungry, possibly predatory murderer. She found even ground with her on being blind, being about love. At the moment, Naruto is teaching an additional combat training course to some recently graduated genin in the basics of arts such as Judo, Defendu, Hapkido, Freestyle Wrestling, Kenpo, Choi Li Fut, and Goju Ryu Karate in a training academy titled the Uzumaki School of Street Fighting and Sky Bujitsu. This academy was created during the last 6 by both Naruto and Rock Lee along with his girlfriend Asuka Yoshimitsu, who had become interested in spreading martial arts to the newer generations of shinobi. Naruto had went to Tsunade about opening up a martial arts academy to round out the martial skills of graduating shinobi. Tsunade saw it would be beneficial. After all, she had also seen what his training did to the now complete version of her unfinished White Tiger Kumite from her new protege, Hakuma Mochiyuki, who had spared with her in a test of her taijutsu skill. "Okay, folks, take a break. We'll start the next session in 30 minutes, said Naruto as he looks at the genin, who is breathing and panting hard. Naruto is looking at each of the genin, feeling proud of the impact from the death of those corrupt bastards. At the Senju clan compound. The Ryujanarashi clan had moved inside of the Senju clan compound. After joining the village, they had placed all artifacts belonging to both the Senju clan and Uchiha clan in an archive. Suzun is on the balcony of Tsunade's mansion, like home, in a robe. Tsunade and Suzun had been dating for the last 5 weeks. Last night, they had cemented their relationship with intense rough sex. The love-making had also rejuvenated Tsunade through their exchange of fluids. Tsunade walks behind him and wraps her arms around his muscled torso. "So my king, what now?" said Tsunade as she strokes his face and cups his manhood, feeling he wants more of her. "One day at a time, my queen. Let's enjoy this day. Especially for round 2-inch, said Suzun as he picks her up bridal style. Soon the Senju clan will have a newer champion after what Tsunade will experience the next day. Winky face. Back with Sasuke. Sasuke, during the 12 months, had been training and hunting several clans he deemed lesser before the Uchiha and slaughtering them, gaining their strength and power. Sasuke feels himself ready as he looks at the picture of the avenging angel himself. First you then Itachi. I will be the new god of this world, thought Sasuke as he swings the Muramasa swing, cleaving the picture and killing the man holding it. The vampire sword drinks the man's life fluids, giving Sasuke his strength. A terror will begin to arise from the shadows as Sasuke dons the armor belonging to Nobunaga, the dark Uchiha warrior himself. Soon lightning flashes in the sky, as he proceeds to walk towards Fire Country with the Sound 4 behind him watching him. Sasuke attacks a small town, slaughtering its inhabitants down to 3, a young woman and her 2 children. Go towards the leaf and call for the avenging angel. Tell him that I have your mommy and will defile and kill her if he doesn't come to the Valley of the End in 6 days, said Sasuke, as the 2 children runs towards Konoha to deliver his message. Soon vengeance will be mine, thought Sasuke as he looks at the girl, seeing her form to be pleasing. After I kill the dope, I can use her to relieve my stress, thought Sasuke, licking his lips at the thought of rape sex after his fight with the avenging angel. Elsewhere in the elementals, Kurama and Tozen had been working on their large castle-structured compound, getting it fully built after hunting down and eliminating the remains of Kurayami Ariansu in the jungles of Island Country. At the moment they are in town to find particular paints that would help decorate the inner decor of the home. Tozen, darling, what about this color? It's Hawk's blue. It could work for the first pattern, asked Kurama as she showed him the blue paint. Yeah, it could work with the dark cyan blue for our guest room and hallways. I got the gold, yellow, and red for our dining room, kitchen, and bedrooms, said Tozen as he puts the paint cans in the cart. The pair continues to shop around the store. Oh, darling, look. I found the gray drapes, said Kurama as she picked up the curtains they were looking for. Tozen examines them, seeing they are perfect for their windows. That's good, honey. I'm going over to the home defense part of the store. I'll meet you at the register, said Tozen as he goes to get some things from his list for the home that serves a means of defense. Kinda takes no prisoner. Back in Konoha, in Hokage office, Naruto is shocked at what he's been shown from Inoichi. The memories of the 2 children who had ran to the village with signs of restlessness to show for it 2 days ago. Sasuke Uchiha had acquired the Muramasa Flame sword, a weapon of dark vampiric power used by an even darker warrior than Madara, and has been slaughtering people by the hundreds and absorbing their life energy. And now he is holding a woman, a young mother no less, hostage, and will kill her if Naruto doesn't meet him in a fight to the death on Saturday. Well, Bachan, it looks like I have no choice but to go, said Naruto as Shizune and Tsunade looks at Naruto in shock. But Naruto, you would be playing into a trap, said Shizune as she looks at her angelic brother figure. If I don't, anyone we send will be dead. The Muramasa Flame is the ultimate vampiric sword that turns the user into a ferocious killing machine, even if a Jonin would fall to the user's enhanced might. If we send anyone else, their deaths, along with those kids' mothers, would be on yours and my hands. I can't live with the innocent's blood on my hands, said Naruto as Shizune sees the noble spirit of her angelic brother figure. All right, Gaki, I will let you go. Just come back to me in one piece, or I will never forgive myself, said Tsunade as Naruto goes to his home to see his lovers one last time before he leaves for a very fierce battle with his former comrade in arms. As Tsunade is about to take a sip, a beam of golden light shines down in the room. Shizune along with Tsunade get into fighting stances as 2 figures steps forward as the 2 reveal themselves as being 2 angelic warriors, one of which is the Archangel Naruto met in heaven. Greetings, Lady Hokage. I am the Archangel Michael and my companion is Azrael. We have come to talk to you about the avenging angel, said Michael as he looks at the woman with her inquisitive and critical eye. What do you want to talk about him? Asked Tsunade, sensing he's telling the very truth about who he is. With Naruto, he is breaking the news to Hana, Temari, Anko, Hinata, Fu, Karen, Kin, Haku, and Cheyenne. All of them are taking the news with a grain of salt. When will the duel commence? Asked Haku as she looks at her love with concern. On the 6th day, this Saturday, I will be saving a mother from the bastard's clutches. Don't worry, darlings, I will survive for you. I will not fall, said Naruto as Kin was the first one to get up and walks towards him. We know you will, said Kin as she locks lips with him. Kin breaks away, and soon all of his loves drag him to their shared bedroom. They will have a night to remember with the angelic blonde, as they begin to have sex with their angelic lover. Time skip day of the duel. The woman is greatly nervous about not only dying, but also being violated by the now barbaric Uchiha, as he looks at the woman with lust filling his eyes. The Uchiha grabs and spreads her legs out, and groping her D-sized breast. After I fight the avenging angel, maybe I'll release you, or maybe I'll have you barring my children after I have my way with you, said Sasuke as he licks her neck. Sasuke, yelled Naruto as he lands near the battle site. "Ah, dope, glad you can make it. I was getting worried that you wouldn't come and I would have to relieve my frustration," the woman said Sasuke as Naruto with his training and utmost discipline looks at Uchiha with a critical eye. His body has been enhanced by the Muramasa blade. This will be a battle of my utmost strength and skill. I must not fall, thought Naruto as he drew out his longsword. Sasuke drew out the Muramasa flame as the blade pulses and glow with evil energy. The sky goes from clear to stormy, with lightning flash up high. Sasuke released the women, she has no part in it, said Naruto as Sasuke smirks and does as Naruto asks. The woman runs past Naruto, who makes a light clone. Get her to the village, her family is waiting, said Naruto to his light clone who does as told. Let's see who's better dope, said Sasuke as he gets into his sword stance. Ryu vs. Sagat Original Street Fighter 2 movie theme. Soon both former comrades charge relentlessly into battle, demonstrating a battle of utmost skill against enhanced talent. Both are caught off guard by the other unique advantage as they exchange strikes and blocks from each other. Sasuke is faster, but Naruto is more agile. Both are scoring cut on each with Naruto not healing. Naruto himself is feeling that his life force is being slowly drained and flowing into the sword. Soon Sasuke is gaining the upper hand. The Sound 5 is in awe as Sasuke is overwhelming the Avenging Angel as they, along with the Akatsuki, who are also watching from a distance farther from the battle. Naruto is pushing himself hard, trying to regain some ground in this fight. In a blade lock, Sasuke makes a remark about how he will rape Hinata and Haku as his form dies. Naruto headbutts Sasuke, breaking his nose. Sasuke backs away from the angelic blonde as he swings at him. Sasuke fixes his nose. Sasuke draw upon the curse seal to fight back against the blonde harder, causing tremors in Naruto's whole skeleton as Naruto blocks each sword strike. Naruto, for his part, is standing his ground. "Why won't you just die?" said a more demon-looking Sasuke as he looks at the young blonde in front of him, who is starting to glow with ethereal energy. The two start to re-engage in sword fighting. Sasuke hits Naruto with a punch, staggering him and knocking a tooth loose in his mouth. Naruto returns the favor by punching him in his left eye, damaging the retina heavily. Both are incorporating unarmed strikes and grapples in the sword play, trying to overpower one another. Soon the fighting takes a more extreme turn as the two switch to range combat. Both exchange fire and wind jutsus at each other. Both, seeing the ranged fight going nowhere, re-engages in sword fighting for a second time, until Sasuke disarms Naruto of his sword. Naruto doing the same by hitting a pressure point in his arm. Both engage in brutal hand-to-hand combat. Sasuke using his improved interceptor fist and Naruto using his refined Street Fighter-style taijutsu. Both are hitting hard and pouring every ounce of energy into their efforts to try and overcome the other. Sasuke is looking more demonic and Naruto more angelic. Soon they get into a grapple. Sasuke's strength is being matched and slowly exceeded by his angelic counterpart. Naruto creates an opening by kicks Sasuke in the right knee, forcing him to one knee. Using the opening to his advantage, he places Sasuke in a blood choke, slowly choking Sasuke. However, Sasuke, with the sudden rush of adrenaline hip, throws Naruto, breaking the hold. Sasuke goes to reclaim his sword. He then goes to attack Naruto with his vampiric weapon. Naruto evades several strikes and flips over the Uchiha to get his sword back. The fighting is getting bloodier by the hour. Soon Naruto and Sasuke stand across from each other with hatred in each other's eyes. They lunge at each other, sword strikes traded, unarmed strikes exchanged, elemental jutsus cast out. Sasuke, while his greatest asset in this fight is talent, but his talent was only surpassed by Naruto's skills. A tiring Naruto knees Sasuke in the face, knocking him to the ground. Before Naruto can kill him, he is hit with shuriken, knocking him to the floor. Soon the sound foreled by one albino named Kimimaro goes towards the bleeding and injured Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke is helped to his feet until he breaks away from them. "I want to leave a mark to remember me by on the loser's face," said Sasuke as he gets the Muramesa's sword and walks toward a seemingly unconscious Naruto. Before he could get close, Sasuke is hit in his family jewels by Naruto and stabbed in his left eye. "Here is one," said Naruto as Sasuke is screaming out in pain at his left eye being punctured by Naruto's hidden blade. He tries to get back to his feet, but musters the strength to get to one knee. "Pull back, Sasuke's test has failed," said Kimimaro as one of the sound for a red head named Taiya picks up the Uchiha. Suddenly, Kimimaro is hit with a serious coughing fit that soon lets his comrades know that his time is near. "Sorry, Kimimaro, but you won't be coming back with us," said the six-arm member as he, along with his rather husky teammate, and the redhead, who is more sympathetic to the albino, moves away with the Uchiha and his weapon. Kimimaro looks at the blonde, who looks at him in a sympathetic way, asks, "So you are what an avenging angel looks like, huh?" "I want to bow, but my body is not letting me move," said Kimimaro as he is starting to suffer from his illness. Naruto, sensing in Kimimaro so much suffering and sadness, walks over to him. His form is again permeating with ethereal energy. "Tell me your past," asked Naruto as Kimimaro reveals his past to him of how he was treated like an attacked dog by his clan, the Kagaya, and how he came under the service of Orochimaru. Naruto, for his part, looks at Kimimaro with a look of understanding as he saw the same look in Gaara. Naruto makes a decision that would be beneficial for Kagaya's future. "Kimimaro, I'm going to cure your body of this illness," said Naruto as he looks Kimimaro, who is surprised and stunned by the avenging angel's offer of being cured. "Why would you do this?" asked Kimimaro, who looks at Naruto in question. "Simply put, Kimimaro, I sense you are not an evil person, but a person who's following a lost cause that has led to nothing more to benefit one person's ambition instead of the dreams of others. I will not stop you from going back to Sound, nor will I take you to Konoha. You are your own person, you choose where you want to go, just remember you made that choice," said Naruto as he heals the Kagaya and cures him of his illness. "So what is your choice, Kimimaro? Sound or Konoha you chose?" said Naruto, who gets on one knee, tired and exhausted from his battle and healing the Kagaya. The Kagaya thinks for a moment. While he could try and kill the avenging angel, he thinks what that would bring him. For all Kimimaro knows, he could reform. If he goes back to Oto, he would have to sacrifice his body for Orochimaru. He then thinks about what he wants to do, as for all his life he was just treated as an attacked dog and obedient enforcer. But at this moment he was treated as the one thing he was never treated as: a human being who wants to make his own choice. "I will go to Konoha," said Kimimaro as he looks at Naruto, as he does one thing he has never done in his life. He smiles. "You made the right choice, Kimimaro of the Kagaya. Let's hope you build a new future for your clan," said Naruto, looking at the Kagaya in question. Soon the two walk back towards Konoha. Before the two could start making headway, Naruto hears a voice he never thought he would hear. "On Naruto, you're beginning to become a stuff of legends," said Michael as Naruto and Kimimaro turns towards the winged warrior. "Michael-sama, what are you doing here?" asked Naruto as he and Kimimaro looks at the archangel in question. "Simply put, Naruto, I'm here to give you your last bit of training that will be instrumental in the control of the power you have been permeating with," said Michael as he looks at the blonde, who is surprised by the archangel's statement. "What is it? I never knew what it is," asked Naruto, curious of his permeating ability. "It is called Archangels Incarnate. It's a power in which an avenging angel would be enhanced to newer levels of fighting ability beyond their normal scope. Once mastered, your own ability and physicality would be beyond that of a normal avenging angel that has come before you," explained Michael as he looks at the surprised blonde as he wraps his head around the ability he had unknowingly been using in his battle against Yamada and Sasuke. "When do we begin?" asked Naruto, wanting to master his new ability. "We begin now," said Michael as he opens a portal to heaven. "Kimimaro, I'm going to leave a light clone with you to explain your presence," said Naruto as the Kagaya nods in understanding. Naruto, after making his light clone, walks into the portal to the training ground to see a man in robe-like dress, where with light dark tan skin, dark brown curly hair, with a build of an incredible athlete. Standing next to him is another archangel that Naruto is unfamiliar with. "Welcome, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, we have much to discuss," said the man as he bows to Naruto, as Naruto returns the bow in respect.